It was only now that Luo Feng truly realized how much he got from acquiring so many Blood River crystals back in Blood River continent. The benefit was even more than the demon node inheritance. Of course it was mostly because the golden horned beast body was much more suitable for absorbing the crystals. Otherwise the benefit wouldn't be that large. Luo Feng was surprised at the result of absorbing 100 crystals. When he absorbed the 99th crystal, the right claw of the golden horned beast had 9 times the power of the origin laws. Simultaneously, the right claw's power alone was akin to its entire body's strength. It had completely risen its full power by 1 time. And also, its origin law melding was about 10 times now. It may seem very little, but this right claw alone, when used, was akin to 10 times its full strength. Right, from just 1 time to 10 times. Just the right claw alone was 10 times the body's strength. With everything together, it was 11 times its original strength before. With the beast's body's strength, unleashing deities of the world, with the progress it had made in the 2nd level, it could reach 5 times its strength. And after triggering the Blood River energy, plus the new 11 times its power, it was close to 55 times. Unleashing its natural ability of strengthening, with a slash of the right claw, it reaches close to 110 times the original body's strength. 110 times. What was that? Even if the golden horned beast didn't use spirit energy, genetic energy, just the physical strength alone was 110 times its original, and its original strength was already incredibly intrepid, plus the comprehension of the beast God statue, the ultimate one-claw technique. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it had only absorbed 99 crystals, the difference in power was too much. Because of the increase in strength of the body, and multiplied with deities of the world and strengthening, it multiplies even further, hence it was that terrifying. A normal golden horned beast training in deities of the world wouldn't even compare to me, Luo Feng thought, and under normal circumstances, there would never be a chance to acquire the beast god statue, much less absorbing so many Blood River crystals. My willpower is stronger than many undyings. Even if those golden horned beasts acquired Blood River crystals, they probably wouldn't be able to absorb so many. The combination of many factors. Luo Feng's willpower, the golden horned beast structure, the resources form. The virtual universe company, plus some luck, it finally created a terrifying golden horned beast. Compared to the golden horned beast, the Masha clansman's strength was much weaker. The golden horned beast is still not strong enough now. Firstly, its law comprehension is far from enough. The one-claw technique isn't even one of the beast god's power when it unleashed it. Secondly, I'm currently in the 2nd level of deities of the world, and I'm only training a part of it. Making big progress in deities of the world would allow me to raise my strength by 9 times if I complete even the 3rd level. Then it'd be heavenly, Luo Feng pondered in his heart. Ever since he heard of his teacher mentioning that absolute genius could do that, could kill an official level undying at sector Lord Pinnacle level, his ambition began to grow. I, Luo Feng, also want to be able to kill an official level undying at sector Lord Pinnacle level. If he can do it, and I have the golden horned beast body, why can't I do it? Luo Feng thought. That Kadi must have had many miraculous encounters, and many secrets. Otherwise, just relying on law comprehension cannot be that heavenly. Hence, Luo Feng wasn't satisfied with his several encounters. The universe is vast and there are many miraculous encounters and things there to actually combine everything, use it well, only then can one become an absolute warrior. Luo Feng thought, if I train hard on Earth for a few decades, I'll be able to step into the sector lord level, then my origin law comprehension will be able to progress at amazing speeds. Sector lord level was the time of true acceleration. What Luo Feng could do now was to make his foundation as solid as possible. That way, when he reached Sector Lord Pinnacle, he could unleash terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Within the UNMO planet ship control room, Luo Feng and Dylan stood at the control board. Immediately beginning universe transfer, entering the solar system. Countdown, 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The ship shook slightly. Very quickly, through the external simulator, Luo Feng saw a familiar space, a burning sun, and surrounding it the many planets, revolving about it. This space was the solar system. I'm back. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze complex. So, the UNMO planet ship swiftly headed towards Earth as an F-grade ship. Modified and upgraded by the pinnacle of humanity's technology, the virtual universe company. The power this ship held within was tremendous, at least to the point where Earth's security system had no way to detect this F-grade ship. After flying for a while, Luo Feng gazed at the planet close to Earth, an originally simple red planet Mars. It's actually changed so much. Luo Feng smiled. Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Dylan asked curiously. Look, that planet. Luo Feng pointed at Mars. The green planet? Dylan asked curiously. No, 200 years ago, it was a red planet. Luo Feng smiled. However, as it is the easiest planet to modify to be suitable for human inhabitants, plus its surface area isn't too big, at least far from Earth's area with Earth's current strength, it had completely changed Mars into a life planet. Changed? Dylan asked curiously. The price of creating a life planet is much more than buying a life planet. Luo Feng smiled. Right, it was much more. However, the Luo family was currently the Milky Way leader, and Earth's position was extremely wealthy. However, the moment they entered universe transfer and left, returning would require going through the wormhole and taking close to 3 years to return. 3 years of travel to the humans of Earth was simply too long. Many couldn't bear to leave Earth too, hence they'd rather remodel Mars, turning Mars into a life planet. Within the solar system, humans were currently living on Earth and Mars. Of course, there were other moons and satellites that were remodeled, but those were much easier. Very quickly, the UNMO planet ship reached close to Earth's atmosphere. Wow, so many ships around. Dylan couldn't help but get shocked. I've been to many life planets, there's rarely so many ships about. Luo Feng gazed at the distant ships that flew out of Earth, some heading to the moon and others to Mars. He couldn't help but smile. These ships are all not entering universe transfer, Luo Feng explained. Earth and Mars, along with some satellites, have large amount of ships head back and forth. The travel is convenient, just like a long-distance coach or public train. Large amount of ships headed to Earth, Mars, and many satellites. Within one day, they could make it to their destinations. They could totally eat breakfast on Earth, go to Mars for lunch, and return to Earth to sleep. Also, to the Luo family, leader of the Milky Way, large amounts of A and B grade Ships was simply nothing to them. The humans of Earth only needed to pay a small amount to sit in the ships, to travel. The Luo family's business of running these ships only required the cost of paying one employee. "Everybody, leave the ship," Luo Feng suddenly ordered. Rumble. The guards on the Yun-Mo planet ship all swiftly left their quarters. "Dylan, you are in charge of concealing their traces. I don't want to be discovered by Earth, there being over 1,000 people in Earth's atmosphere." Suddenly Luo Feng laughed. "This is easy." Dylan nodded and smiled. "A great undying. If he couldn't even avoid Earth's detection, that would be a joke." After a while, Luo Feng and his guard team stood in the space outside. The Yun-Mo planet ship was kept in Babata's storage. "Dylan, keep the guards in your world." Luo Feng smiled. "It'd be best that I return without all the grandeur." "Yes," Dylan nodded. Dylan looked at the over 1,000 guards floating there. With a wave, he kept all of them within his internal world. The world created by a sector lord was incredibly convenient, and it even allowed people to live within. However, the worlds were only capable of being created by sector lords. The moment one became an undying, they would lose this ability. Hence, during sector lord level, they would create a few worlds in preparation. As the costs was huge, the number of worlds created wouldn't be that many. Let's go." Luo Feng rushed through the atmosphere. Dylan followed behind. Passing the atmosphere, he quickly saw the land of Earth. "That's the Pacific Ocean." Luo Feng deduced from the continents below. "That way." So. Luo Feng and Dylan's flying speed had already reached a terrifying speed. Within 1 second, they flew from the Pacific Ocean to close to America, finally arriving above Asia. "What a beautiful planet!" Dylan looked at the planet below and exclaimed. "Your home is not bad. You should have come 200 years again." Luo Feng smiled and looked below. Right. The Earth had undergone huge change. Before the Great Nirvana, the Earth was highly populated. That time, the pollution levels were very bad with smog all over. After the Great Nirvana, the entire Earth was in its last phase. Many cities became playgrounds for beasts, forming wastelands, and the most vast area, the oceans, had become the domain of beasts. Humans could only stay within the bases, careful and vigilant. However, with Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God leaving Earth to explore the universe, the Earth began to undergo change. With large amounts of technology and resources, even capable of turning a normal planet into a life planet, then, remodeling Earth itself became extremely easy. "So beautiful." Luo Feng looked below and exclaimed. The entire Earth had become a green ocean, with many types of planets spread throughout, little animals moving within the forests. These animals were only normal animals, not the beasts of back then. The wasteland cities had completely gone. Oh no. There were still small amounts of wasteland cities. They were preserved like museums for the new inhabitants of Earth to visit and study. It's changed. The density of humans has shrunk. Luo Feng gazed at the city below as he flew. There were almost no farming and plantation areas. It was mostly human living regions, suburbs, cities. The cities were all extremely beautiful. The sky was blue and pure, the ground lush with greenery. Even in the most bustling cities, it was rare to see huge skyscrapers, only the remains of those from yesteryear. "Your Majesty, where did you live back then?" Dylan smiled and asked. There. Luo Feng pointed at a distant advanced city, Jiangnan Base, Yang Zhou City. one of the 8 great cities. The name of this place is still the same, however it has completely changed. Yangzhou City, it was currently the most famous city on Earth. Just the population living there reached up to 20 million, plus the large amount of tourists, those searching for Luo Feng's history, and the many worshippers. It made it extremely bustling during the entire Earth's remodeling. Yangzhou City's status had already reached the level of Jiangnan Base. Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's old living quarters. Dylan, in a while, change your appearance a little. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the black-robed, bald man beside him. You are obviously not an Earth human looking like that, it would draw attention. Understood. Dylan nodded, simultaneously his undying energy rippled and his facial features moved like water, quickly taking the form of a normal-looking, yellow-skinned bald man, no different from the humans of Earth. Even his dressing changed to that of a casual night wear. So. Luo Feng and Dylan swiftly rushed downwards. The two didn't raise any of the city's security. Without a sound, they entered a pathway in Yangzhou City. This is the high school I studied at back then. This is the path I frequented. It still looks the same. There is where I used to live in, a rental place. As Luo Feng and Dylan walked, Luo Feng gazed at the memories from over 200 years ago. As a universe warrior, his memory was extremely good. He could even pull out memories of when he was an infant. It sure is bustling here. Dylan pointed at the distant, spacious dojo of limits. That's where I trained. Luo Feng smiled. Back then I was one of the members. Your Majesty used to train there, and now you are the Milky Way leader. No wonder this dojo is so crowded. Dylan smiled and nodded. Luo Feng pointed at a not-too-distant restaurant. Let's go to that restaurant to eat. I didn't expect it to be here even after 200 years. Luo Feng put on sunglasses and walked with Dylan into the restaurant. After entering, Luo Feng and Dylan realized many had gathered within. It was noisy and crowded. The people of my home love to gather and chatter. Nothing's changed. Luo Feng smiled and walked to a corner to observe the happenings. It was a mess within. The plates and bowls on the table were broken. A fat yellow-haired youth had 4 black uniformed bodyguards. Another youth in training attire was blocking a girl. Fat Yen, don't use your background as a weapon. The youth in training attire rubbed the blood traces on his mouth, pointing angrily at the fat youth. Didn't you want to clear the place? Do that. Why pick trouble with me, Yang? Gee, why you want to rely on your boss's bodyguards to cripple me? I've never picked on you. Who asked you to disrespect my boss? The fat youth laughed coldly. And you are still not leaving? He thought within, this Yang Ji actually improved so quickly. He withstood the boss's bodyguard attacks and was not crippled. The blood rushed from within the youth in the training uniform. He couldn't help but spit out some. Ah Ji, the young lady behind quickly supported him. Are you okay? Are you okay? Relax, I'm fine. The youth snorted coldly, glancing at the yellow-haired fatty. If I hadn't just broken through, I would really have been crippled. Back then, however, now that we are downstairs amidst such a huge crowd in Yangzhou City, that fatty is only an errand boy. He doesn't have the guts to mess things up. The yellow-haired fatty shouted coldly, Boss, I said to clean up the place. Why is this punk still here? The restaurant boss, a skinny youth, just smiled and walked out. Yan Huan, the girl behind the youth in training uniform, pointed angrily at The fatty, my big brother, will be here soon, don't get too cocky. Make way. A group of police became beams of lights as they swiftly parted the crowd. 10 of them swiftly took up the restaurant's important positions. Luo Feng, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but smile. Police. The police on Earth now all seemed like war god level, seems right after all. The weakest level of humans on Earth were soldier level. Who dares make a mess? The leader of the police, a tall and sturdy man, gazed at the scene. Big brother, the lady looked like she saw her savior, shouted. Little sister, the man saw that his sister was unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. However, after spotting the youth in training uniform, pale and with traces of blood on his clothes, his expression changed. Brother Yangji. What's going on? Big brother, this fat yen brought people here to clear the place for his boss. We naturally wouldn't mess with his boss, hence we were prepared to leave. However, he purposely couldn't let Yangji go and intentionally sought trouble, even allowing one of his bodyguards to attack him. Luckily, Yangji was knocked down to the first floor, with the crowd and people here, hence they didn't dare go further. If it were upstairs, I'm afraid. The ladies' eyes had tears in them. The strong-looking man turned and stared at the yellow-haired fatty. The fatty, however, was all smiles. The 4 bodyguards behind were all smiling, too. Captain Wang, the fatty smiled. Yan Huan, know your limits. This is Yangzhou City. If matters are blown up, no one can protect you, the man ordered. The fatty smiled. Right, this is Yangzhou City, Luo family's Yangzhou City. Not just Yangzhou City, the entire Milky Way is the Luo family's here. Anybody who messes with the Luo family, no one can protect you. The group of policemen were silent. The leader of the policemen stared hard at the fatty, ordering softly, little sister, let's go, after which, he supported the youth in training uniform. Humph. The fatty smiled as he looked at the scene in the corner of the restaurant. He seems to be connected to your family. Dylan smiled at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled too, seems so. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. The large group of people gathered outside swiftly dodged as a powerful sound resounded. It's the ship of the genius of the Luo family. A 30 m diameter dark blue ship descended from above. As it came down, many black uniformed bodyguards swiftly jumped off and surrounded the restaurant. The boss is here. The fatty's expression changed as his hands became a blur, swiftly picking up all the broken plates and bowls and furniture. Hurry and clear the rubbish, the fatty ordered softly. About immediately, the 4 black uniformed bodyguards behind him, along with the group of staff, swiftly picked up the rubbish, and in 10 short seconds, the entire restaurant was clear and empty. A new rug was put on, and at this time, the cabin door of the ship outside opened, and a curly-haired fat youth walked out and landed. Behind him followed a purple-dressed, voluptuous lady. Luo Yanzhong glanced about. Many people outside the circle of guards looked on excitedly. That's the Luo family's genius, Master Luo Yanzhong. It's Master Luo Yanzhong. Look, his eyebrows are very similar to the leader, Luo Feng. I came to Yangzhou City for holiday. It's the first time I'm seeing people of the Luo family. The crowd around was in an uproar. Luo Yanzhong was very calm about the matter, as the family of the leader of the Milky Way, and because of Luo Feng, even the royalty of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire didn't dare disrespect the Luo family and the surrounding basic-level universe civilizations all worshipped and highly respected the Luo Family. Even though they didn't establish a royal family, however. In the eyes of the humans of Earth, the Milky Way leader Luo family was akin to royalty. As a family that was started from Luo Feng over 200 years ago, compared to those royal families more than 1 million years ago, Luo Feng's family members were much lesser compared to them, just the males in the family alone only ranged in the hundreds. Hence, to actually see a member of the family was extremely rare. Nana, let's enter. Luo Yanzhong smiled at the girl. I've always wanted to come here. I heard it's been here since before the Great Nirvana, the voluptuous girl said excitedly. Luo Yanzhong smiled and nodded. The two entered side by side. Within the restaurant, the group of policemen hadn't had time to leave, hence they were still there. Master Luo, the policemen all bowed respectfully, including the captain. He too bowed respectfully willingly, even though the Luo family was powerful. They never had any bad news about them, mostly just some small matters after all. The legendary member of the family, the leader Luo Feng, had very strict requirements on his family. Luo Yanzhong smiled and nodded. After which he gazed about the restaurant, frowning as he discovered the remains of a battle earlier within. Boss, the yellow-haired fatty ran over. Luo Yanzhong had a hint of rage in his eyes, causing the fatty to force out a smile. Yan Huan was his classmate in school, plus they were both fat, also he knew how to please and flatter people, hence they became friends. Luo Yanzhong looked at the blood-stained youth in the training uniform. Smiling, Yangji, are you okay? No problem, Master Luo, the youth replied. Luo Yanzhong nodded. Leave, all of you, he ordered. Immediately, the group of policemen, the youth in the training uniform, the girl and the other guest who hadn't left all walked away. Luo Yanzhong had ordered them. They all felt like this was a very normal thing, not discussing other matters, just as power alone was Star Traveler level. Within the restaurant. I told you last time to teach him a lesson, but you have to see the circumstance. Luo Yanzhong shot a cold glance at the yellow-haired fatty. Communicating, don't humiliate me when you do things, understand? Yes boss, the yellow-haired fatty replied. Luo Yanzhong suddenly stopped. His expression changed as he suddenly turned to look at the corner of the restaurant, his eyes revealing shock. He had just ordered and let everybody leave, and he felt as though everyone had already left the two standing in the corner. He was a Star Traveler level and he didn't even realize they were there, almost like there were air. This punk is quite vicious. He looks one way, but secretly acts another. Hee. In the universe, he'd survive quite long. However, he's pretty unlike you, is he from the Luo family? Dylan asked. Yes, indeed he's from the Luo family. He's called Luo Yanzhong, my 8th great grandson, Luo Feng told Dylan. They noticed Luo Yanzhong looking over. Only then did Luo Feng take off his sunglasses. His facial muscles moved slightly and looked right back at him. Ah. Luo Yanzhang's expression went completely pale, sweat beading from his forehead. He was completely shocked. He, Luo Yanzhong, Luo Feng's 8th great-grandchild. As a member of the Luo family, even in the Milky Way, and even the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, that represented a very high status. However, no matter how high their position in the family was, to the legendary being that caused Earth's position to rise so much, Luo Feng, he was still but a small fry. Also, the Luo family rules were very strict. He definitely saw it, the family leader definitely saw it, definitely Luo. Yan Zhang's sweat beaded from his forehead. He looked at this man who seemed normal, slightly taller than he was, his gaze piercing and making him shudder. This man before him was the man he worshipped, the leader of the Luo family, the legendary being of Earth. Luo Feng. Boss, the yellow-haired fatty, shouted curiously. Yan Zhang, the lady beside, also shouted beside him. Luo Yanzhang stood before Luo Feng, filled with fear, not knowing what to say. He was only the 8th great-grandchild. There were many disciples under the family, plus with Luo Feng constantly immersed in training for many years, occasionally entering the virtual universe's Black Dragon Mountain 9-star bay, meeting the little generation that were out for a few decades. They had at most seen him 2 to 3 times. Like Luo Yanzhang, he had only seen Luo Feng 3 times since birth. Luo Feng had only spoken to him once before. In his heart, the leader Luo Feng was an absolute being high above. The restaurant was completely silent. Everybody felt something was wrong. Especially the black uniformed bodyguards that stood and stared curiously at the black-haired man in the corner. Why is he so like Luo Feng? Go home immediately, you don't need to mention me, they'll immediately forget. They saw me, the black short-haired man glanced at Luo Yanzhang. Yes, Luo Yanzhang held his breath and replied respectfully. The others around saw that this genius master of the Luo family was acting all respectful. Hearing that cool Luo Feng-looking man say they'll immediately forget they saw me, they couldn't help but be filled with shock. Let's go. Yes, Your Majesty. The black short-haired man and the other bald tall and skinny man vanished. Only Luo Yanzhang and his group along with the staff in the restaurant with their boss were left there, and the initially shocked guards and staff all regained their composure immediately, almost like they never saw the two men. The leader truly has unbelievable power. Luo Yanzhang looked at the looks of his underlings around, holding his breath. My conversation with Yan Huan earlier must have been picked up by him. What do I do? What do I do even? Though I knew that the leader would return within these 2 years, who'd have expected him to not return home immediately and come to this restaurant? Instead, Luo Yanzhang was worried within. Boss, let's go and eat, the fatty said. Yanzhang, the lady beside, shouted too. Shut up, Luo Yanzhang raged, scaring both the fatty and the girl. When one is inadequate, it would result in many failures. He looked coldly at the fatty and ordered, let's go back. Nana, you'll go back yourself. I have important matters. Yes. Even though the black uniformed men were curious as to why their master, who had initially come to eat, suddenly wanted to return, however they all complied, supporting him back into the private ship and swiftly lifting off. Earth, Luo family. The Luo family had complete and absolute power, even though the Earth was still run by the Earth Union, but because the entire Milky Way was under the Luo family, naturally their position was special, and the Earth Union was mainly made of the upper echelon of the 5 great countries. Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's old residence. At its outer rim were many groups of uniformed guards patrolling. The guards were all extremely proud, because it was simply too difficult to become a guard of the Luo family. Firstly, many of their guards were universe, star level slaves the family purchased directly, and they were plentiful. Hence, the standards for the guards taken in from Earth were much higher. Even with the comrade status, the lowest requirement was a war god level warrior. however, as long as they joined the Luo family, even if they entered as a war god, they would quickly reach Star Traveler level. Star Traveler level within the Luo family was very normal. Many of the masters have all returned recently. Right, even Lord Puyang, who was in the Qinjing star field, which is far from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, has returned. I heard he rushed in the Dark Universe in his ship for close to half a year. I heard Master Hai also gave up his universe mission and returned. The staff within the old residence were all discussing the Luo family as a powerful family, had many of its disciples on other planets, with very few remaining on Earth. However, recently, they all swiftly rushed back from everywhere. The staff all felt it was abnormal. Luo old residence, within its core, was a quiet courtyard. This yard had a special position within the family, because this was where Luo Feng's brother, Luo Hua, lived. Within the courtyard, Big Brother Luo Hua. Luo Hua pushed the door and came out, looking at Luo Feng and Dylan, who were standing in the yard. He couldn't help but shout out, surprised. The two brothers hugged. "It's been over 200 years since you appeared in reality," Luo Hua said as he smiled. It's been a while. The Earth's changed a lot." Luo Feng nodded at his brother. Over 200 years, his brother didn't seem like he aged at all, still with the youthfulness of a student. "Where's Mom and Dad?" Luo Feng asked. "Do you need to ask? Of course they are battling in the virtual universe games." Luo Hua laughed. "I don't know what's up with them. They actually became game addicts. Luckily they've been strengthened to universe level strength and mental capability, so they wouldn't mix up the virtual world with reality." Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Of the entire Luo family, the most addicted to the virtual games were his parents. He had heard his dad say that during his escape back in the Great Nirvana, he had seen some paperback novels, and of which some were online too. Hence his parents were addicted to these virtual games. They had 100 simulation, and when the game time dragged for long periods, it made it hard for people to distinguish reality from the game. This was also why many rich disciples in the universe develop mental illnesses. However, Luo Feng had purely relied on resources to force his parents and little brother to the universe level. These sort of universe levels that purely relied on resources were enough to buy a small universe level slave army of course. Forcefully creating a few universe levels was nothing to Luo Feng. "Big Brother, you don't know, every time they see me, they get so excited about discussing the games, saying they are massacring in it and becoming some big bosses." Luo Hua shook his head and laughed. "They even said their lives have been worth it. Playing the game makes them feel as though they are experiencing another life." 100 simulation, really exhilarating. Luo Feng laughed. "As long as they are happy. Every virtual game goes for a few decades. It's like living an entire life." Luo Hua laughed. "By spending some money, it makes it as though they've lived for 1,000 eras, playing many virtual games and experiencing many stories." Luo Feng nodded. Life was different. When his parents were young, the Earth was in chaos and they had to flee to escape and occasionally scrape some novels to read. During the many years of fleeing, they finally rooted in the base. However, they had to stay in a rental, working hard to care for them two brothers. Finally, when they reached over 40 and 50, only then did Luo Feng rise up. His parents could finally relax, completing their dreams of their youth. Playing games within the virtual universe, incomparably thrilling and fulfilling. Of course. To play so much, one required money and time. Humanity's stability in the universe, allowing so many normal people to enjoy it, this was all built on countless warriors protecting it. Dylan, who stood behind Luo Feng, said solemnly, the countless races in the universe, with some pinnacle races in war against each other, the weaker races become subordinates or form their own alliances, they all fight for their survival. Every second, humans die for humanity. If there was a day those great warriors all fall and humanity loses, those normal people won't be able to continue enjoying it like that. Luo Feng and Luo Hua were shocked. They nodded. Your Majesty, you have the makings of an absolute being. Dylan looked at Luo Feng, even my teacher praises you, favors you, you will become one of the pillars supporting humanity. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. A silhouette entered the courtyard. Luo Feng turned and saw the long-haired Su Xian. Honey, Luo Feng smiled sheepishly. The moment you come back you look for your brother, she snorted coldly. No, I scanned with my spirit energy earlier and you weren't home. Luo Feng smiled and walked over, quickly changing the subject. Right, when I came back I saw that punk Luo Yanzhong, the way he does things. You mean Yanzhong? Su Xian frowned with some rage. He is quite problematic. The family core is secretly collecting evidence on him, however at least he hasn't done any huge grievous matters. Since you brought it up, I'll immediately send him to the family court and accept his verdict and punishment. Managing a family, especially one that would continue on for 10,000 years, a million years, and even a trillion years. It definitely couldn't rely on one person's judgment and decision, and Luo Feng didn't have the time to go manage the entire proceedings of the family. Hence, they had to have family rules and a family court. These few years, you haven't bothered about anything. Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. About the family court, I'll give you a report. Over these many years, there've been 3 disciples sentenced to death, 37 punished, light and heavy. That Yanzhong punk is talented and improves fast, and his crimes aren't that heavy, plus he is still young. The verdict will probably at most punish him to a mineral planet for 3 to 10 years. Luo Feng nodded. The Luo family rules were much stricter than many of the larger families in the universe. After chatting with his wife for a while and seeing his 2 sons separately, the Luo family held a ceremony that night. The disciples of the Luo family all rushed back from around the universe. Evening, the gathering began. The hall was bustling with the disciples within. Greetings, leader. Over 2,000 people knelt down respectfully in the hall. Haha. Luo Feng sat in the main seat, smiling as he looked at the crowd below. These over 2,000 people were filled with both men and women. Over 200 years, it's been many generations. The youngest at the moment was the 11th generation grandchild. There were a total of over 500 men amongst the 2,000 below. The rest were women. Of course there were many more daughter-in-laws, grand-daughter-in-laws, etc. Even though there were many in the family with only one spouse, the later generations, as they explored the universe more and gained more perspective, were influenced by other families, with many having many wives and even tens of them. The strong in the universe, those with power and status, usually had many wives. Of course, those attending today's family meeting, the men only brought a max of 3 wives each, not daring to bring more. Get up all of you, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, family leader. Over 2,000 people got up. Luo Feng looked at infants carried by their parents below, many of them blinked and looked at him. Some of them had dark blue eyes, obviously some were mixed blood. Su Xian, Luo Feng said softly to his wife beside him, the later generations all seem to have more wives, the number of children are growing too. Su Xian nodded, like your 9th generation grandson Luo Kudi, he has 51 wives, a third of them are of Earth-human bloodline, the rest are all from the other races in the universe. Of course they are still races close to that of the women of Earth, that is our family rule. He has 21 sons and 28 daughters. Luo Feng was speechless. Luo Kudi vicious. The family reputation is growing, and as the Luo family gets stronger, especially with you taking up the supervisor envoy position, being one of the 4 tycoons of the Ganwu universe country, many ancient races in the country would mix. Su Xian said helplessly, these later generation kids have seen much, and naturally influenced by them, those huge families in the universe, some of them marry over 10,000 spouses and have over 10,000 children. Compared to them, our Luo family is still okay, Su Xian said. Luo Feng was silent. This is a normal thing that happens when a family grows, and for the family to flourish, it indeed to be big, with bigger numbers, only then will the chances of elites be higher. Su Xian smiled, those ancient families in the universe, which of them doesn't have trillions of disciples just within the family alone? The number of sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels are uncountable. Luo Feng forced a smile. If his later generations, every one of them married tens of wives and gave birth to tens of children in 100 to 1,000 years, his family population would range in the trillions. The reason why humanity is strong, Dylan said beside him quietly, is because of its reproductivity strength. Its numbers are huge. Luo Feng turned to look at Dylan. Reproductivity. Tens of children. Why did it feel like a sow giving birth, having a group at a time? Mr. Dylan is right. Su Xian smiled and nodded. For a family to become stronger, it cannot simply rely on one person. It requires large amounts of disciples. There's only over 500 men in the family, compared to the ancient families in the universe. It's pitiful. All right, Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. His own generation, Luo Ping and Luo Hai, at least the earlier generations, all mostly had one spouse, occasionally having 2 or 3. The later it got, especially the 6th generation grandchildren, 7th, it got more absurd. Right now Luo Kudi has tens of wives. I'm afraid the later generations will be even more absurd. Luo Feng laughed lightly, and Su Xian said beside him, eventually, it wouldn't even be strange if one comes up with thousands to tens of thousands of wives. Luo Kudi, Luo Hua, who sat beside Luo Feng, laughed. Brother, who came up with this name? It seems accurate that Punk's strength is average. Yet he has so many wives and children, and he's still young. I've seen this. Punk, he has the brains for business. The family gave him 3 life planets as territory. He not only built a few palaces there, he's even built palaces in many places in the universe, nice places to keep his women, having 51 wives at such a young age. I think in a few decades, it'll reach the hundreds or even thousands. Luo Kudi, Luo Hua shook his head. Just using the huge number of children he has, he can win over his enemies. It's an accurate name for him. A reminder to all Su Xian smiled. 51 wives is the reported number according to the family report system that Luo Kudi has another 62 he hasn't reported. Luo Feng and Luo Hua exchanged glances. Speechless. Genius, the undying Dylan laughed lightly beside. This gathering, Luo Feng played around with the infants. Of course the thing that shocked him the most was still Luo Kudi. Luo Feng had a feeling that if this went on, his family would grow extremely huge, of course compared to the Black Dragon, Mountain Empire royal family, or the Jishur family, etc., the ancient families. Even if his family reached over 100 million, it wouldn't even be a fraction of the ancient families. After the ceremony, Luo Feng, Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai sat together as a family. Dad Luo Hai asked, "How long will you be back for this time?" Little Hai, "I'll stay pretty long on Earth this time." Luo Feng smiled and rubbed his son's head. Of the two sons, Luo Ping was more steady and grounded. Luo Hai, however, was more hot-blooded and was studying in the Ganwu dojo. Exploring the universe, with the family's nurturing, he was already star level. 8. How long is pretty long? Luo Hai asked. Luo Ping looked at his father too. If it's short, a few hundred years. If it's long, over 1,000 years too. Tens of thousands. Luo Feng smiled. The time I'm the supervisor envoy, I'll remain here in reality on Earth unless there's a special mission. The virtual universe company sends occasionally. The rest of the time I'll be here. Haha, yay! Luo Hai cheered. Pa. Luo Ping and Luo Hai, the two brothers bumped fists in celebration. Luo Feng and Su Xian laughed at the scene. There were many disciples in the family. The two closest, however, were still their own sons. I want to be leaving to explore the universe these few years, Luo Hai shouted. I want to be on Earth. Haha, Dad, of your guard group, there's actually 10 sector lords and 100 domain lords. Hee, and even an undying. There'll be many to teach me in the future. Don't disturb Dylan if it isn't important. Once or twice is fine, Luo Feng ordered. And you are only a star level 8 punk. The 10 sector lords in my guard team are all recognized by the origin laws. All of them can easily give you pointers. Looking for them is enough. Luo Hai nodded. Understood, Dad. Sector lords recognized by the origin laws. Even if the entire Black Dragon Mountain Star Field put them together, there would only be so few. Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at his wife. My plan is to buy a few advanced technological items from the virtual universe to remodel the Earth. Remodel Earth. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan. Luo Feng shouted, simultaneously communicating over 1 kilometer away into the house. So. Dylan appeared in mid-air. Your Majesty, Dylan shouted. Luo Ping, Luo Hai and Su Xian immediately became serious. After all, this was an undying. Tell them my plans to remodel Earth, Luo Feng said. Dylan looked at Su Xian and the two brothers. Your Majesty is true Yen Emperor's disciples, and you even made it into the primal region on your first time. You are definitely one of the top elites of the virtual universe company, and the company favors such a genius. Similarly, the other races in the universe would too. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai were shocked. The universe isn't fair. War will always be there, Dylan said. The armies of the universe countries. Large amounts of soldiers die every day. However, those are still mostly just cannon fodder. For an absolute genius like your majesty, you are the true threat to those other races with your talent, as long as you don't fall. It's said that you'd become at least an official level undying, there's even hope for you to become an emperor level undying, there's even a slight chance for you to become the mighty universe country leaders. To these absolute geniuses, humanity recognizes your importance, naturally the other races do too. What humanity recognizes is nurture, while what the other races, they have to kill them early, Dylan said. Su Xin, Luo Ping and Luo Hai's expression changed. Dylan smiled, however, don't worry, the few elites the other races have hidden within humanity do not dare reveal themselves too easily. After all, hiding amongst us and not being discovered is an extremely hard thing to do. And also, the absolute geniuses aren't fully matured yet, and their position is at most similar to an official level undying, Dylan said. In truth, to break through that space technique surrounding Earth, one has to at least be an official level undying proficient in space techniques, and even so, these official level undyings wouldn't do it personally, because doing that would reveal themselves, and within humanity's territory, they wouldn't be able to escape. Luo Feng nodded, hence, you needn't be too worried. Su Xin, Luo Ping and Luo Hai nodded. To conceal themselves and enter is hard enough, and doing that with an official level undying to these races, their value is akin to an emperor level undying that's not in our territory. Dylan smiled. They cannot bear to lose them. The stronger the being, the harder it is for them to enter human territory and hide. The moment they succeed, they all become important pawns. However, we cannot get careless either. Assassination, there's many ways to do it. They can use poison or automaton weapons or some special methods, Dylan said. Anyway, there's many ways to kill someone. Su Xin and the two brothers were shocked. You can relax, during the time any supervisor envoy is sent out, if they cannot even be guaranteed safety in the planet they stay in, they would all be long gone. Dylan laughed. The virtual universe company already has a perfect remodeling plan for the planets the geniuses stay long-term in. It can at least guarantee that these planets will be completely safe when they are in them. Only when they leave and do the other missions normally, only then would they face danger. Luo Feng smiled. Let's believe in the power of the virtual universe company. Right, how is the Bud clan mother nest doing? Luo Feng asked. There were two important things he had to do on Earth. One was to remodel it, and the second was the plan for the Bud clan mother nest. According to your request, we've built an ancient castle surrounding the area. We've been watching it very strictly. Su Xin emphasized. That place is indeed very dangerous, even though our slave guards have been incredibly careful and serious in guarding it. The poisonous gas emitted from the mother nest has still killed 3 of our guards over these years. Luo Feng nodded. Bud clan mother nest, it was a time bomb. Bud clan mother nest. Dylan was shocked. Is it a living one with the queen within? Right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. You've struck gold, your majesty has struck gold, Dylan complimented. Not much, I've searched on its information. This one should only be sector lord level, Luo Feng said. Dylan replied, even a sector lord level Bug clan mother nest can produce large amounts of bug warriors, and this mother nest is alive. If it were sold in the universe, it'll definitely be able to fetch in over 1 million mixed elements. However, controlling it is extremely difficult. Catching a live mother nest was extremely hard. Controlling it was extremely hard too. However, should one manage to fully control one, then that was pure power. Even a mother nest that could at most produce Sector Lord level bug warriors the moment it created Sector Lord army with the numbers overwhelming. Even an Undying would have to dodge an Undying mother nest was even more terrifying. Every bug warrior at the Undying level, that was simply a nightmare. Bug Clan. It relied on these terrifying characteristics to dominate the universe and become one of the pinnacle races. Tomorrow, I'll prepare to go see the mother nest, Luo Feng exclaimed. Any time is fine, Su Xian nodded. Be careful, Dad, Luo Ping said. Haha, relax, even if it weren't in the comatose state, I would have the guarantee of surviving, much less now. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Bug Clan Mother Nest, since he joined the Virtual Universe Company, he had been keeping it at the back of his head. His teacher Hu Yanbo had no way to control this mother nest. However, the Virtual Universe Company should, after all, among humanity, there were exchanges and auctions of the mother nests. This was also why Dylan could swiftly report a price. If there were deals on it, there would definitely be a way to control it. However, when Luo Feng was in the absolute beginning region, he didn't manage to find any such information. And after he became a Primal Region member, his authority grew, and he managed to find it finally. To control a Bug Clan mother nest of humanity's long history within the 1008 universe countries, there were a total of 29 control techniques, all extremely difficult. These 29 techniques, some were obviously similar to the soul imprint Hu Yanbo created. However, the soul imprint within the slaves were still very unique. 29 techniques. They all had different requirements. Some of that required an Undying to be able to control a Sector Lord level Bug Clan mother nest. Some required a Universe Country leader to control an Undying level mother nest. Some techniques only required a Sector Lord to control a Sector Lord level mother nest. Similarly, the harder the training, the higher the price. Before I accepted the Demon Node inheritance, I would probably not even have a guarantee to control the Sector Lord level mother nest, Luo Feng thought. However, after receiving it, with my spirit energy amplitude up over 3,200 times, this is akin to many Undyings who've gone to receive the inheritance. Many Undyings end their inheritance at the end of the first part. Undyings able to go there were normally official level or emperor level. These beings, after receiving the inheritance, would normally only raise their amplitude to about 3,000 times. It could be seen 3,000 times the spirit energy amplitude. This was already absurd. With my amplitude this high, it fits the 10,000 mind control technique of the 29. The hardest requirement of this is the need to do many things at once. The highest level requires me to do 10,000 things at once, Luo Feng thought. When I reach the Sector Lord level, I'll be able to use this 10,000 mind control to completely control that mother nest. However, when that time comes, I'll have to spend a huge amount of points to buy the technique. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. As long as I can control a mother nest, all this will be worth it. Controlling a mother nest and nurturing it, the investment rewards would be shocking. However, Luo Feng was anticipating putting more into nurturing it. The best was to hopefully control an Undying mother nest. That would be crazy. However, he understood also that those mother nests were extremely rare within the entire Bug Clan. The chances of evolution were even harder than the golden horned beast. breaking through to undying by thousands to tens of thousands of times. I cannot hope for too much. To even control a normal mother nest is already incredible and powerful. Creating a sector lord bug army, with its combined attack Luo Feng was excited. The bug army could react accordingly to the queen spirit energy and become one body, countless bug attacks combining into one. A trillion-strong bug army acting as one, that was heavenly. This was the power of the bug clan. After training for a few decades on Earth, I'll break through to Sector Lord. When that time comes, I'll train the 10,000 mind control technique, and when that's done, my strength should almost be ready to control that mother nest. Luo Feng couldn't wait. After all, at Sector Lord level, my internal world will go through an absolute change, and I'll be able to put life in. Before the golden horned beast became Sector Lord level, putting any life forms in would automatically be digested, and if that wasn't possible, the internal world would crumble. Sector Lord level. Internal world, it was akin to a human Sector Lord's internal world, able to hold life forms within. The only difference was the internal world of a golden horned beast was extremely vast. Placing the bug clan mother nest into the internal world, who knows if it'll be digested, Luo Feng thought, and when my internal world is even bigger, then it'll be extremely suitable for the mother nest to produce large amounts of bug soldiers. It can prepare a large amount and release all of them at the critical moment. Luo Ping and Luo Hai both went to rest. Luo Feng and Su Xian returned back to their quarters. On the bed, Su Xian hugged Luo Feng and said softly, "Feng, I have something to tell you." What? Luo Feng stroked his wife's long hair. "You should have realized that there are huge changes on Earth since you left," Su Xian said, "and this remodeling completely relied on our Luo family's wealth." Luo Feng nodded. That was normal. If the Luo family didn't supply the money, who would? During the remodeling, as it was on a large scale, we dug up deep grounds, mountain paths, etc. We discovered a few special items on Earth. Su Xian smiled. These items, some were items left during the civilization back then. We studied many of them. However, there's one item that we haven't been able to fully understand. Old Luo Feng was shocked. Earth was governed by the universe country a long time ago. It was only after Hu Yanbo took over later and placed his space technique, hence there were naturally some items left behind. However, the Luo family now was incredibly powerful. Items they weren't able to study were extremely rare. This item, temperatures as high as the sun's, cannot even harm it. We initially started studying it carefully, but we got more daring as it went on. However, we weren't able to damage it at all. This item is at least F grade material. However, it's definitely something else, not some other F grade metal we can find in the virtual universe. Luo Feng was shocked. At least F grade metal hardness, and it's not a F grade metal. F grade alloy. In the vast universe, with regards to alloys, it could be explained like that. 1. The highest an alloy could go to was E grade indeed. 2. Super E grade alloys existed, indeed. They seem to contradict each other. In truth, they have to be explained from different angles. In the vast universe, the highest grade any race can create of an alloy was E grade. Only the automaton race have the ability to create super alloys. However, the living AIs, after they become undying and meld with the alloys in their body, it causes their alloy body to evolve and become super E grade alloys. Meaning, the super-grade alloys in the universe are actually only one kind: undying automaton bodies. And accurately speaking, the automaton clan actually has no way to create them. That thing looks just like a block, Su Xian said, a very small board. That item, where is it? Luo Feng asked. The automaton body should be one full body, not a board. It's been placed in the family's #1 treasure trove, Su Xian said. #1 treasure trove, so it's on Earth. Luo Feng couldn't wait. Bring me there. The ancient families would all have a few treasure troves about, for in case the family were ever to fall, it could rebuild, and these treasure troves. Some were stored in the banks, others in inconspicuous mineral planets in the universe. Luo family had 12 treasure troves. Only #1 was on Earth. The other items in this treasure trove aren't too valuable. Together, they only add up to about 10 mixed elements or so. Su Xian walked in the underground path. The two sides were filled with lights, the ceiling had other hidden mechanisms, all Su Xian could purchase with her virtual universe company. Core member status, only that metal board has been hard to price. Cuckoo. The treasure trove metal door opened automatically. That's it. Su Xian retrieved the board. Luo Feng glanced at it. This was a pure black metal board. There were even some engravings on the surface. The only thing was that this board should have been broken off from a larger piece. The engravings are very normal, Su Xian said. We didn't discover anything special. However, this broken board isn't of any F-grade metal we could find. And there's no way to damage it, and according to the soil around it where we found it, this broken board should at least be over 600 million years old. However, it has no sign of decay at all. Ah. Luo Feng received the board curiously. With a touch, he was shocked. So light. This board, as it was broken before, had 6 edges, the longest with a length of 11.2 centimeters, the shortest at 3.1 centimeter. Obviously it was a palm-size, black metal board. However, the weight was akin to a pencil. Luo Feng carefully examined the peculiar metal board that was discovered on Earth. Rubbing the palm-sized black metal in his hand, it was cold and slippery, almost like touching a piece of jade. Feng, do you have any clue just what this black metal is? Su Xian asked. Luo Feng gently shook his head. Since he had never seen this black metal, even within the huge inherited memories of the golden horned beast, he had seriously studied the F-grade and G-grade metals before. However, there wasn't such a metal within the memories at all. Babada, do you know about this? Luo Feng asked within. I've already scanned it, and the scan wasn't able to get any information. There's no way to penetrate it. This is a black metal I've never seen before. Babada said with curiosity within Luo Feng's consciousness. Luo Feng suddenly used both hands to hold the board. His eyes gleamed, and he fiercely used his strength as a domain lord level 9 warrior. He could easily destroy a life planet. However, his powerful force didn't even have any effect on the small metal board. It was almost as though Luo Feng's strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree. What a strange metal. Luo Feng frowned curiously. Let's return home. Luo Feng brought his wife and left the treasure trove. On the balcony of the bedroom, Luo Feng sat there silently. It was already about 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The cool, chilly night breeze blew through the windows. With my authority right now, I'm able to search for many mysterious items and Materials in the virtual universe company. I've mostly seen everything once. Before and within the golden horned beast memories, there are many other special metals, etc. I've seen that too. Luo Feng rubbed the blackboard in his hand. However, there's no information on this at all. There must be something. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He was very clear. Even though his position was high, just within humanity itself there were many much higher than him, even though his primal region member position seemed powerful. Above him were the emperor-level Undyings, and his teacher, True Yan's authority was even higher than the normal emperor-level Undyings. And above him were the universe country leaders. Anyway, even though amongst the 1008 universe countries of humanity, he was considered higher up, it wasn't the true upper echelon. The information he knew naturally was little. However, I can't even find this in the golden horned beast memories. Then this metal must really be very special. Luo Feng couldn't help but stare. It was a treasure. A definite treasure. The engravings on this broken black metal board surface, why does it look so normal? Luo Feng stared at it. With his vision, he could analyze things through the superficial level down to even the cell level. However, even so, he couldn't find anything special. Since I can't see it visibly, I'll try using spirit energy to scan it properly. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Chi-chi. Formless, colorless, incredibly thin, gentle threads of spirit energy gently scanned the board. Luo Feng's expression changed, revealing a look of surprise. Haha, so it's that way, it's really special. Joyful surprise filled his gaze. As he scanned it with his spirit energy, his energy threads didn't go through the metal board at all, almost like air above it. It however scanned the interior of the board, and he could feel the many layers of obstruction. This metal has a definite effect of blocking spirit energy. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. However, my energy scan feels like it's floating through air with this metal. Maybe it isn't a metal board, but a material that's incredibly sturdy, or maybe it's a very special kind of metal. Anyway, I have to use spirit energy to invade it. What's inside? Luo Feng controlled his spirit energy. Hundreds of spirit threads acted like needles piercing through the interior of the board, the many layers of obstruction, working hard at going all the way in. After a while, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt his spirit energy couldn't go any deeper. I can't pierce through. I don't believe this. He squinted within his internal world. In the vast continent, that mountain range like golden horned beast raised its head and let out a huge roar. Simultaneously, the engravings on the four horns on its head lit up. Natural ability strengthen. It wasn't simply strengthening the physical body of the beast, but even its soul. The soul within the core was strengthened too. Go. On the balcony, Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning. His earth body was currently Domain Lord level 9, and the golden horned beast was also Domain Lord level 9, since they were the same level. The soul within the core could withstand the strengthened spirit energy from within. His earth body wouldn't crumble from the power. If his human body was only universe level 9, he would be unable to use the spirit energy of the core. As the difference was too huge, his human body would be able to take it. Normally, if the difference was between 2 to 3 levels, the body could withstand it. Qi, with the power of origin laws and increase in strength, Luo Feng immediately managed to pierce through even deeper into the black metal board. Rumble. My child, a faint resonating voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Immediately his consciousness was dragged into that illusion. After a while, Luo Feng's body, which was sitting on the balcony, suddenly jolted, his expression struggling. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes fiercely. Damn, I've never encountered such an illusion. Luo Feng's head was filled with perspiration. This was the most peculiar illusion he had ever come across. Unlike the illusion techniques of humanity, they would normally be directed towards one's heart and desires, character, etc., making them fall in and unable to break free. This illusion, however, was one that purely bullied the person. With that voice resonating, the many illusions that were created from it as Luo Feng broke through one, more would appear. This resulted in Luo Feng constantly breaking through the many illusions, with more and more being generated from it, making him fall into an endless nightmare. I broke through close to 10,000 illusions. Finally the endless illusions began to crumble. Luo Feng took a deep breath. His spirit energy continued to search deep in the black metal board. Suddenly words and information began to enter through his spirit energy. After a while, the words and information ended. This is actually an inheritance storage item. Luo Feng rubbed the metal board curiously. These words are Chinese characters, yet I don't recognize them at all. Many Chinese characters. There were a total of 36,923 words. It was a pity he didn't recognize a single one. It kind of feels like ancient words from ancient China, yet it isn't. His consciousness calculation speed was shocking. He had some understanding of the mysterious ancient words of China, and the words from this board seemed like them, yet wasn't completely like it. Babada, Luo Feng shouted. Found something? Babada asked. Do you recognize these words? Luo Feng found a complicated character from within, a total of 92 strokes, and wrote it in mid-air. This, Babada was shocked. This is a word from the Flame God race. Flame God race? Luo Feng was shocked. He quickly searched through the memories of the golden horned beast and found some records of the Flame God race. The Flame God race was one of the trillions of races in the vast universe, a powerful race that shouldn't be messed with. Even though his inherited memories of it were very few, it strongly warned that they shouldn't be messed with. Babada, how much do you know about the Flame God race? Luo Feng asked. When I was with the Master, I had never even heard of them, Babada said. However, after you became a Primal Region member, as your assistant, I can definitely help search through the networks. Hence, with your authority, I've searched up on lots of information and stored them within. Luo Feng laughed. While he was training, usually, Babada would be bored and thus study and go through information available. Tell me about the Flame God race, Luo Feng asked. The races that are able to survive in the trillions of others in the universe are all not to be underestimated. Babada began to explain. Of course, humans, bug clans, automaton, demons, etc. all belong to the pinnacle races. These races stand above the rest and have terrifying power. Like the Bug Clan, it's incredibly united. They think as one, and the powerful Mother Nest is able to create undying soldiers. Endless armies of bugs. Any Mother Nest can easily dominate a star field. The automaton race, every one of them is a living AI, and the higher level they are, the more terrifying. Just their advanced weapons alone can be used to kill undyings. Humanity, every one of them can be trained and grown to be strong, plus their numbers are huge. With that, they can produce many geniuses and nurture many absolute warriors that can dominate the universe. Babata said, maybe in terms of one body, they cannot compare to the bug-clanned pinnacle fighters or the automaton pinnacle warriors, however they have huge powerful numbers. Anyway, the pinnacle races usually have two strengths, one is powerful force, the second is that they have their own techniques like bug clan, automaton and human techniques. Other than the pinnacle races, there are others that are small in numbers, but still extremely powerful, hence they have a definite position in the universe. Their position may be high or low. Babata said, a few weaker races have long become subservient or already been swallowed. The flame god race is one of the powerful mysterious races. They are few in numbers, hence the territory they own isn't big. And because they have many absolute beings, plus their territories isn't too huge, hence even humans and the bug clans, the other pinnacle races do not wish to mess with them, they cannot bear the losses. Luo Feng nodded, from the inherited memories he had. The races could broadly be separated into pinnacle races, powerful races, normal races, and weak races. Humans belonged to the pinnacle races. The flame god race belonged to the powerful races. The golden horned beast race, it was slightly weaker than the flame god race, mainly because its numbers were simply too few. One elephant, compared to 100 million ants, there was no doubt the ants were stronger. The character you wrote earlier was one of the flame god race, Babata said. They have a very ancient history, they probably existed back when the universe was first born, and this black metal board has actually been on Earth for about 600 million years. From that, we can understand their history exceeds 600 million years. But how did the flame god race have such special metal? Luo Feng thought. Even in my inherited memories or with my authority, I'm unable to find any such information on this metal in the virtual universe network. Firstly, Luo Feng, you have to understand that your inherited memories are the work of generations of golden horned beasts willingly passing down their knowledge through the bloodline, hence you can receive it some extra mysterious information they may not leave behind. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Secondly, as the flame god race is a strong race, even with their small numbers, they are still a strong race then to them, destroying a universe country is still easy, Babata said. They are strong and mysterious, with very little contact with the outside world. Every race has their own unique things. What do you know about them? Babata said, well, the words and information in this board is of the flame god race. It doesn't mean it's an item of theirs. After all, there are many beings that actually know the characters and words of the race. Luo Feng nodded. The easiest method is to first learn the language and then translate it. Wouldn't you know it after? Babata said. Haha. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. The flame god race language had similarities with Chinese, they all used pretty similar characters, and all of the characters in the flame god race ancient language added up to only about 10,000 words. It was similar to Chinese, while if all the ancient Chinese characters were added up would maybe be quite a lot. In truth, many had been discarded, the ones usually used were only that few thousand. A few thousand words, forming an entire language and culture. The characters of the flame god race, with Luo Feng's consciousness memory. Just seeing it once allowed him to completely memorize them. What a simple and mysterious language, so close to Chinese, Luo Feng thought. as he began to decipher the information within the black metal board. The details were 9 levels. The flesh and blood life form is mainly the body and the soul, the two are equally important. This manual specializes in remodeling the body, changing the essence of the physical body, causing it to change from within, and evolve. There were 829 words after. The training is very dangerous. Every one of the 9 levels, failure will result in the soul and body crumbling, immediate death. The first level 31,231 words after. The second level 92 words after. The third level 71 words after. The ninth level 1,292 words after. This should be a very mysterious and secret training manual, a total of over 30,000 words. It wasn't complete though, even the words within were missing parts. The name had 4 words, only the 2 were legible, the other 2 were unknown. Damn. According to the details of the front part, there's a total of 9 levels in this manual. After translating, the first manual is complete, the others aren't. Luo Feng held on to the broken black metal board. It was incomplete. Hence, the information within was incomplete too. However, from the looks of it, it held within the front part of the entire manual. However, just from looking at it alone, Luo Feng was shocked, because it was completely unlike any technique he had ever come across. Many techniques used the origin laws and battle techniques, just like deities of the world. It only allowed one to change one's size and condense one's power. Luo Feng had never heard of evolving one's body from within. The evolution of the physical body, it can only happen that many times, from student level to star traveler to star level to universe level to domain lord to sector lord. Luo Feng thought, and only through these breakthroughs will one's body evolve, and from level 1 to 9, it's simply strengthening. However, according to this technique, even after one reaches sector lord pinnacle, as long as they train in this, they can force their body to evolve further. Luo Feng found it hard to believe. Physical evolution, soul evolution. These were natural things that happened at the breakthroughs, the theory and physics. Luo Feng didn't know himself. It was purely the movement of the origin laws of the universe, just like how the universe had set the rules. The soul's limit was 1,000 eras, the great limit for the star traveler, star universe and domain lord level. The limit of the lifespan, one of the laws of the universe. The evolution of the body was also one of the laws. The highest speed in the universe was light speed. This was one of the laws. 2. This manual actually exceeds the universe laws. Luo Feng felt his heart skip a beat. He squinted, the words of the manual translating within his mind. The name of the manual was incomplete, hence he simply left it nameless. The nameless manual. Evolving the physical body. Even at domain lord level 9, or sector lord level 9, one can still trigger evolution within the physical body. Luo Feng thought, this is unbelievable. Many people train till the sector lord level 9 and their bodies are already at the peak, unable to evolve further. Even the golden horned beasts, deities of the world, only condenses the body and strength. It doesn't cause any actual change to the body. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Genetic change. Blood river energy. I remember the moment I trigger the blood river energy, the golden horned beast genes within its right claw, etc. will all swiftly change. Just the right claw alone is akin to 10 times the body's strength. Luo Feng, though The golden horned beast's body was huge, the right claw alone would normally not even be a tenth of its full strength. But with the blood river energy, it was 10 times the entire right claw. This level of genetic change, how terrifying was it? Outside the window, the sky was shimmering. Luo Feng cleared his throat as he sat on the balcony. He was filled with a fear he never felt before. Right. Fear. Even after studying the 9-universe primal chaos tablet, with the time-space scribbles, these are all guidance in comprehension of the universe origin laws. And comprehending the laws are within the laws of the universe. Luo Feng thought, I've never heard of going against the laws. This is simply the undying beings are all masters of the universe laws. They are unable to evolve their bodies further. If they knew of such a heavenly technique, allowing one to evolve their body after reaching its limits, I'm afraid they would fight madly to come grab it. Luo Feng squinted. Of course my position within humanity itself is high. And yet low, I haven't exactly touched the true upper echelon of humanity. Humanity, one of the pinnacle races. Those absolute beings that stood at the pinnacle of humanity had many resources, many of which already monopolized, like the blood river crystals and the slots for the demon node inheritance, etc. Anyway, for Luo Feng, this little punk, there were many things he could never acquire. I dare say that this manual that triggers evolution in the body past the laws of the universe is incredibly valuable. No matter what, I definitely cannot reveal it, Luo Feng thought. This manual would make the universe jealous. The total of 9 levels, failure in every level would result in the soul and body crumbling into ashes. Success would mean genetic evolution. Failure would result in the core itself crumbling. It was very peculiar and terrifying. The next day, early in the morning, Luo Feng first went to Shenongjia to look at the mother nest, after which he told his guard team he would be immersed in training, leaving Dylan in charge of the remodeling of Earth. Within his family's secret room, the empty secret room had nothing but a row of weapons. Luo Feng sat there cross-legged. Pa Luo Feng threw his blade into the rack of weapons. He glanced at the blood shadow blade. Right now my Masha clansman has taken on the form of the blood shadow blade, and the core lies within it no matter what happens. My life core is within the Masha body no matter how my Earth body trains, and even if it's destroyed, I can still rebuild the body. This manual's technique was terrifying. However, Luo Feng happened to be one of the very few in the universe that had no fear for his life. The training of this manual required the soul ball and genetic energy ball as the 2 cores, releasing spirit energy and genetic energy to permeate constantly throughout every cell in the body, causing the soul and genetic energy ball and the body, the 3, to find balance before beginning the training to evolve genetically. The moment he failed, the 3 would crumble. Body, genetic, and spirit energy, the 3 would turn to ashes. If it were a normal flesh and blood life form, the moment the genetic and spirit energy balls turn to ashes, that would be death without a doubt. However, this genetic and spirit energy crystal balls aren't too important to me. They can only be considered as energy. Luo Feng thought, if I fail, it's no big deal. I'll just have to gather energy to reform the body. Exhale. Inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath, and the strong gale resulted in a hurricane within the 10 wide spacious room. Finally, he closed his eyes, and the 30,000 words of the nameless manual appeared in his mind, then he began the training. Chi. Chi. A whirling spirit energy ball that represented his soul flew straight into his brain's consciousness position. A genetic energy crystal ball stayed as his dantian. The three. As one. Immediately, the two balls simultaneously shot out 720 energy threads, swiftly, piercing through his body's 720 vital points. The body as the universe, rise. Rumble. The two balls shook violently and once again shot out 36,000 threads that swiftly entered every part of his body. The blur of energy threads pierced through every side of his body, almost like a brand new channel of energy, allowing the genetic and spirit energy balls to condense like never before. The three formed a perfect balance, almost like the revolution of the universe. Threads of energy following the 72,000 threads, 1,440 main threads that coursed throughout his body. Incomparably perfect. 72,000 assisting threads with 1,440 main threads, they weaved through and made the genetic and soul crystal balls merge perfectly with the body, making the entire interior of the body into an internal universe. A normal warrior would undergo normal evolution at the breakthroughs naturally. This technique's training manual, however, let the body imitate an internal universe that pushed the body to evolve at the genetic level. Every time the genes evolved a little, it would make the body's power grow by a huge amount. Hence, the evolution of the genes had to be extremely slow and cautious. The moment there was a mistake, it would result in the body, soul, and genetic energy balls crumbling. This is simply too shocking. The drops of energy followed the threads constantly and permeated his body's cells, pushing them to evolve from within the 72,000 supporting threads, and the 1,440 main threads formed a perfect universe revolution, pushing each cell to change slowly. Though slow, it was ongoing. Ever genes evolution caused great change in the body. Pa. Pop noises resounded from his bones and muscles throughout. This is simply too shocking, too wonderful. Luo Feng closed his eyes. His face revealed an expression of excitement. It wasn't because of the evolution of his genes, but because of the perfect universe that was formed within. 72K assisting threads and 1440 main threads, the genetic and spirit energy crystal balls along with the body, all these merged together to form a universe within. Luo Feng was purely following the instructions of the manual. He didn't even understand the wonders within, going word for word from the manual. When he felt this, he was fascinated. Incomparably fascinated, almost as though he saw the most beautiful thing in the world. As time passed, Luo Feng was completely fascinated by the perfect universe formed within his body, and his genes were being pushed to evolve by this revolving universe. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Ah! Luo Feng suddenly twitched violently. Not good. He stared wide-eyed, his eyes bloodshot, all his skin and muscles were tearing and his bones breaking. Suddenly he became a bloody sight. The perfect universe within his body was also affected by this. It shook without a sound, and suddenly, his entire being crumbled to ashes. Who? His clothes fell on the floor, leaving behind a pile of ash. Luo Feng was gone. Within his internal world, in mid-air of the vast metal continent, powerful gold energy madly gathered and formed around the core, forming a golden round ball, large amounts of gold. Mist entered and it got stronger and stronger. Rumble. The golden ball split apart almost like an egg, a completely naked black haired man floated within. It was his earth body revived. The manual was right, he nodded. This evolution technique is very dangerous. Of the 9 levels, every one of them can destroy me if I'm not careful. Increasing the safety. 1. The body has to be strong enough. 2. The universe must be constructed more perfectly. The stronger the body the better. If it were a powerful undying, reaching a level of which he can revive at the cellular level, then there would be no danger in this training. Even if he is reduced to dust, he could reform and try again. Of course, because Luo Feng had his other bodies, he had the same safety effect. And the universe that was formed within, even though the manual describes how to build it, it only roughly stated so according to the manual. The closer to perfect the universe was built within, the closer it was to the true wonders of the universe. Then even a weaker body wouldn't have a problem. Universe revolution. Unbelievable. Just who created this technique? Luo Feng's eyes was filled with disbelief. Don't tell me he's already reached a level of which he exceeds the universe laws. The universe was incredibly mysterious. Just the laws alone, there were many kinds, and the movement of the universe, of which the many laws interweave and revolve, it was akin to many gears working together, like time, space. They couldn't be separated. Only when they worked together would the framework of the universe space be complete. Hence, to comprehend this entire revolution was harder than simply comprehending the time or space laws. Just what level of being was this, to be able to create a technique that simulates the universe revolution? Luo Feng's eyes were filled with that of wisdom, almost like when he was studying math in school. Luo Feng could now, through the 72,000 assisting threads and 1,440 main threads, his genetic and spirit energy balls and body, he could use them all to study the universe. The space and time laws, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, these were the universe origin laws, yet they only made up a part of the entire revolution of the universe. I cannot even imagine or picture that the universe's revolution can be simulated through 72,000 assisting threads and 1,440 main threads, his genetic and spirit energy balls and body. Even just the characteristics of it, that alone is unbelievable. Luo Feng looked up at the space above and felt fascinated. Completely fascinated. Of course, no matter how fascinated he was, that was simply it. Luo Feng had yet to completely comprehend one of the origin laws, yet to become an undying. He didn't even have the ability to touch the true revolution of the universe. So he vanished from the internal world. Within the secret room, a nude Luo Feng appeared in mid-air. The cloud contact vine that fell on the floor swiftly became clothes that covered his body. The earth body and the golden horned beast are both flesh and blood life forms. Since the earth body failed, I'll let the golden horned beast try. Luo Feng sat, cross-legged, in the internal world. The golden horned beast lay across the vast land like a huge black mountain range. The golden horned beast was different from humans. Firstly, its genetic energy crystal ball was actually the 4 horns on its head from the moment it's born. It would constantly put all its genetic energy into its horns. Now, its true core and soul was either always with the human body or the Masha body. However, The consciousness required a vassal, and only the soul crystal ball had a consciousness. Hence there's another soul crystal ball within the golden horned beast's body, exactly alike to the human body's soul crystal ball. Actually, whether it was the human body or the crystal ball from the golden horned beast body, it was exactly the same as the soul within the main core. The only difference was the core and soul were connected to the internal world. The moment the soul crumbled, the internal world would crumble and Luo Feng would really be done for. And the earth human body, the golden horned beast and the Masha clansman, even if the three bodies were destroyed, it didn't affect the main core. I'll let the golden horned beast try if it can complete it. I hope it doesn't fail. The human body is only that big. If it fails, I can easily recreate another body and the energy used wouldn't be that much. However, the golden horned beast is even bigger than a mountain range. The moment it fails to actually recreate another body, the energy used would be even more than 10,000 times that of the human body. The human body was not even 2 m tall. The golden horned beast's body was 90 kilometers long, its tail alone was close to 90 kilometers long, its height was taller than the tallest mountain of Earth by many times. Recreating the Earth human body was but a simple dish. To recreate the huge golden horned beast, the energy used from the internal world, Luo Feng would probably have to delay his breakthrough to the sector lord level by a few years. In a flash, a month had passed. Within the secret room, Luo Feng opened his eyes and revealed a smile. He had been training the Nameless Manual's first portion this entire month. Of course he only had the first portion anyway. His earth body had failed 3 times, however his strength had risen. It actually doubled. The golden horned beast had carefully trained cautiously, every time acting according to the earth body's experience. It would proceed a little and stop and wait for the human body to gain more experience before continuing. Even so, the golden horned beast still died once. Its huge body crumbled instantly. However, to Luo Feng's surprise, as it crumbled, the large amounts of ash that was formed actually merged together to form a brand new golden horned beast body, meaning those ashes had the same amount of energy as the entire beast. Energy preservation. Luo Feng was excited then. Right. Whether the golden horned beast was destroyed or revived, it was all within its internal world. Energy preservation wouldn't be a weird thing. The genes of the golden horned beast is much stronger than the earth humans. This evolution is obviously harder. This month, the beast's body has increased by about half. Its improvement isn't as fast as the earth human body. Luo Feng muttered, smiling. Right, its improvement wasn't as fast as the earth human body. However, the golden horned beast was already extremely terrifying and powerful. Raising its strength another 50, that was shocking. So Luo Feng got up and opened the door of the room. Walking in the pathway, he asked, Babada. Luo Feng, what's up? The Virtual Universe Company sent 29 technical staff. My Luo family also arranged for over 10 million universe workers to carry out the large-scale construction, remodeling the Earth. I had you supervise the entire process. There hasn't been any incidents, right? Luo Feng asked. Right now the Earth's remodeling was already in its later stages. Naturally, the virtual universe company's technology was very advanced, hence the process was also fast. Of course there haven't been any incidents. I placed over 10 million robots. even smaller than mosquitoes on those workers as surveillance. The moment they discover any material similar to the black metal board, they would immediately report, Babata answered. How's it going? Has there been a second piece? Luo Feng asked. While he was immersed in training, he had ordered. Very obviously, the piece he had was incomplete, at least it had the full first portion in the manual. The 8 other levels behind were incomplete. Nothing, Babata answered. Let's do this, we'll build search robots on a large scale. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This manual is an invaluable treasure, from Luo Feng's perspective. It was probably worth more than all his treasures combined. If you have no time to build them, just order them, order a large amount of little search robots and excavate the entire Earth. Understood. Babata was very excited. Luo Feng didn't expect to be able to find on his home planet of Earth this valuable black metal board. However, from his deduction, he had only acquired a small part of it. There would very likely be other parts on Earth with his order. They swiftly ordered 1 trillion little searching robots that were sent directly to a mineral planet close to Earth in the Void District where the exchange took place. After which, Luo Feng's ship brought the large amount of search robots back to Earth. The method to go through universe transfer from the dark universe to Earth's coordinates covered by the space technique, that was an absolute secret, belonging only to the Luo family. As Babata controlled the countless little robots that plunged deep into the many continents, oceans, etc., beginning their search within the dark universe. So, a black beam of light swiftly flew through the silent dark universe. Its speed exceeded light speed. Suddenly, it began to slow down very quickly. One could visibly see that this was a human-shaped being. He, engulfed in an ancient purple armor, with only his eyes visible under his helmet. A body flying through the dark universe. This was the mark of an undying. Of course, within the universe, some powerful sector lords from the stronger races could go through universe travel too, but these were rare. Using space technique to hide the coordinates, a hoarse voice resounded in the dark universe. Humph. This is very average. I can easily break it. However, since I don't want to let the virtual universe company discover any traces, I cannot just break it. Then, to go through universe travel, that would take some time. The purple armored warrior flew slowly, his eyes coldly gazing about the surrounding 10,000 li of space. Shook with his gaze. The space warped and changed. The purple armored warrior became a blur too. Simultaneously he kept changing his position. After about half an hour, the purple armored warrior that was constantly moving about suddenly stopped. At the same time, the dark universe sent him out into the actual universe. A large sun-like star, around it other planets revolved. This was the solar system. The beautiful quiet solar system space. The purple armored man appeared from nowhere. The mission has been completed. I cannot delay. The purple armored god gazed at the distant sky blue planet, that should be the Earth in the report. The home of the absolute genius, Luo Feng. Very quickly, another genius of humanity will fall. He waved, and a gray universe ship that had a diameter of 120 m appeared. So, the purple armored god instantly became a black light and quickly accelerated to light speed with his body, vanishing from the actual universe, leaving behind that disc-shaped gray universe ship. The ship's AI spoke. Universe marker confirmed. We've arrived at the destination. 13th team, begin scout plan. So, The gray disc-shaped ship flew towards Earth. Captain, who sent us directly here? Which Undying? I haven't even seen an Undying in the organization. Shut up, these are things even I don't have the right to know. The 13th team members discussed within the ship, arriving at Earth 3 days later. In the underground secret base of the seemingly mundane life planet Walo. Captain, the Earth team has sent a report. Number 9 has as report. The black uniformed bald three-eyed man revealed a smile. After 402 levels of translation along with the characters from that universe. Coordinate, the details of the report are, Superior Captain, it's as our worst expected situation, Earth has already been completely remodeled. Our 13th team has no way of getting close to Luo Feng or assassinating him, the silver uniformed man said respectfully. The humans have always protected their geniuses well, the black uniformed bald three-eyed man smiled. He had never planned on assassinating him now. What's more, killing any one of the absolute geniuses of the 1008 universe countries would always result in a huge cavity. The virtual universe company would definitely begin a huge search and investigation, sweep, etc. Pass the order, the black uniformed man spoke. The silver uniformed man immediately listened intently. According to the order before, invade the Earth and search all information. With regards to Luo Feng, there's currently no time limit on this, the black uniformed man said. Yes. With the arrangement of the mysterious organization, the 13th group invaded Earth. Luo Feng didn't even detect them. Luo Feng continued with his training. One was studying that nameless manual, of course more of his energy was still spent on time-space scribbles and the 9-universe tablet along with the claw techniques. According to his plan, the time he's placed outside as a domain lord, he would mostly remain on Earth unless the virtual universe company arranged for special missions. In the silence, years passed by. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had returned back to Earth for over 50 years already. Earth, Asia continent, Yangzhou City, Luo family. Your Great Highness, Luo Feng, your position as the Gongwu Department's supervisor envoy from the Virtual Universe Company, over these 50 years. You've done some great work. A white-robed bald man smiled happily and said, why don't you tell the great stories so we peasants who've never seen anything can hear about them? Second brother, the moment you get back to Earth you tease me. Come, sit. Luo Feng smiled and shouted. Haha, Thunder God laughed and sat. Luo Feng chatted with his second brother and exclaimed over the past 50 years. It had been very peaceful, the past 50 years he was back. With his status as the supervisor envoy, he would frequently go to the virtual universe network, to Amethyst Island and carefully supervise the activities of the Gongwu department, from which he did find certain wrongdoings. However, against the passionate three tycoons, he was very lenient and let certain things slide. These 50 years, his origin law improvement had been slower. The universe laws, they got harder towards the back, and it wasn't a linear kind of increase. The 9-universe primal chaos tablets raindrop picture, drizzle, thunderstorm picture, each picture was much harder than before. The drizzle pictures 36 wonders of the space laws, he had completely comprehended. However, the thunderstorms even more profound, 72 raindrops. Even though he had some comprehension, he hadn't even completed one of the wonders. According to the book's description and his own projection, the hardest 72 wonders of the space law, the time spent would probably be 100 times or even more than the amount of time used on the previous 36. Back then Lian Luo also spent 3,000 years studying in Primal Chaos City before he finished all of them. It could only be imagined how profound it was. Comprehending the space laws, compared to comprehending the wonders of the space laws, were of a different level altogether. However, he was different from Lian Luo. First, he had the 3 bodies to work on comprehension, especially with the golden horned beast with the Blood River world energy to amplify the origin laws, raising his comprehension and melding by a total of 10 times the Masha clansman. As a favored child of space, its comprehension in the space law was terrifying too. With the 2 combined, he was definitely one of the most terrifying humans in the history of humanity. When I hit Sector Lord level, my comprehension speed will explode. With the golden horned beast and the Masha clansmen and their strengths, Lian Luo needed a total of 3,000 years even in Primal Chaos City. I1T even need 3,000 years in the actual universe. Luo Feng was very competent. The advantage of Primal Chaos City was one had the chance to go see the 9 universe tablet and the universe laws revolving about. And he had something close to that effect, the beast god statue and the time space scribbles. Even though he was not in Primal Chaos City, it wasn't too much lousier. A pity. A pity I haven't been able to find the second black metal board. Luo Feng was dissatisfied within. Over these 50 years, his origin law comprehension had improved quite a bit. But that was within his expectations. And training that nameless manual, his earth body had completed the first level. In just 3 months, the golden horned beast took a total of 29 years before it finished. The moment this first level was completed, his genes made his body evolve in and strengthen by 3 times. Even with the golden horned beast's strengthen ability, it only raised it by 2 times. The first level of this nameless manual was already this powerful, simply unbelievable. A pity there aren't any others. Luo Feng shook his head. However, I cannot be too greedy. Being able to find this first level of the nameless manual alone is already not bad, Luo Feng thought while he chatted with his second brother Thunder God. Suddenly, Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Babada's voice resounded in his mind. There's a mail. Mail. Luo Feng swiftly sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's study in his villa. He sat before the desk with the fist-size Babada on his shoulder. The 2 stared at the laptop screen. There were a lot of details in the mail. However, it all simply said one thing. Ha ha ha, 50 years, the Virtual Universe Company has finally sent a mission. Babada cheered excitedly. Yes, finally there's a mission. The points are quite high, according to the percentage of completion. The highest amount I can acquire is 200,000 points. Luo Feng smiled at the details of the mail. As the supervisor envoy, his first job was to supervise the Gongwu department. Finishing that would give him 100,000 points. Of course, many Primal Region members that reach the Domain Lord level would stay there for tens of thousands of years. Simply getting 100,000 points for tens of thousands of years, that was impossible. Hence, on the day he took up this position, it was clearly stated that there would be some special missions for him to do. Everyone would have points for him to earn. Universe level, they could choose their own missions. Domain Lord level, they could only wait patiently for the virtual universe company to give them the missions. He had waited for 50 years. Finally, there was a mission to do. Time to massacre. Luo Feng stared at the details. It's really hard to hit 100 of this mission, and the strongest warrior I need to kill is actually in official level undying. 100 completion, over 100 million points, Babata muttered. The virtual universe company sure is vicious. When it involves war with the other races, it isn't strange. The virtual universe company is ruthless in its methods. Luo Feng looked at the details on the screen. This was the issue through the detailed investigation of the virtual universe company. It confirmed that the dream underworld empire of the Ganwu universe country's royal family, the Yao Hai family's head ancestor Yao Hai and his disciple Jeffrey, the two Undyings, had their souls invaded and controlled by the Bug Clan's warriors. Right now, the two Undyings had already become henchmen for the Bug Clan. The entire Yao Hai family was being used by the Bug Clan. Over 322 million years, they secretly invaded as the Yao Hai family became traitors in the wars. There were huge losses for humanity. Mission targets Yao Hai family's suspects, under him the 18 organizations of elites that were being controlled secretly, a total of 200 million people, along with the undying Yao Hai and Jeffrey. Kill all of them. The target's strengths in detail. 1. Yao Hao and Jeffrey are normal undyings of the Ganwu universe country. After acquiring the Bug Clan's soul manuals, their powers grew greatly. Yao Hai now has the strength of an official level undying, and Jeffrey has the power of a higher level general. 2. The normal 200 million members, a total of 39 sector lords, 812 domain lords, 91,256 universe levels. The number of star traveler and star levels aren't confirmed. Mission objectives. 1. Kill Yao Hai official level undying. Completion will increase points by 20. Failure would result in a deduction of 20. 2. Kill Jeffrey upper undying general. Completion will increase points by 10. Failure would result in a deduction of 10. 3. Kill all 200 million. Completion will increase points by 15. If even one survives, the mission is a failure, no penalty on failure. 4. Personally kill target Jesselai sector lord level 1. Completion will increase points by 10, no penalty on failure. Personally kill target Biao Ai Fu sector lord level 1. Completion will increase points by 10, no penalty on failure. Personally kill target Tan Bulan sector lord level 2. Completion will increase points by 15, no penalty on failure. Personally kill target Biao Lei de sector lord level 3. Completion will increase points by 20, no penalty on failure. Resources you can use. 1. Ganwu Universe Country's 9th Army Collective Army. 2. Golden Horn Race Pagoda Squadron. 3. Virtual Universe Company's Information System. Mission time limit 1 year. Any mission not completed within the time frame will be deemed a failure. Mission rewards total completion at 200,000 points. Final points awarded. Person accepting mission. Luo Feng. What a long introduction. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at the laptop screen, smiling. The virtual universe never really let me do things personally. If they wanted me to personally kill an official level undying, I might as well give up immediately. The Golden Horn Race Pagoda Squadron. Babata stared at the screen from Luo Feng's shoulder. The details of the mission were very long. Except for the most basic parts, there were still introductions of the Ninth Army along with the Golden Horned Race Pagoda Squadron. I need to kill 200 million people this time. I definitely cannot do it myself. It would be even harder to not miss anybody, Luo Feng said. Seriously, allowing the Ninth Army in will be nice, and against the two Undying. Defeating them would be easy, killing them, however, would be extremely difficult. I'll need the Pagoda Squadron to do that. The Ninth Army was very strong. The Pagoda Squadron was an even more pinnacle force of Undyings. I cannot delay. I'll prepare to head out today towards the Dream Underworld, Empire's Red Dawn planet, to meet the Golden Horn Race people, Luo Feng emphasized. That day, Luo Feng informed his wife and children, along with his parents and brother, before secretly leaving with the Undying Dylan and 5 Sector Lords in the Yun-Mo planet ship, leaving Earth. The Yun-Mo planet ship swiftly flew through the dark universe at 50 times light speed. Within the control room, Luo Feng and Dylan sat within. Dylan, with your experience, how can I get the highest amount of points in this mission? The best is to get 100. Luo Feng looked at the black-robed bald Dylan. In terms of experience and perspective, he paled in comparison to Dylan, and he didn't dare delay his first mission. Of the 4 parts of this mission, Dylan emphasized, the most troublesome is killing the 200 million targets. With so many targets, after all, the moment you make a move, it would result in the groups of targets madly fleeing, and with 200 million fleeing madly in the universe, killing all of them cleanly is truly not realistic at all. Luo Feng nodded. In the vast universe, hiding in random corners would make them hard to locate. Hence, of the 4 missions, we have to be extremely careful about killing the 200 million targets, Dylan said. If we don't make a move, everybody must not move. The moment we do, we have to be like lightning, slaughtering all 200 million in a short amount of time. Understood, Luo Feng nodded. And killing the 2 Undying Xiao Hai and Jeffrey comes with danger as well. Dylan frowned, his gaze cold. Any Undying is extremely hard to kill, much less an official level Undying, and the moment any information is leaked and any one of them flees, teleporting through their god countries, they can instantly travel to a faraway place in the universe. It'll be impossible to find them. Luo Feng nodded. Right. They couldn't be careless about this. Of the 4 missions, killing Yao Hai, Jeffrey, failure would result in deductions. Dylan emphasized, failure would not only mean no completion, it would even result in lesser points overall. Luo Feng nodded. If he had completed the other 2 missions consecutively, personally killing the 4 Sector Lords, and got 55 completion, along with slaughtering the 200 million targets completely and acquiring the 15 edition, however, the moment he didn't kill the 2 Undyings, that would mean a 30 deduction of his completion, leaving behind only 40 done at the end. Finally, the personally killing missions, Dylan smiled. Actually, these 4 Sector Lords are not important to the Virtual Universe Company, but their strength will give you a good chance to test your strength and abilities. Luo Feng nodded. For Sector Lords, 2 Sector Lord level 1, 1 level 2, and the last 1 level 3. Allowing a Domain Lord level 9 to go kill these Sector Lords, only the Virtual Universe Company would arrange for something like that. And the completion rate for these killings are pretty high. Killing all 4 would give you 55, even higher than killing the 2 Undyings, Dylan laughed. whether it was Luo Feng or Dylan. Towards the virtual universe company's request of slaughtering the 200 million, they were only taken aback but had no sense of unfairness or dissatisfaction. Because Luo Feng and Dylan, one had inherited memories, another was a powerful being that had lived for a long time, hence the two were clear on just how brutal the race wars were in the vast universe. Even a few of those other stronger races, having been exposed or revealed in humanity's regions, with no way to escape, they would go on a mad massacre that alone could result in trillions of humans dying. Hence, the moment it was judged that one was a traitor of humanity, doing things for the other races, they would be sentenced to death immediately. Your Majesty, from here to Red Dawn Planet, with the Yunmo Planet ships. Speed, it'll take 16 days, Dylan smiled. Your Majesty should go rest. Luo Feng nodded and returned to his resting quarters. As he returned, he sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network and entered Amethyst Island. Virtual universe, Amethyst Island. This incredibly beautiful island that was made completely of amethyst was the Gongwu Department's office. Envoy. As Luo Feng walked within the majestic main palace, the domain lords, sector lords and undyings that saw him all bowed respectfully. After a while he arrived at a reception hall. Luo Feng, hurry over! Purple Lightning official shouted passionately. The 9th Army leader has been here a while already. Ah. Luo Feng smiled at Purple Lightning official and walked together to the hall. Within the spacious hall, there was a completely black stone table. Around it were huge thrones. There were currently 3 sitting in the thrones. They were Gold Feather official, Black Yen official, and a tall and skinny man, completely covered in green armor. This tall and skinny man was about 8 m tall, his skin was steel color, his gaze cold and his lips purple. Even as he sat there, he gave off a terrifying energy, almost as though he was made completely of endless lightning. No one could get close. And behind him stood a blur of undyings. With a glance, there was at least a 100. 9th Army leader Luo Feng smiled and walked over. Envoy, the tall and skinny man, got down from the throne and smiled as he walked over. The two exchanged glances and smiled at each other. According to the Virtual Universe Company's order, our million soldiers of the Gongwu Universe country's 9th Army will be under your command, the tall and skinny man said seriously, his voice like 2 pieces of steel clanging against each other. There's no subservience, we are all fighting for Virtual Universe Company and humanity. Luo Feng smiled. The tall and skinny man couldn't help but smile wider as he heard this. After all, he was an official level undying and the leader of the 9th Army. His position was extremely high, hence when he heard he would be under a domain Lord level 9 punk, he was somewhat unhappy within. However, after hearing Luo Feng's words, it kept the respect he deserved as an official level undying with great status. Luo Feng, the black-robed lady, smiled. Let me give you a simple introduction of the 9th Army. Luo Feng listened intently. The 9th Army is also named the 9th Collective Army. It is formed with 100 groups, the black-robed lady said. Every group has 1 undying, 100 sector lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 universe levels. The entire 9th Army has over 1 million soldiers. Luo Feng nodded. Every army that headed to the wars outside had at least 10,000 people. And Luo Feng's guard team was made up of 1 Undying, 10 Sector Lords, 100 Domain Lords and 1,000 Universe levels. It was only a tenth of a normal army. It was mostly only a guard team, but extremely important, hence the sector. Lords within the team were all Sector Lord Pinnacle and all recognized by the origin laws. And the normal armies that went to wars weren't so extravagant. An army with 100 Sector Lords, there would probably only be a few at Pinnacle level and recognized by the laws. The army of the Ganwu universe was formed from 100 groups. The soldiers ranged over 100 million. In truth, such a big army, to the universe country, wasn't too big a problem at all. Firstly, the Ganwu universe country alone had over 100 million galaxies. Even if it grew naturally, one galaxy was able to produce one universe level. What's more, Sector Lords, Domain Lords, were plenty. The Ganwu dojo was spread throughout the country. With guidance, the universe levels of the Ganwu universe country would on average grow to over 10 a galaxy, adding up to more than 1 billion. With that, over 100 million universe-level warriors was indeed not too heavy, and the universe country had enough new blood to constantly replenish these numbers. Luo Feng, the 9th Army leader, is from our virtual universe company. He's also one of our core members, the black-robed lady introduced. I'm afraid I'll be troubling you for a while, Leader Luo Feng smiled. No problem. The tall and skinny man looked at the black-robed lady. I am also under the army department of the Ganwu department. If the envoy has any problems, just give the order, there's no trouble. Luo Feng glanced at the group of Undyings behind this tall and skinny man. The tall and skinny man saw that and said seriously, these are the 100 captains of my 9th Army. Some come from the Virtual Universe Company, and others from the Ganwu Universe Country. Luo Feng nodded. According to the details of the mail, the Ganwu Universe Country Army had over 10,000 Undyings as captains, and these Undyings, half of them are from the Virtual Universe Company, and the other half from the Ganwu Universe Country. They were mixed evenly within the army. It guaranteed the army wouldn't be monopolized. What's more, the Ganwu Universe Country didn't dare mess with the Virtual Universe Company either. Envoy, what do you require our 9th Army to do this mission? The tall and skinny man looked at Luo Feng. No rush, I'll send the details of the mission to you very soon, Luo Feng said. Ha ha ha, then I'll await your order, the man smiled. Before this meeting, the 9th Army had no knowledge at all about the mission. The mission had to be kept completely secret. According to Luo Feng's plan, even during the final movement, he couldn't tell the 9th Army of all the plans. The 9th Army was after all only a resource he could use, a pawn. As time passed, Luo Feng used the Virtual Universe Network and the company's information system to confirm all details on the 1-200 million that he had to kill, after which he swiftly made a battle plan, passing the information of the 1-200 million and where they were to the leader of the 9th Army. The moment the order was given, they had to head down and catch all of them. They needed to do it so that none were left. Complete massacre. The next step was to contact the Golden Horn Race Pagoda Squadron. Luo Feng sat in the primal region of the virtual universe's Yuxiang Mountain. Within his own study, he saw the large amount of information on his laptop screen. This was all information regarding the squadron. Goldhorn clan, so similar to the golden-horned beasts named Luo Feng smiled. Babata clicked his lips. The golden-horned beast is one of the space beasts. Of the blood and flesh life forms this gold horn race doesn't even belong to the flesh and blood life form. There were many different divisions of life forms in the universe: the flesh and blood, metal, AI, energy, plant, stone. Even if some belonged to the same group, their looks and body structure, etc., would still have huge differences. Like the stone life forms, some of them looked just like stones, some like mountains, some like huge stones, while some have almost no hint of stone on the surface. From a quick glance, they may even look human. Some look like other flesh and blood beasts, only the structure of their body within was different. What a peculiar race! Luo Feng looked at the detailed explanation, shocked. The gold horn race belonged to one of the stone life forms. They look similar to the polar race of humans. From the surface, you can't even see the difference. In truth, they eat mud, rubber, even their defecation comes out as crystal. Babata said with disdain, even if you cut open their bodies, it's like cutting open some alloys. There won't be any trace of blood, much less the internal organs. That's because they don't need to breathe. Luo Feng nodded. The gold horn race belongs to a normal level race of the trillions of races in the universe. Babata said with disdain, they are simply too weak, and with a huge population, hence they require a larger territory. After not being able to make it on their own in the universe, they relied on humanity, and became a subservient race of humanity, one of the pinnacle races. The universe races could be differentiated into the pinnacle races: powerful races, normal races, and weak races. The flame god race before belonged to the powerful races. The gold horn race was only a normal race. Not weak at all. They have many tribes within the race. Any team sent out by them already has an emperor-level undying and 7 official-level undyings. Luo Feng exclaimed, if one tribe is so powerful, the entire race must be terrifying. When I say weak, it's compared to humanity. Babata snapped, you must understand that no matter what, that is still an entire race. Even the weak races in the universe cannot be underestimated, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to survive in the universe. They would have long been swallowed up by the other powerful races. Babata said, this gold horn race. From what I estimate, there's at least 100 emperor-level undyings. They probably have about 2 to 3 universe country-level warriors dominating the Ganwu universe. Country wouldn't be a problem. Luo Feng nodded. From the information they had, the gold horn race would indeed find it easy to dominate the Ganwu universe country. However, humanity's pinnacle strength was in truth gathered in the 5 powers, just the strength of the virtual universe company alone. Like those in the primal universe, they could easily destroy Blood River world, easily creating an entire space. Humanity's strength was indeed deep and unfathomable. Of course, they are subservient to humanity. Babata said, leave the dirty and dangerous work to them. The good things, we leave to ourselves. Luo Feng smiled, shocked within. Surviving in the universe was indeed not easy. With their strength, the gold horn race could only be subservient to humanity, selling their lives to humanity, acquiring the resources they need to develop. They are considered not bad. Some weaker races can't even become subservient to humanity. Babata said with disdain, they are immediately caught and sold as slaves. Luo Feng nodded. He thought of something. He himself should become a pillar of support to humanity of the universe. allowing the countless humans in the 1008 universe countries to lead peaceful lives within humanity's territories. When the Yun-Mo planet ship was still in the dark universe heading towards Red Dawn planet, a powerful little team had already reached there. Red Dawn planet, a very normal life planet, within one of the stations of the Virtual Universe Company. Within a luxurious, completely gold palace. 9 warriors were scattered within, their skin was green and their forehead had gold markings. The dishes laid out before them all had chemical compounds or gold materials. Ka-cha, one of the gold-armored youths lifted the gold medal and gulped it down, complimenting, "The flavor is good, the flavor in this alloy is exquisite." "Everybody please look at the information," an old voice resounded. Sitting the highest was an old being completely covered in gold armor, revealing only a pair of old eyes. "This is the leader of the humans they've assigned to us. It's also the person we have to take orders from. Kashna, you can eat later, first look at the information." "Yes, teacher," the armored youth nodded. The other 7 Undyings all looked at the projected screen and its details. Luo Feng, the armored youth muttered, a youth from the aboriginal planet Earth, participated in the Virtual Universe Company Genius Competition at Star level, shocking power, finally making it into the top 10 amidst countless absolute geniuses, entering the absolute beginning region. "High, teacher, this punk is quite powerful. Continue reading," the old man ordered. The armored youth obediently continued. "Wah." His stared wide-eyed, he actually made it into the primal region during his first qualification battles, an absolute genius of 10,000 eras. Supervisor. Envoy, he's been an envoy for 50 years without any news. Everybody has seen. The old man gazed about, finally stopping at the youth. "Kashna, we brought you here on orders of the leader, however you are only a sector lord in strength, so listen obediently and don't give us any trouble, understand?" "Understood, teacher," the armored youth nodded, however his eyes began to wander about after that. The old man didn't look at him anymore, instead he said loudly, "From the information we have, this isn't a normal primal region genius. His improvement speed is very shocking even amongst the sector lord geniuses in the primal region in the Virtual Universe Company. His potential is amongst the top few." The 7 Undyings of the Pagoda Squadron nodded. "According to the race internal rules, such an absolute genius will eventually have the chance to become the upper echelon of humanity. We have to be on good terms with him," the gold-armored old man said, his voice gradually getting more serious, like blades clashing. "This mission is our best chance to get on good terms with this Luo Feng. For our gold horn race to survive, we have to mix with the upper echelon of humanity, and their future upper echelon. Everything, for the race. Everything, for the race," the 7 Undyings, including the armored youth, all said simultaneously. "Enjoy the spread," the gold-armored old man said. The elite members of the Pagoda Squadron all began to enjoy the alloy and special chemical compounds the Virtual Universe Company had specially ordered for them, laughing happily. Days passed. The space outside Red Dawn planet was peaceful. Suddenly the space rippled and a blood-colored triangular ship appeared. "Your Majesty, that is Red Dawn planet ahead within the control room," Dylan pointed ahead. Luo Feng stood there. Beside him stood his 5 sector lord guards. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "Let's go meet the Undyings of the Gold Horn." Squadron. So. The Yonemo planet ship swiftly rushed into the atmosphere of Red Dawn planet, activating its cloaking system, making itself invisible to the planet's security systems and the people of the planet. Not long after, it had already landed within the virtual universe company's station there. Within the spacious villa, 9 Gold Horn race members stood there and looked at the blood-colored triangular ship. "This is an F-grade ship," the armored youth's eyes gleamed. He was so excited. His green skin glowed with hints of silver light, and it should be hybrid copper essence material completely. Such a ship, the amount of resources spent on this is Luo Feng, a true wealthy leader. The 7 official level undyings of the Gold Horn Pagoda Squadron all looked on with anticipation. Only the gold-armored old man smiled at everything. At this time, he wasn't wearing his helmet. "Work hard. When you have the strength of an Emperor-level undying, the race will help you get a F-grade ship too." The old man looked at the 7 official level undyings and said, "As a subservient race, the resources they got were naturally far from that of humanity's. Humanity, almost all official level undyings had their own F-grade ships. As for the Emperor levels, millions of mixed elements meant little to them. It was different for the Gold Horn race. Within their race, those with Emperor-level undying power could only then acquire one F-grade ship. As for the official level undyings, only few had such honor and glory." Hua. The cabin door opened. Under the supervision of the 9 Gold Horn clansmen, a black-haired youth in silver armor led his black-robed undying guard and 5 sector lord guards, flying out of the ship, after which, the huge Yonemo planet ship vanished from sight. Gold Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron Elder, Si Fan Chi, and his team welcomes your Majesty Envoy Luo Feng. The gold-armored old man nodded at Luo Feng. The gold marking on his forehead flashed as the 8 behind all bowed, their gold markings flashing too. "Elder Si Fan Chi, no need for such courtesy." Luo Feng smiled and walked over, his gaze sweeping over the 8 others, frowning. "Elder, why is there an extra person?" "Your Majesty." Luo Feng. The gold-armored elder smiled, pointing at the intrepid armored youth. "This is my team's Kashna. From birth till now, it's already been over 100,000 years, yet he's never left home. He followed our team out to see the universe and gain more experience. Please forgive us for this intrusion." Luo Feng nodded and smiled and looked at the armored youth. "Kashna, very nice to meet you." The armored youth was filled with excitement. His green skin glowed with silver light as he said, "Your Majesty Luo Feng, I'm very excited and happy to meet you." Thank you, thank you." Luo Feng discovered immediately that this armored youth was somewhat silly in the way he spoke. Not strange. The flesh and blood life forms of the universe were one of the strongest life forms amongst the others, mostly because their intellect was very high. Like the plant life forms, even a sector lord level plant wouldn't be able to compare to a normal human's mental calculation abilities. The Gold Horn race, as a stone life form, they are naturally not as smart. Of course at Domain Lord and Sector Lord, their intellect wouldn't be lower than a normal human. They just needed to learn some commonly used human universe languages, and speak more, then they wouldn't seem so silly. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, let's head in and discuss the details of the mission," the gold-armored old man said. Luo Feng nodded. They walked side by side into the hall. Dylan, and the other 7. Official level Undyings all walked beside each other and entered. Within the hall, Luo Feng sat down alongside the other Undyings, looking at the gold horn race. People before him, they all looked close to human, only on careful observation. Would one realize they had differences like their voices? It was like metal knocking against each other. According to the mission the virtual universe company sent us, we have to deal with 2 Undyings this time, one official level, called Yao Hao, and another upper-level general, called Jeffrey. The gold-armored old man smiled. Our internal department has already discussed it. We will send 3 official level Undyings to deal with the official level Yao Hai and another 4 official levels to deal with that upper-level General Jeffrey. We definitely won't let them escape. We definitely will succeed in killing them. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. The arrangement of the virtual universe company was not bad. After all, the team even had 1 emperor-level Undying. Actually, there was no other way. Defeating an Undying was easy. Killing them was troublesome. Most of the time, they could only seal the Undying or put them in a comatose state, and truly, killing an Undying was tens to hundreds of times harder than defeating them. This was also why they had to send such a huge team. Elder C. Fan Chi's arrangement. I have no objections. Luo Feng smiled at the 9 members of the squadron before him. If the 2 Undying targets are in 2 separate locations, we'll follow this plan. If something else occurs, we'll have to adapt. The gold-armored old man nodded. There is one thing I have to say clearly. Luo Feng looked at the 9 before him. The entire process of the mission, I require all of you to completely listen to my orders. There will be no individual movement. We understand this. The mission is the most important. The old man nodded. Very well. Luo Feng nodded. Then, we'll leave now. Leave now? The armored youth asked. This immediately made the gold-armored old man and the other 7 official level Undyings look over at him, scaring the youth as he forced a laugh. From what I see, your clansman Kashna would be best by my side. Luo Feng smiled. I don't wish to have any slip-ups later. I want to follow my teacher, the armored youth said. No problem, Your Majesty. Luo Feng, the gold-armored old man, replied, staring coldly at the youth, causing him to lower his head and listen obediently. Immediately, Luo Feng and the group split into 2 universe ships and left Red Dawn Planet, heading towards the capital planet of Dream Underworld Empire. The Yun-Mo planet ship and the Gold Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron ship proceeded together. Luo Feng sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, arriving in his own villa in the Primal region. I need the accurate report of the targets Yao Hai and Jeffrey's current location. Luo Feng sat before his desk, his expression serious, and he looked at the screen. On it, there was an incredibly beautiful jade-haired lady. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, Jeffrey is currently in the capital planet. However, Yao Hai hasn't appeared all this while. We suspect he is in his god country. The jade-haired lady said respectfully. Rubbish. Luo Feng immediately roared. If he's in his god country, how can we kill him? We cannot find his god country, and he can use it to teleport to an incredibly far location. I don't need a reason now. I only need results. I want you to give me an accurate coordinate and location, simultaneously guaranteeing Yao Hai is on that planet. The jade-haired lady felt cold sweat drip down. I know your information system works on a huge scale and has many responsibilities, doing many things at the same time. However, my mission right Now is incredibly important too. If there's no result, Luo Feng ordered, I would have to reflect your incompetence to the headquarters and personally deal with matters myself. 3 days, these last 3 days, you have to give me an accurate answer. Yes, Your Majesty, the jade-haired lady said respectfully, not daring to look up. After which the line was shut. Luo Feng sat before his desk, fuming. Don't be angry, this is very normal. The virtual universe is such a huge power, its information system is huge too, simultaneously dealing with matters of the 1008 universe countries, doing reports on the other races. Assassinations, espionage, they are constantly at max output. Your matter is probably low on their priority, hence they wouldn't spend too much energy on it. Babata muttered. I know, Luo Feng said indifferently. The time limit of the mission was a year. The information system department of the company naturally knew of this limit. Hence they wouldn't be too anxious at the beginning, they could easily gather the detailed information on the 200 million people. However, as for the Undying hiding in his god country, they had no way to check, and they were too lazy to spend too much energy on it. They only had to give the accurate location within the time limit and they wouldn't lose their jobs. As for whether Luo Feng could complete it, they couldn't be bothered with the virtual universe company's information system ability. If they can't find Yao Hai, then they can simply lure him out. No, Luo Feng smiled coldly. Have a random huge Undying gathering and send mass invitations, also sending it to Yao Hai. Wouldn't he show himself? There are many ways, it's only they are reluctant to do it. 3 days later, Luo Feng was in the Yun-Mo planet ship along with the Gold Horn Race Pagoda squadron ship, even the 9th Army's 30 huge interstellar battleships. They all stopped about 1,200 light-years away from the capital planet of Dream Underworld Empire, on a mineral planet. The moment the chance arises, they would swiftly go through universe transfer, not even taking an hour, landing on the capital planet. The 9th Army's 30 interstellar battleships were only 30 groups. 1 official level Undying, 30 Undying generals, 3,000 sector lords, 30,000 domain lords, and 300,000 universe-level soldiers. So many were required because of the 200 million targets, with close to 30 million on the capital planet, of which many were important figures. The information system has yet to give me Yao Hai's exact location. Luo Feng stood within the control room of the Yun-Mo planet ship, looking at the desolate mineral planet, his eyes raging. Luo Feng, the virtual universe company has requested a call. It's the information system. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. The blood-red triangular ship stopped on a mountain in a desolate mineral planet. In the other regions of this planet, there were 30 enormous interstellar battleships, along with a ship for the Pagoda Squadron of the Gold Horn Race. At the core of the battleships lay the Yun-Mo planet ship. Within a dining hall inside the Yun-Mo planet ship. How long will we wait? The armored youth said impatiently as he ate. Why hasn't the information system department given us the exact location of our target? We don't even know where he is right now, and we have no way to make a move. Are we to simply just wait here? Be quiet. The gold-armored old man glanced at him. Await the order, the tall and skinny 9th Army leader said coldly. The information system wouldn't care about your complaints. The armored youth pouted. Footsteps. The 9th Army leader and the gold-armored old man turned. Simultaneously, immediately, the cabin door in the distance automatically opened and a silver-armored Luo Feng smiled and walked in. Behind him, Dylan followed him. Looking at Luo Feng's smile, the Ninth Army and the old man couldn't help but smile too. Seems like good news, the armored youth muttered too. Friends. Luo Feng smiled carefree. Right now, our undying target, Yao Hai, is having a ceremony in the capital planet. Haha, fantastic, the armored youth jumped up excitedly. The gold-armored old man and the Ninth Army leader both stood up. I didn't expect the information system to be so efficient, the Ninth Army leader smiled. Beside him the gold-armored old man chimed in, the probably didn't dare delay His Majesty Luo Feng. Let's go, follow me to the control room, Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, Luo Feng led with his guard Dylan, the leader of the Pagoda Squadron, Elder C. Fan Chi with Kashna, and the Ninth Army leader followed behind. The leaders of this entire mission all gathered within the control room of the UNMO planet ship. Standing within the control room, Luo Feng glanced outside at the scenery of the desolate mineral planet, saying coldly, Pagoda Squadron, 30 groups of the Ninth Army, the target is Dream Underworld Empire capital planet, head out. Yes. 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 There were many head figures on the screen, a total of 31, these were the captains of the 30 interstellar battleships. Rumble. The UNMO planet ship, along with the Pagoda ship, one ahead of the other, became beams of lights and swiftly rushed into the skies. Rumble. The land shook. 30 enormous interstellar battleships that were over 10 kilometers in length gradually rose into the skies, their speeds accelerated and finally became 30 shooting stars flying toward space. When Luo Feng was leading the team swiftly through the dark universe heading towards the capital planet, on that capital planet, it was a luxurious scene. The capital planet had always been the core of business and economy, it gathered the upper echelon of the universe country. And today, a huge and extremely grand ceremony was being held. The ones invited were the highest of people within the Dream Underworld Empire. Second Princess, I heard that undying of our empire is a great person within the Ganwu Universe country, a beautiful lady lifting a wine glass, dressed in a purple dress, was in the corner, softly chatting with another beautiful lady with jade green hair, hence even the head ancestor is coming personally to welcome him. The head ancestor, the person coming must be an undying, the jade green hair princess's eyes gleamed. I haven't seen an undying from the universe country. You'll see in a moment, princess, the lady smiled. The dining hall was bustling with activity. The upper echelon of the empire that had arrived much earlier all conversed softly. A few beautiful women were amongst them looking at the other youths. These sort of upper echelon ceremonies were usually the best chance for youths to find partners outside the capital planet. Hua. The space seemed to ripple. A triangular blood-colored universe ship appeared. First, following closely behind, was the Pagoda ship, and finally, the incredibly huge interstellar ships that gathered across the space. Your Majesty, that is the capital planet of the Dream Underworld Empire. Dylan smiled and pointed ahead. Luo Feng looked ahead too. Looking from space, that Dream Underworld capital planet looked like it was covered in mist. A layer of dark green covered it. What a beautiful planet, Luo Feng complimented softly. It's a pity today it'll be destroyed by war. that cannot be avoided, Dylan emphasized. The targets this time were the official level Undying Yao Hai and the upper level General Undying Jeffrey, as Undyings that could easily ripple the entire planet. The moment the mission began, there was no question the entire planet would be affected. Elder Si Fanchi Luo Feng shouted. Your Majesty, the elder of the Pagoda Squadron, listened intently to the order. In a while, you will bring your team to kill Yao Hai and Jeffrey. Luo Feng said softly, I hope, to the best of your ability, to let the normal civilians live. Of course the top priority is still to kill the two Undyings. Understood. Elder Si Fanchi nodded. Luo Feng looked at the beautiful planet in space, his eyes slowly concentrating, ordering coldly, 9th Army, 30 groups, surround the entire capital planet. The moment the mission begins, stop and destroy any ships that try to flee. Understood. Understood. 30 replies continuously. Move, Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, the huge 30 interstellar battleships that surrounded the UNMO planet ship began to disperse, preparing to surround the capital planet from space, able to block all traffic in and out within the region. Elder Si Fanchi, your team should move to. Luo Feng looked at Si Fanchi. Your Majesty, don't worry, our Pagoda team will definitely kill Yao Hai and Jeffrey. The gold-armored old man's eyes were extremely confident. Remember, you have to open broadcast channels with the virtual universe network, Luo Feng said. Synchronized broadcast, this would allow the battle footage to be instantly recorded and sent to the virtual universe network, and as this form of broadcast was controlled by the virtual universe system, there was no way to fake it. The detailed progress of these missions, etc., all had to be synchronized broadcast. Understood. The old man nodded. It all lands on you, Elder. Luo Feng said to the old man, killing the two of them is this mission's most important part. If we fail, we'll lose a big half of it. We definitely cannot let them escape. Elder Si Fanchi, I'll be in space awaiting your news. Let's go. Luo Feng watched the gold-armored old man leave. He became a blur and swiftly flew out of the UNMO planet ship, entering the neighboring Pagoda ship. Within that ship was 1 Emperor-level Undying and 7 official-level Undyings. They swiftly became a beam of light and flew towards the atmosphere of the capital planet. Babada, the moment the battle begins, engage long-distance broadcast. I need to see the process of the battle, Luo Feng said. No problem. The virtual universe company had upgraded many of the systems in here very well. We are very close to the planet, completely within the scanning range, Babada shouted excitedly from the screen. Remember, only begin the scan when the battle begins, or we'll alert them too early. Understood. Luo Feng looked on at that peaceful, beautiful planet, along with the 30 interstellar battleships about, like 30 moons hovering about the planet. It's begun. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Within the ceremony hall, the God Leader is here. A powerful voice resounded throughout the grand ceremony hall, the hall which was originally filled with rampant discussions instantly grew silent. The royal elites and upper echelon, all the distinguished people of the Dream Underworld Empire, all became incredibly humble and respectful as they waited patiently. At the door of the hall, 3 silhouettes entered. A formless undying law ripple caused all the sector lords, domain lords, universe levels, and many other normal people to feel the pressure. Greetings, God Leader. After which a sector lord knelt first on the ground. Immediately, everyone within the hall all knelt down, shouting loudly, "Greetings, God Leader!" The sound resounded throughout the hall. Standing on the stage, before everybody was a green-armored, handsome, normally looking boy at first glance. His forehead had a peculiar crystal embedded. Within, this seemingly simple youth, was the emperor who opened the empire. Within the dream underworld empire, the head ancestor Yao Hai. Yao Hai. He had the greatest power within the dream underworld empire. Today, I'm very happy, Yao Hai smiled, his voice resounding in everyone's ears, the two other undyings standing beside him, one of which was tall and sturdy with a pointy head. He was the number 2 person in this empire, Yao Hai's disciple undying Jeffrey. Another on the other side, dressed in a dark gold long robe with long snow like white hair, smiling, almost like a radiant sun. Because the universe country's Lord Long Chi has come to our dream underworld. Yao Hai's voice suddenly stopped. He frowned. Even Jeffrey and that white-haired undying all frowned. They looked up. Because the 3 undyings could feel powerful god energy brushing past them. This was an incredibly disrespectful thing to do. The upper echelon members gathered in the hall all looked up suspiciously. Haha, what a crowded ceremony. Hee, the humans really know how to enjoy. Right, look at the little doll on the stage, haha. Different sorts of noises that were like glass being scratched resounded throughout the hall, causing many of them to not be able to help but cover their ears. The jade-armored youth Yao Hai's gaze went gold, shouting, "Impudence!" Rumble. Ripples much stronger than his voice rose from around him, with the force and undying. It instantly rushed against the enemies that spoke to him with Yao Hai's power. He easily discovered the 3 powerful law energies floating in mid-air. They were 3 undyings. What's going on? The white-haired old man frowned. Enemies, the jade-armored youth communicated, 3 of them, very strong. However, they don't feel human. Other races invasion. The white-haired old man began to rage. HMPHM, watch me settle them. Those that dare invade humanity's regions, they are committing suicide. Yao Hai smiled coldly. He immediately became a beam of green light and broke through the roof of the hall. The roof was torn apart instantly like it was nothing, as that green light broke through the roof. A completely black sledgehammer flashed gold and suddenly appeared before the green light. Ah! The green-armored youth Yao Hai's expression changed greatly. He didn't even realize the enemy had already rushed right before him. This huge sledgehammer that suddenly appeared before him had completely squeezed all the space around it, making one feel as though the entire land and skies were crashing down on him. That powerful pressure made Yao Hai have no confidence at all in blocking it. Emperor level, Yao Hai cried out. Simultaneously he waved his right fist. On it was a net-like glove. The two clashed instantly. Whether it was the black sledgehammer or Yao Hai's fist, none had any ripples about it. Obviously the energies were extremely condensed. However, the moment they clashed, rumble. The clash of the two created a blinding light that was almost like a sun. Just the clash alone generated ultra-high temperatures that warped the space around. The powerful undying energies created shockwaves all over. It first completely destroyed the ceremony hall below. The royal family and elites were all shouting in fear. As the shockwaves swept through the area, they were all either reduced to dust or a bloody mess. Shouts of fear and howls of pain against the shockwaves. Nothing could be heard. The palace had an area of 3,000 kilometers. The civilians outside the palace all suddenly realized that the palace was completely silent, almost like even the wind and air were blocked off from within. Rumble. Following the explosion of the palace, it was like a wave, the entire area shook and all the constructs were reduced to waste in the process. The shockwaves held within them undying energies, even the unlucky sector lords about would explode and die from the waves. Look, the palace has exploded. The palace, ah. The civilians of the capital planet all watched the nightmare-like scene, feeling the ground shake below them, all shocked. In the space above the planet, the UNMO planet ship floated. Scan the planet, broadcast all footage of the battle here, Luo Feng ordered. Within the control room. Yes, Babata complied excitedly. Chi. 3 3-dimensional simulations, Luo Feng, the 9th Army leader, Dylan, and Kashna all watched the screen. 2 scenes were peaceful, another was a palace that was already half in ruins. Who knows if that Yao Hai is dead already, Kashna muttered. Yao Hai will definitely die. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Within the palace. The battle began suddenly. The Emperor-level Undying Si Fan Chi had been hiding and waiting for the chance to sneak an attack from the start. Even though Yao Hai fought hard to block, he was still completely reduced to ashes from that sledgehammer. Even his meat and bones were completely shattered. Teacher Jeffrey's expression changed greatly. Outsiders, you dare get arrogant before humanity? The white-haired old man's eyes gleamed like a star. Lord Long Chi Air, please save my teacher and kill those outsiders, Jeffrey shouted urgently, and at this time, 3 powerful energies descended from above. Simultaneously from another direction, 3 powerful energies rushed over as quick as lightning. The 6 official level Undyings appeared at the same time. 6 official level Undyings rushing amidst the ruins. Yet Jeffrey roared and rushed into the skies. Outsider, die! The white-haired old man Long Chi Air roared. Rumble. Jeffrey had instantly clashed with one of the official level Undyings. The terrifying undying energies rippled throughout, causing the already ruined palace to once again get hit by a shockwave. Yet Jeffrey's expression struggled. Chi. A gold light brushed past Jeffrey's waist, causing him to instantly get sliced in 2, after which a stronger gold light descended, landing and melting his broken body, causing his body to crackle. It was constantly melting, until it finally vanished completely. Long Chi Air, before he died, Jeffrey's roar resounded within the ruined palace. Jeffrey would never have believed that Long Chi Air would make a move against him. That white-haired old man smiled coldly in mid-air. Those that dare betray humanity will die. Betray humanity? I didn't expect to be discovered by you all. His cold voice resounded in the distance where powerful undying energies were gathering to form a human silhouette. It was Yao Hai. Yao Hai stared with hatred at the white-hair old man, before looking at the pagoda undyings rushing over. So he swiftly fled. Flee. I'm just waiting for you to gather your body, the old voice resounded. That gold-armored old man instantly appeared before Yao Hai. Teleportation. Yao Hai shrieked, his face pale. In the distance, quietly observing the scene, the white-hair old man Long Chi Air smiled coldly. What an idiot, you think you can survive after betraying humanity with the virtual universe company's arrangement? Do you think you have any chance of escaping alive? However, this time, the other race undyings are really powerful. There's actually an emperor level, and one that can already unleash teleportation. Yao Hai is definitely going to die in space. Within the UNMO planet ship, Luo Feng, the Ninth Army leader, Dylan and Kashna all watched the scene. It showed the battle progress. Jeffrey is already dead. Luo Feng was shocked. So fast. An undying was very hard to kill. However, Jeffrey died really quickly. Your Majesty, Dylan smiled. That Jeffrey was weaker. He hadn't reached the true level undying body, and the one that attacked him was the universe. Country's Long Chi Air. He is proficient in light origin laws and time and official level undying. Light origin law warriors are naturally adept at purifying. Combined with the time laws, they form an incredible power that can easily purify and kill a normal undying. Luo Feng nodded. However, killing Yao Hai is much harder. Dylan frowned at the screen. Yao Hai has already reached the level of undying body, the Ninth Army leader said solemnly. Even if he's reduced to nothing, he can reform his body. Killing him, there are two common ways. One is complete annihilation, the second is soul destroy. However, that elder Si Fan Chi from the Gold Horn race isn't adept at soul techniques, then he can only annihilate him completely. Luo Feng nodded. Undying, those that truly reach the level of undying body, they were extremely hard to kill. Back then in Primal Chaos City, that powerful Primal Chaos City leader didn't kill those two undyings either. Of course, the main reason was he actually showed mercy. However, even so, his single palm was already terrifying. The reason they didn't die showed just how terrifying undyings were. Normal undyings, their spirit imprint and self-formation aren't completely perfect yet, then, killing a few more times after can end it. However, those that reach the level of undying body within any self-fragment, even if shattered, they can reform their bodies without even losing a bit of energy, just relying on brute force and killing them, killing hundreds to thousands of times, they still wouldn't die. It was, in fact, easier to simply seal them. Soul destroy was the way Hu Yanbo died. His entire body was undamaged, however it was almost like poison. His entire soul was invaded, and as time flowed, the soul imprints would fall apart and he died naturally. However, to unleash such an attack, the power difference first had to be huge, and the attacker had to be proficient in soul attacks and annihilation. That was purely energy usage, reducing the enemy undying to completely nothing. When an undying was completely purified without any energy, they would naturally die. This method one first had to have complete dominance in strength. Secondly, the amount of energy used was shocking. Using too much of the energy would seriously affect his own energies. Rumble. Rumble. On the screen, 8 silhouettes surrounded a light silhouette and slaughtered. Ah! Hell! The undying Yao Hai howled as he was surrounded and killed. The crystal on his forehead emitted a visible green light, shooting in all directions. Immediately Dylan and the Ninth Army leader both were shocked. What's wrong? Luo Feng was shocked. It's a soul attack technique from the Bug Clan, Dylan emphasized. It's exactly like how the Bug Clan does it, the Ninth Army leader added. The battle went on. Under the surround attacks of an Emperor level and 7 official level undyings. Especially with the Emperor level undying being Elder Si Fan Chi, who was willing to sacrifice large amounts of his undying energy to annihilate him. This Emperor Yao Hao of the Dream Underworld Empire was constantly getting His undying energy annihilated, his body gradually grew weaker and weaker, until he finally roared as his body crumbled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yao Hai is dead. His undying energy is so weak. He's no longer able to reform," Dylan smiled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," the Ninth Army leader smiled as well. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the capital planet that was already 1/5 in ruins, he ordered, "Move, begin killing the 200 million targets." With Luo Feng's order, it wasn't simply the 30 interstellar battleships that began its movement, even the Ninth Army's 700,000 universe soldiers that were spread out in different planets also began their mission. Dream Underworld Empire capital planet. After the undying battle from before, 1/5 of the entire planet lay in ruins. The other regions were also affected by the shockwaves, with many buildings fallen and people injured. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. In a small town on the planet, one could clearly hear howls and cries. Fallen buildings could be seen everywhere. However, the human body was pretty strong. Even though they were injured, there were very few dead. "Don't cry, be good, don't cry. Big brother, our house is gone," the little girl cried, her eyes red. The boy hugged his sister. Behind him was a married couple. The young couple looked on at their fallen house in anguish. It was very expensive to buy a house on the capital planet, and their biggest wealth was that house. Now that it had fallen after the matter, there would definitely be a new rich owner who would take the land back. Every time a disaster happened, the benefits would be shared amongst the higher-ups. As for them, the lower-level people, they would always be exploited. "Big brother, look," the little girl stared wide-eyed at the distance. He stared wide-eyed at the distant skies. In the sky, an enormous, completely black malevolent interstellar battleship with a length of over 10 kilometers appeared. It was like a majestic mountain floating in the air, covering the sun itself, and at the end of the horizon, there was another seemingly small, but completely similar interstellar battleship descending as well. At this time, 30 interstellar battleships descended simultaneously and floated in the air. Above the capital planet, it had complete control, and was ready to destroy any ship that fled. My God! Universe interstellar battleships. On the capital planet, one could see the malevolent ships everywhere. These sort of ships that battled in the outer regions were much stronger than the regular battleships. Just the energy barrier formed by these 30 ships that covered the entire planet had already shocked everybody. "Big brother, there's a ship flying over here," the little girl stared and shouted. Her big brother and parents turned around to see. A triangular blood-colored ship slowly descended, passing right through the barrier and finally landing within a spacious opening in the little town. The townspeople all held their breaths and looked. They were very clear that any ship that was able to pass through the barrier formed by the 30 interstellar battleships without being affected at all must not be ordinary. The cabin door opened. The townspeople were all terrified as they looked on. A black-haired youth in silver armor, with 2 undyings, behind him Dylan, 9th Army leader, 6th Sector Lords Kashna and his 5th Sector Lord Guards, flew out of the door and gently landed on the ground that was recently shaken. So, a silhouette appeared. This was a silhouette covered in gold armor. He wielded a huge black sledgehammer, his entire being seemed to make the sky and ground shake. "Your Majesty," the gold-armored old man smiled, "Yao Hai is dead." The black-haired youth nodded. They didn't seal off this conversation, hence, the townspeople around staring. At this group were all shocked. Yao Hai was dead. As residents of the Dream Underworld Empire, who didn't know of the royal family, Yao Hao family, and in the entire family, there was only who dared to use that name. It was the founder of the family, the head ancestor, and the greatest being of the Dream Underworld Empire, the being who founded the empire. The god that founded the empire, he's actually dead. No. The people were all shocked. However, they could all see the terrifying huge interstellar battleships in the sky, along with the blood-colored triangular ship, lastly, the black-haired youth and the group that emanated unbelievable terrifying auras. If they didn't kill the emperor, how would they dare attack the capital planet like that, without any response at all from the royal family? The people all logically understood that all these were facts. So, a silhouette flew secretly amongst the townspeople. A low roar resounded within the town. The fleeing silhouette was actually stopped in mid-air. The black-haired youth of the blood-colored triangular ship and his underlings flew over. "Your Majesty," Luo Feng, a clean and gentle voice sounded. "I've seen the Universe Genius competitions. I know who you are. Why have you captured me?" The beautiful brown-haired girl, dressed in seemingly plain and simply clothing, was stuck in mid-air. Her nose was very pointed and her eyes slightly sunken in, her skin a dark green color. Luo Feng and the rest landed before her. "You traitor, my teacher is an emperor-level undying. Before him, do you think you, a sector lord, can escape?" The armored youth, Kashna, pointed at the brown-haired girl and roared. "Emperor-level undying?" The girl Ai Fu was shocked. She struggled hard for a while, but with the space binding, how could she get free? "Your Majesty," Luo Feng, "why have you captured me?" The lady looked at Luo Feng, appearing as though she was troubled. "You only have two paths." Luo Feng looked at her. "One of them is to fight me. If I cannot kill you, you can survive. The second option is, well, any other choice will only lead to death." Luo Feng was too lazy to even chat with her. She remained bound in mid-air. Gritting her teeth, she understood that since even Yao Hai was dead, her affairs and matters were probably already revealed, and she was a warrior that had just broken through to the sector lord level. She couldn't be bothered to act anymore. "Your Majesty," Luo Feng, "you are saying that, if I fight you and live, I can leave from here alive?" Ai Fu looked at him. "Right?" Luo Feng nodded. "Can I trust your word?" Ai Fu stared at Luo Feng. "Humph!" Dylan snorted coldly beside Luo Feng, saying coldly, "His Majesty's prestige is worth more than your life." "All right," her eyes gleamed, "let's fight." Rumble. Immediately, the space binding dissipated and a formless space barrier covered a 100 m area. The gold-armored old man, Si Fan Chi, immediately said with his powerful voice, "Your Majesty, I've already put a space barrier around a 100 m area. This will be your battle space with the lady. It won't affect the surroundings." Luo Feng nodded. Ai Fu's originally simple clothing instantly changed, condensed, and became a streamlined gray armor. Simultaneously, two short blades appeared in her hands. Luo Feng stood his ground. "I don't believe that I, with sector lord strength, cannot defeat you," Ai Fu roared, and immediately, a formless world energy pressure spread out. Simultaneously, her internal world projected and caused the surrounding space to become a black forest world. It felt like she was the master of this black forest. Rumble. The world energy extended the two short blades in her hands, and they instantly became two huge black whips wrapping about Luo Feng. Your origin law comprehension is too weak when compared to the virtual universe company geniuses. Luo Feng shook his head. Luo Feng didn't even want to use the Nanshan armament. Hell. In an instant, Luo Feng rushed forward like an absolute ferocious beast, forcefully stepping on the huge trees and leaves of that forest and rushing straight at the two black whips. Hoo. Luo Feng's hands were as quick as lightning, with ferocious energy within them. It made use of the universe, gold, and space laws that made his claws as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had torn through the two black whips. Claw technique, 3000 space. Indeed a genius. However, Ai Fu's eyes gleamed fiercely, the two blades in her hands instantly triggered the powerful world energy, and endless leaves wrapped about Luo Feng. Luo Feng, however, didn't slow down as he tore through the whips, continuing towards Ai Fu. As the endless amounts of vines and leaves rushed at him, he looked malevolent, almost like the single-horned lizard beast god clawing at the huge palm in the sky. He too activated his right claw. Rumble. The gold right claw was a few meters high. With a beast roar, the space and gold laws were completed, infused within, forming a real right claw. It tore right through the leaves and vines. How can this be? Ai Fu stared wide-eyed. Rumble. The right claw completely shredded her apart. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, and a life core flew out of her body and tried to flee. So Luo Feng flashed and caught the core in his hands. Your only advantage was having world energy and projecting it. However, in terms of origin law comprehension, you are simply too much weaker. Luo Feng shook his head and immediately destroyed the life core. Babada, close the synchronized broadcast to the virtual universe network, Luo Feng said. The battle had already ended. This battle had allowed him 10 completion of the mission. It's a pity that of the 4 targets I have to kill personally, only one of them is here on the capital planet. Luo Feng thought and shook his head. So he suddenly rose into the sky. Dylan, the 9th Army leader, and Elder Si Fan Chi, along with the group of Undyings, followed suit. Standing in mid-air, Luo Feng gazed into the distance. With his domain lord level 9 vision, he could easily see over thousands of km from the many interstellar battle ships. Large amount of universe soldiers were rushing down, while hunting their targets. The entire capital planet became a bloodbath. Of course, they were only killing the targets. Your Majesty, look there! The armored youth, Kashna, suddenly stared shocked. In the distance, Luo Feng turned over. A blurry light had begun to shine thousands of km away simultaneously. The space around it was rippling, with many huge malevolent silhouettes appearing. Large gold bug soldiers flew out. It was a blur. In the center was a nest in the shape of a pyramid a few tens of km tall. It was filled with caves that spewed out all sorts of poisonous gas. Simultaneously, a light pillar began to shine from the many gold bug soldiers. In an instant, the entire capital planet became a sea of gold. Your Majesty, flee. God country teleportation. It's an undying mother nest. While watching the blur light and countless silhouettes appear, Dylan grabbed Luo Feng and rushed quickly towards the Yunmo planet ship. Even the Emperor-level Si Fan Chi, the 9th Army leader, Kashna, and the others all rushed towards the Yunmo planet ship. The capital planet had completely become a sea of gold. Rumble. Boom. The entire capital planet exploded open, even the most sturdy planet core was split apart from just a single attack. The large amounts of universe soldiers hunting on the planet were caught in the fire as well. And the commanding ship of this mission, the UNMO planet ship, was fleeing in panic. That pyramid mother nest, which was a few tens of km tall, during the glaring gold sea of light, it let out an ear-piercing scream. Shah. The ear-piercing scream caused the numerous golden bug soldiers to roar. Together, these golden bug soldiers were mainly split into two kinds. One was similar to human form, about 30 m tall. They were completely covered in armor. And on their backs were bug wings. Their eyes resembled a housefly's compound eyes. Another type was much skinnier and about 100 m tall. Their bodies were bent and hunched, and their head portion seemed to be filled with eyes, with hundreds to thousands of eyes. Their backs had hundreds of wings. These two different types of soldiers were completely golden color. The auras they emanated caused the space around them to shake. With the ear-piercing scream of the mother nest, both kinds of soldiers all roared as the leading gold humanoid-shaped soldier opened its mouth. A sharp, glass-like instrument with a diameter of about 30 centimeters glowed with white light. Thousands of golden soldiers all opened their mouths and extended a similar instrument from their mouth. Chi. Flee. Quickly flee, all flee quickly, quickly, quickly. The Ninth Army leader was no longer as calm as before within the UNMO planet ship. He was filled with shock and fear. He hurriedly roared at the 30 interstellar battleships through the control board. They all immediately activated and began to accelerate to flee. However, the acceleration of the interstellar battleships, how could they compare to the large group of bug soldiers? Thousands of 30-meter gold bug soldiers that resembled the demons in legends. They simultaneously shot out a blinding white pillar of light, thousands of them gathering and condensing in one point. Thousands of powerful soldiers acting as one. When thousands of them gathered into one single white pillar of light, chi 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 chi, the space around the area shook violently, instantly exploding apart, revealing a terrifying maelstrom within the space, with all sorts of broken space fragments, layers upon layers of disorderly space was flowing around madly, simultaneously. As that target point at the center, the shaken universe space around fell like dominoes, expanding in all directions in an instant. It was almost like a supernova explosion. Rumble. It created a blinding huge ball of light with a diameter of tens of thousands of km. The slow accelerating interstellar battleships were like 30 little ships amidst a storm. They were instantly swallowed by the huge light ball, completely vanishing from vision. Following closely, this was a huge ball of light that was even larger than a star. The violent shockwaves shot in all directions. Only then did the ear-piercing scream truly sound. Rumble. The universe shook. Space tore apart. It was almost like an apocalypse. In the light ball that shot in all directions, the 30 interstellar battle ships shook within, almost like playthings, flying all over as the shockwaves threw them about. So, amidst the countless shockwaves, a blood-colored triangular ship seemed to brave the winds and billows, flying right out within the UNMO planet ship. No, the Ninth Army leader's expression was ugly as he stared behind the external simulator allowed him to easily see the 30 enormous interstellar Battleships rolling about like playthings. This is too terrifying, the armored youth, Kashna stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng grit his teeth. Simply too terrifying. Just one combined attack, it actually caused mass destruction within an area. With a diameter of tens of thousands of km. As for the shockwaves, they reached out even further. What terrifying power! Some normal planets didn't even have a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Even a star, their diameters hardly ever exceeded 10,000 kilometers. With such power, who could block it? The gold-armored elder, Si Fan Chi, quickly roared, quickly flee. Another team of thousands of undying bug soldiers are chasing. Undying bug soldiers. Luo Feng turned. From the external simulator, Luo Feng could see the blur of thousands of golden bug soldiers rushing from behind the UNMO planet ship. They were about 100 m tall, filled with eyes all over. They were hunched with hundreds of wings on their back. All their eyes were fixed on the fleeing UNMO planet ship. These gold bug soldiers had speeds that weren't slower than the UNMO planet ship at all. Undying level, they could enter universe travel with just their bodies. Universe travel, countdown. Babata's voice resounded within the ship. Don't do it. The gold-armored elder, Si Fan Chi, roared, it's no use, within the dark universe, they are even faster when the undying bugs give chase. Before we hit maximum speed, their instantaneous acceleration far exceeds the ship's. Then what do we do? Dylan roared, old man, quickly think of something. Quickly. Luo Feng looked at the group of malevolent gold bug soldiers that was closing in fast. He was panicking too. The legendary undying bug soldiers. In an instant there were thousands of them. What kind of terrifying power was this? Thousands of them combining their attacks. Even an emperor-level undying would have to flee. Don't do anything, leave it to me. The gold-armored elder roared softly. Simultaneously, he vanished from the control room. Luo Feng's expression changed. It's teleportation, he's already outside of the ship. Dylan communicated. Don't resist, I'll absorb all of you into my world. Elder Si Fan Chi's serious voice resounded within everyone's mind in the UNMO planet ship. So the entire UNMO planet ship vanished in mid-air, leaving behind only the gold-armored elder. Repulsive bug clan. The elder stood in space, looking back at the thousands of bug soldiers swiftly rushing at him, his eyes filled with hatred. The next time we meet in the outer region wars, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am. Wah. The thousands of gold bug soldiers saw that the human ship had vanished. They were like humans, all of them had a full body of eyes that shot out gold threads that extended throughout and condensed about the space. Elder Si Fan Chi, who was preparing to teleport again, felt the universe space about condense, immediately grit his teeth. Bastard. Elder Si Fan Chi roared. So he accelerated fiercely. Very quickly, he almost reached light speed. The space around him rippled, and he entered the dark universe. Wah. The thousands of golden bug soldiers accelerated again and reached light speed. The surrounding space rippled, and they all entered the dark universe. Within the world, the UNMO planet had slowed down and stopped in the spacious sky above a forest. Within the control room, the group was silent for a while. Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lord guards, the 7 official level undyings of the Pagoda Squadron, and the 9th Army leader, this group of survivors' hearts were all still in suspense. This was because everyone was clear they were only In Elder Si Fanchi's world, the moment he died, they would all be killed. Can he escape? Can Elder Si Fanchi escape from the bug soldiers? Luo Feng looked at Dylan. No idea. Dylan shook his head. Definitely no problem. My teacher has incredibly strong power, the armored youth Kashna shouted. Beside him, the tall and skinny Ninth Army leader said solemnly, Undying Bug Clan Mother Nest, they belong to the upper echelon of the Bug Clan. Everyone of them is incredibly terrifying in the outer regions. Every time one of them appears, it's a nightmare. Bated breaths. Suffocating. The group within the control room were all silently awaiting their fates. The thing they were most worried about right now was the world collapsing. That would indicate the death of Elder Si Fanchi, and when the world was destroyed, they would be revealed. When that happened, this group of absolute warriors against that undying Bug Clan Mother Nest would have no resistance at all. So, the Yunmo planet ship vanished from the world. When it reappeared, Luo Feng and the rest could see ahead clearly. It was an endless snowstorm. This is a mineral planet with low temperatures. A familiar voice resounded. Luo Feng, the Ninth Army leader, Dylan, and the others all turned to look. The gold-armored elder suddenly appeared within the control room. This was the terrifying power of teleportation. It wasn't simply extremely fast movement. Fast movement wasn't enough to break through the defense of the Yunmo planet ship. However, during teleportation, no mountain or wall could block it. Of course, even amongst the Emperor-level Undying, only few had the ability to do it. Teacher. Elder. It was an uproar of celebration within the control room. Luo Feng looked at the gold-armored elder and bowed. Elder Si Fanchi, thank you for saving our lives. It's my duty. The elder's eyes were somewhat fatigued, smiling. That bunch of repulsive bugs are really hard to deal with. Luckily, I'm proficient in the space laws and escaping. In terms of space law attacks, I may be weaker. However, I definitely have a guarantee in fleeing after dizzying amounts of universe travel and being chased through thousands of galaxies. I managed to shake them off. Space laws, they could be split into many sides. Teleportation belonged to the ultimate of one side. Teacher, you are hurt. The armored youth Kashna stared at the elder's armor. Shocked. Elder Si Fanchi had a tear. I was hit once while fleeing. He shook his head. Those repulsive bugs, they all have undying level strength even though they don't have their own intellect, and take all orders from the Queen. If it were 1v1, they are much weaker than a true undying. However, with thousands of them combined, they far exceed the combined forces of thousands of true undyings. They are indeed terrifying. Within the Yunmo planet control room, when they heard what Elder Si Fanchi said, they were all silent. Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the scene of what happened on the capital planet when the Mother Nest and the large amount of bug soldiers first appeared. Just the energy released by the close to 10,000 undyings, it immediately caused the entire planet to explode. Destroying an entire planet was an extremely hard thing to do. Even though at Sector Lord level, one move could cause mass extinction on a life planet, that was only destruction on the surface. The planet itself would still survive. As for an undying, they too needed to put all their energy in one strike to be able to destroy a planet. And there were simply too many bug soldiers. With all of them gathered, just the energy that erupted from them created that shocking effect. Just now, that one move actually destroyed an area with a diameter of 10,000 km, Luo Feng emphasized. It was very strong. Dylan said softly, even if they coordinated well, for thousands of Undying to accurately and simultaneously attack, making all of them precisely gather at one point. None of them can have even a little bit of error even if done well. Out of 10,000 times, maybe one would succeed. However, the moment it does with the attack of thousands of Undying, it would cause a maelstrom in the space itself. The power would be devastating. This would be akin to a universe night. The crowd nodded, all still reeling from before. The first thing is their consciousness has to be one, Elder Si Fanchi said solemnly. Second, they are not afraid of death, and third, with the Bug Clan Mother Nest controlling them through her consciousness, thousands of Bug Clan soldiers are able to unleash incredible law-infused attacks, just like when they were chasing me. They condensed the space around me, making me unable to teleport. Teleportation was like a fish swimming in water. With the space condensed, it was like turning the water to ice. Naturally, the fish cannot swim. They even know origin law attacks, the armored youth Kashna said with shock. Of course, the Ninth Army leader smiled coldly. The Bug Clan, as a pinnacle race like ours, they are one of the races with the biggest population, and also one that has the smallest population. If we count those soldiers without direction, then their numbers would be endless. If we don't, just counting the highly intelligent Mother Nest Queens, then there would only be those few. Even the most normal Mother Nest Queen, at pinnacle maturity, they too would be Sector Lord level and would be able to produce large amounts of Sector Lord soldiers, the Ninth Army leader said. Much less the Undying Mother Nest. Even if Emperor-level Undyings encountered it, they would fall if they weren't careful. The Mother Nest Queen is highly intelligent. Its consciousness and mental capabilities are very strong. It can individually control countless soldiers, even doing precise combined attacks. Hence, you can imagine how powerful it really is. The Bug Clan all have soul imprints, one of the pinnacle races of the universe. Any queen is a master of soul techniques. This is also why it's so hard to control a Mother Nest Queen. The Ninth Army leader smiled. And the most pinnacle of beings in the Bug Clan, any one of them, if they used a soul invasion technique, all of us would probably be controlled and be unable to flee. The armored youth Kashna blinked. That powerful. Everyone else glanced at him. Even the 7 official level Undyings of the Pagoda Squadron felt disgraced. Luo Feng too glanced at him without speaking. In regards to the power of the Bug Clan, his golden-horned beast inherited memories had detailed records of it. A large part of his memories described the Bug Clan as there were simply too much on it. Luo Feng had only browsed through the basic information. However, even so, that was enough to make Luo Feng feel shock and fear. The Bug Clan. Even the golden-horned beast race didn't dare mess with it, especially certain core areas of the Bug Clan. There lay endless seas of bug soldiers. It would easily make any warrior lose confidence. How did the Mother Nest come here? How could it dare to come here? Luo Feng frowned. Aren't they afraid the warriors of Earth would head over and kill it? Some of the absolute warriors of the virtual universe company can completely teleport through their god countries over and come kill it, and if the Mother Nest were to teleport through its god country away, it would be a good chance to confirm the location of its god country. Once that's done, it would be killed without a doubt. Your Majesty. The gold-armored elder's voice was like metal clanging. Yao Hao and Jeffrey were controlled by their souls. They may have been controlled by that mother nest from before. Once they were killed, it immediately found out and hence brought its elites and teleported over to exact its revenge. As to why it dared to, I guess that it didn't use its own god country, but through one of the Undying's god country. That way, even if it met the absolute beings of humanity, the queen could still take the mother nest with its soldiers and escape. Even if humans discovered the god country, it would only be that of the controlled Undying, which is not a threat at all to the queen. With the Undyings it controls as the stepping board, it can very safely and swiftly escape back to the Bug Clan region. The warriors of Earth naturally wouldn't dare invade there. Luo Feng nodded when he heard this, after which he asked, curiously, then, are there no threats to it? Humanity will just allow it to continue on killing. Of course there are dangers. The gold-armored old man laughed. The powerful beings of humanity will leave markers throughout humanity's territories. The moment a big threat like the Bug Clan mother nest appears at one spot, those beings would immediately teleport over with their overwhelming power. They would kill the mother nest. Of course, killing it would be somewhat difficult. However, even if they don't kill it, they would have a guarantee of killing a large amount of Undying bug soldiers. After all, creating an Undying bug soldier is not easy. The gold-armored elder shook his head and smiled. That queen before had to dig up a lot of her army just to come over. After a while, the atmosphere within the control room had lightened a little. The mother nest, which was an extremely dangerous threat, had made the group not want to discuss it any further. After all, against such a being, one at least had to be Emperor-level Undying to fight back. Ninth Army Leader, how's the situation with the army? Luo Feng looked at the Ninth Army Leader. I'm currently contacting the other Undyings, controlling the 30 interstellar battleships through the virtual universe. The Ninth Army Leader was obviously affected. His voice was hoarse. Right now the situation isn't fully confirmed, Your Majesty. Luo Feng, please wait a while as I check with the other Undyings. The report will be out soon, and I'll relay it to you after which, he closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. How is it? Luo Feng asked. The losses are huge. His face was ashen when the mother nest and Undying army first appeared through the god country. The energy that erupted from them caused the entire capital planet to explode. The large amounts of universe level, domain lord level, and few sector lords engaged in the mission all died instantly. Luo Feng was silent. During that first explosion, it wasn't just the large amount of soldiers that died, even all the countless innocent civilians all died. Over 10 billion people just died like that. And after that, when the mother nest ordered the combined attack, causing a maelstrom in space and explosions within the fabric of space itself, an area with a diameter of 10 million kilometers was laid to waste. Those lucky few sector lords that dodged the first shockwave, at least those still outside the ships. When this second wave hit, they were all definitely killed, the Ninth Army Leader said. Even those that were in the interstellar battleships initially, and those universe soldiers fast enough to return to them. The Ninth Army Leader shook his head when the second wave of shockwaves hit, amidst the explosions in space and maelstrom. Even normal Undyings would die from such a hit, even those hiding within the ships. Just the tremors from the powerful shockwaves alone caused a large amount of universe-level soldiers to be reduced to heaps of flesh, dying instantly. The domain lords may be heavily injured, but their life cores didn't break, just wounded. All 30 interstellar battleships all escaped via universe travel. No one chased them. The mother nest was probably aiming for us leaders. In summary, 30 interstellar battleships, 28 undyings, 1,923 sector lords, 5,990 domain lords and 0 universe-level soldiers survived. The Ninth Army leader's face was ashen as he reported. This report made Luo Feng go silent for quite a while. Heavy losses. 30 interstellar battleships. They originally had 30 undyings, 3,000 sector lords, 30,000 domain lords, and 300,000 universe-level soldiers. However, from that one attack, all the universe-level soldiers died from the subsequent shockwaves. Even those hiding within the ships, they were still killed by the space maelstrom and fabric explosions. As very few of the targets were sector lords, they didn't really need to head out, so, other than a small team, large amounts of sector lords stayed within their ships. Hence, more than half of them survived. As most of the domain lords were sent out to hunt the targets, hence only about 1/5 of them survived. Universe level, all dead. How did we lose the 2 undyings? Dylan asked. According to the survivors, when the 30 interstellar battleships were in the space above the planet, a large amount of universe soldiers were hunting the targets. There were 2 undyings that left the ships too. The Ninth Army leader sighed when the Bug Clan mother nest teleported over. As we have too many strong warriors gathered here, it first attacked those 2 undyings. Everybody nodded. They were indeed the most number of powerful warriors here. The Ninth Army leader, the 7 official level undyings of the Pagoda Squadron, Long Chi Air. Dylan, the Emperor level, Si Fan Chi. This power, even if the Bug Clan mother nest sent out an army and the 2 of them clashed, many of the Bug soldiers would be sacrificed before they could kill all of them. Hence, to instantly attack this group here with soul techniques wasn't realistic at all. This mission, Luo Feng forced a smile. Ninth Army leader Luo Feng suddenly thought of the other 70 army groups, asking, how's the result of the other 70 groups engaged in their hunting missions? Please wait a while. The Ninth Army leader closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the virtual universe network, communicating with the 70 undying commanders. After a while, he opened his eyes. Things are still okay. He looked at Luo Feng. There haven't been any big problems with the other 70 groups on their missions. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. With countless people instantly lost before him, and not even 10,000 people left from the original army of 300,000, it was indeed a huge stress on Luo Feng, especially the countless civilians who originally lived peacefully there. They were all gone now. This made Luo Feng shudder from within. If today's tragedy had happened on Earth instead, what would he do? This was war. The race wars. In front of the race wars, especially the absolute beings that dominated the universe, any one of them had terrifying strength, enough to destroy a planet. It was simply a plaything to them. I definitely have to become an absolute warrior. When that time comes, I'll become the upper echelon of the virtual universe company and become one of the true top people in the 1008 universe countries. That way, I can truly protect the Earth. I will even be able to place many of Earth's people inside my God country. Luo Feng had many thoughts. This made his resolve even stronger. Humans, their resolve was dependent on their dreams and targets. Their resolve was also a form of their willpower. Constantly reflecting on oneself and strengthening oneself only through this would Luo Feng's willpower keep getting stronger and even more unwavering. No big problems. Luo Feng frowned at the Ninth Army leader. You mean there's some small problems? He nodded. The other 3 sector lords weren't caught alive, Luo Feng asked. Even though the mission required him to personally kill 4 sector lords, which would give him 55 of completion, he had only just killed 1 AI Fu before. The other 3 were on other planets, hence in the plan, he had arranged for the people of the Ninth Army to capture the other 3. The 3 sector lords have already been caught alive, the Ninth Army leader said. And over 90 million of the targets, separated into 368 planets according to their strengths and number density, the 700,000 army have been split into 368 smaller groups. Luo Feng nodded. According to the plan, there shouldn't be any problem, the Ninth Army leader nodded. Envoy, my apologies, there has been a small problem within the 368th planet. From that location, 12 targets have fled. Luo Feng frowned. The situation that he feared had happened. According to the mission request that was mainly separated into 3 parts. One was to kill the 2 Undyings, second was to personally kill the 4 sector lords, and the third was to kill all of the 200 million targets. That number was simply too huge. Luckily, he had the Ninth Army to assist him. However, he never expected that at the last moment to have a hole in his net. Those on the capital planet would have died without a doubt, then those that escaped would be only those 12. How did they escape? Luo Feng frowned. The main thing is the mission on 368 planets cannot be a 100 as one, the Ninth Army leader explained, and this planet that the problem arose on planet Mosi, its upper-level management had probably received a distress call from one of its partner planets, hence, it ordered for its organization's members, even those able to influence it, the private bodies, etc., to all take their universe ships and leave immediately, with countless ships flying all over. We had only sent 111 people to this planet to deal with the targets, and no interstellar battleships were sent to barricade the space, hence, we couldn't block it in time. Amidst the chaos, it was impossible to confirm if the targets were in the ships. Even after chasing, we only managed to kill 27 of the 39 targets, as 12 of them escaped. Luo Feng's expression sank, ordering, find and kill those 12, no matter what. We have to kill them. Among these 200 million targets, whose names were on the list. As long as even one escaped, then the mission would be deemed a failure. Of course, the Ninth Army leader nodded. We have to grasp the time. In a moment I will get help from the virtual universe company information department. Luo Feng frowned. Of course we can only hope that they are fleeing to another life planet. As long as the 12 headed to another life planet, they were within the reaches of the virtual universe company. They would be much easier to find. However, if the 12 were scared and extremely cautious, hiding in an uninhabited mineral planet in the universe, and purely relying on their ships to survive, who could find them like that? Envoy, the Ninth Army leader, consult him, leaving a group and living in isolated lifestyle. They are not capable of doing that. As long as they survive past a year, my mission would be a failure. Luo Feng frowned. We can only do our best. Also, send the order to bring the 3 captured sector lords to Red Dawn Planet. Red Dawn Planet was also the gathering spot between Luo Feng and the Gold Horn Race Pagoda Squadron. Within a large hall of Red Dawn planet. Luo Feng, Elder, Si Fan Chi, Dylan and the Ninth Army leader, along with others, stood within. Your Majesty. An undying from the Ninth Army bowed respectfully at Luo Feng, the three-sector. Lords have been locked up within my world. Take them out, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, this silver-scale armored undying bowed simultaneously. He looked at the large space in the hall and brought out 3 3-meter tall, wide and long, dark red boxes. The moment they were out, they rushed into the sky. Humph! The silver-scale armored undying snorted coldly, expanding his undying energy while pressuring and binding the 3 boxes. Your Majesty, these 3 boxes are all made of E9 grade alloys, the 3-sector. Lords cannot escape, the undying explained, however, they can still fly about. You can leave now, Elder Si Fan Chi ordered. Yes, the undying bowed and left. Elder Si Fan Chi looked at the 3 boxes, easily using the space around to press down on them. Simultaneously his formless undying energy swiftly opened the 3 alloy boxes. The 3-sector lords were all men. Hell! Release me. Why have you captured me? The 3 all had different reactions. However, when they felt the powerful auras from the group before them, confirming that more than half of them were undyings, they were all stunned. It's very simple. I'm giving you a chance to live, as long as you can defeat me. Luo Feng looked at the 3, otherwise, there's only death that awaits you. Defeat you. Gusili, Tan Bulin and Leda, the 3-sector lords, were shocked as they looked at this domain lord level 9 youth. You are Luo Feng. Luo Feng of the genius competition. You say we have to defeat you. When the 3 initially saw the group of undyings, they had given up, however. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, their fighting spirit lit up again, but things were different once the battle truly began. Within the hall, a 100m area was created by Elder Si Fan Chi as a space prison. Chi Luo Feng's hands were like incredibly sharp claws, piercing right through Bulin's throat. The terrifying claw crossed and attacked, shattering Bulin's core instantly. His eyes, which were initially staring wide, immediately lost their light. Humph! Luo Feng grabbed Bulin by his throat and casually flung him aside. The lifeless body flew like a stone and smashed into the space barrier, his bones breaking and blood splattering about. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. His bones were already filled with killing intent from before, since he had also just witnessed countless people die in this mission, especially the trillions of normal civilians on the capital planet. It made his blood boil with rage. Last one. Luo Feng turned. Standing in the distance, with a heavy expression, was a 2-3m tall and sturdy man. He was the strongest of the 3-sector lords. He had to kill personally. Sector Lord Level 3 Lady Leda no longer had the initial condescending gaze against this youth, but he had finally realized the most pinnacle of geniuses from the universe. A domain Lord Level 9 could still easily kill a sector Lord Level 1 and 2 warrior. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, I'm not the same as them. I'm much stronger. Leda, who was binded by the space prison, regained his movements. Also, his eyes flashed. Xiao. A formless spirit energy pierced straight into Luo Feng's mind. Leda's expression changed. His soul attack actually didn't succeed. Luo Feng stared at him coldly. By relying on his earth body against a sector Lord Level 3 spirit reader, he didn't have much guarantee according to the Information, this Sector Lord Spirit Reader had quite the comprehension of origin laws, plus he had his own world, and the world energy, to pressure Luo Feng. It was too much of a threat. This was also the biggest test the Virtual Universe Company had given Luo Feng. To prevent the boat from capsizing, Luo Feng had long made the Masha clansman change into a blade and stay in a resting room, along with his core lying within it. As there was nothing holding him back, Luo Feng could truly go all out against the Sector Lord Level 3 Spirit Reader. Along with Void Pagoda Level 4, and my strong willpower and consciousness, it was actually successful in blocking this Sector Lord Level 3 Spirit Readers soul attack. Great Luo Feng thought the Void Pagoda was a defense mechanism against soul attacks. It had harsh requirements on one's spirit energy and law comprehension, and Luo Feng's law comprehension was akin to a normal Sector Lord Pinnacle Warrior. Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude reached over 3,200, even many Emperor level Undyings weren't that strong. This allowed him to finally finish the 4th level of the Void Pagoda within these 50 years, constructed solid and sturdy. One had to know that when Hu Yanbo died, he had the 6th level of the Void Pagoda. The 4th level was already the limit of many Sector Lord Pinnacle Warriors. This 4th level would protect the soul, combined with one's consciousness and willpower strength. It would get even stronger naturally, blocking this attack. You are stronger than them, hence, you are worthy of me using the Nanshin armament. Luo Feng looked at Leda, a dark golden long rod appearing behind him. Looking within the space prison, the match between Luo Feng and Leda had started. One relied on his world projection to form a world, while the other used the Nanshin armament and origin laws to form a blade world. These two worlds clashed over and over. So strong as a Domain Lord Level 9, can he really kill a Sector Lord Level 3? And this Sector Lord Level 3 Spirit Reader isn't like the weak fodder from before. His law comprehension is pretty high as well. The gold-armored elder Si Fanqi's expression changed. The absolute geniuses of humanity sure are terrifying. No wonder humanity can stay in power for so long. Elder, shall we invite Luo Feng to our home and build stronger bonds? A short Goldhorn clansman that was like a steel block said seriously. Invite him over there. Elder Si Fanqi's skin immediately glowed with silver light, a smile appearing on his rigid face. Look, His Majesty Luo Feng is about to win. Elder Si Fanqi smiled and looked within the space prison. Within the prison, Sector Lord Leda's face was pierced. A powerful blade energy entered through his body, and with a rumble, his body exploded open with blood spurting everywhere, smashing against the formless space barrier before falling on the ground. Phew! Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle before slowly descending, staring at the mess. This Leda is only a Sector Lord Level 3. I didn't expect to find it's so hard to kill him. Just in terms of strength, he should be about 10 times stronger than me. Domain Lord Level 9 to Sector Lord Level 1 was a huge jump. The moment one reached Sector Lord Level 1, he would have the world energy and his own internal world also. His strength would rise by over 10 times. In pure strength alone, Sector Lord Level 3 was about 4 times stronger than that of Sector Lord Level 1. All in all, in terms of pure strength, Sector Lord Level 3 was tens of times that of a Domain Lord Level 9, and Leda's origin law comprehension was Almost at the heavenly bridge level 6, Luo Feng completely relied on his own comprehension being stronger, along with his shocking spirit amplitude to dominate his opponent and finally kill him. I've already used my full strength in law attacks. I didn't expect him to force me to use 1,200 times my amplitude. Luo Feng thought a small sector Lord level 3 was able to reach heavenly bridge level 6 in comprehension. He's not renowned or anything, but was just a very normal sector lord. Training the origin laws at sector lord level is indeed fast. Rumble. The space prison crumbled and dispersed. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your victory. Elder Si Fan Chi walked over first and smiled as he said, Your Majesty is only at Domain Lord level 9 and yet, you actually managed to kill a Sector Lord level 3 spirit reader. This indeed is respectable, for humanity to be able to produce such an absolute genius like yourself. Humanity will only get stronger in the future. Luo Feng smiled and simultaneously ordered mentally, Babata, close the broadcast. The moment your battle ended, I shut it off already, Babata said. Luo Feng couldn't help it. The difference between a living AI and a normal AI was a living AI could make his own decisions. Of course, he mainly didn't disobey or go against Luo Feng's basic orders. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, the armored youth, Kashna asked, how much of your strength did that sector Lord level 3 punk make you use? Kashna. Elder Si Fan Chi roared softly, shut up. Kashna lowered his head. As a sector lord, seeing Luo Feng, a domain lord level 9, kill a sector lord level 3, he naturally felt curious. Elder Si Fhe, Kashna's question is nothing. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. This lady forced me to use half of my strength. Half. Elder Si Fan Chi, Kashna, and the others, even the undying Dylan, were shocked. Luo Feng had already used the Nanshan armament blade world's omnipresent level, and that still wasn't his limit. Luo Feng laughed within. He had raised his spirit energy amplitude to 1,200 earlier, still halfway from his limit of 3,200 plus his strongest flying weapon, the Luo Fu Lu board. The moment he used that, his flying speed and flexibility etc. would rise. Incredibly, however, the Luo Fu Lu was simply too valuable. It was the usual choice for official level undyings. Luo Feng didn't want to take it out for this battle. In summary, during this battle, Luo Feng had used about 1/3 of his strength. Of course, this was only his earth body. After a while, within the ceremony hall, a banquet had filled the table. Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lord guards along with the 9th army leader, stood there with human food laid out before them, a few peculiar fruits, meat dishes, etc. On the other side, Elder Si Fan Chi, the 7 official level undyings, and Kashna had special alloys and materials laid out before them. Just like how the golden horned beast ate mostly metal, different life forms enjoyed completely different foods. Elder Si Fan Chi, I'm really grateful for all your help this time. If it weren't for you all, including Mr. Long Chi Air, killing Yao Hao and Jeffrey, wouldn't have been that easy. Luo Feng lifted his wine glass, smiling, let me toast you all. Your Majesty is courteous. Elder Si Fan Chi and the other undyings of the Pagoda Squadron all lifted their glasses, even Kashna did so. Mr. Long Chier's contribution was huge, however, it's a pity he had to leave early. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled and lifted his glass, drinking some very thick Liquid Luo Feng and the rest couldn't drink after watching the scene, however. Elder Si Fan Chi and the others seemed to totally enjoy it. Your Majesty. Elder Si Fan Chi put down his glass and smiled. After we are done eating, we'll be returning to our home and race. Before that, I would like to humbly invite Your Majesty Luo Feng to head over to our Gold Horn Race's dwelling place. Luo Feng was stunned. Head to where the Gold Horn Race live. Your Majesty, our Gold Horn Race is after all a huge race within the universe. Elder Si Fan Chi said proudly. We have an incredibly ancient history along with humanity, and also our own unique secrets. Even if we don't talk about anything else, we can talk about the Nanshan armament Your Majesty uses. Nanshan armament. Luo Feng was curious. Why did they mention this? The Nanshan armament is one of the 9 god weapons for the spirit reader. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled. Not just for humans, there are many races in the universe. As long as they walk the path of spirit readers, many use the Nan Shan armament. A truly good invention will be used by many races in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty should know that the creator of the Nanshan armament is the greatest doyen within the history of our Gold Horn Race. Elder Si Fan Chi said. Doyen. Luo Feng was curious. Doyen, what position was that in the Gold Horn Race? Ah, Your Majesty may not have heard. Elder Si Fan Chi laughed. Our Gold Horn Race is different from humanity. Humans govern on the universe country level. Our Gold Horn Race, however, has hundreds of thousands of tribes that compete amongst each other, and the ones that govern over all these tribes are the powerful Doyen institution. Only when one becomes a Doyen would he be able to enter the institution. What level of strength are the Doyens? Luo Feng asked. The most pinnacle of beings in a race. What strength was that? One first has to become a universe knight to be able to become a Doyen. Elder Si Fan Chi's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Doyens within the institution have all become universe knights. Luo Feng sucked in a cold breath. There was only one universe knight in the entire Ganwu universe country, the Ganwu leader. And the most pinnacle force of the Gold Horn clan was a group of Doyens that were all universe knights. How many Doyens are there in the Gold Horn Race? Luo Feng asked curiously. My apologies. Elder Si Fan Chi shook his head. The strength of any race will always be a secret. How many Doyens the Gold Horn Race has, even I don't have the answer, as this is one of the most guarded secrets. Luo Feng nodded. It was normal. If their trump cards were all revealed and they weren't strong enough, the entire race would be eliminated. And the one who created the Nanshan armament is the greatest Doyen in the history of our Gold Horn Race. Shi Luo Duo. Elder Si Fan Chi's voice rose as for the other 7 official level Undyings and Kashna, their eyes all gleamed with pride and worship. Shi Luo Duo, the great Shi Luo Duo, the eternal pride of our Gold Horn Race. Shi Luo Duo. Elder Si Fan Chi and the other 9 members of the race were all extremely passionate in their worship. Luo Feng could feel the strong passion within. Under the great leadership of Shi Luo Duo, our Gold Horn Race managed to have a place in the universe. Elder Si Fan Chi suddenly grew darker. However, ever since Doyen Shi Luo Duo entered a terrifying universe secret region and hasn't returned, our Gold Horn Race position has fallen since. Luo Feng was shocked. An entire race, its position fell because of the disappearance and death of a great leader. This could only mean that the leader was too strong, and the Rest of the race's power was too far away from this leader's. After which, our Gold Horn race became the supporters of humanity. Elder C. Fan Chi said, with humanity's help, we were able to acquire enough territory for our race to survive. Luo Feng sighed. Shi Luo Duo. Looks like this was an absolute being that dominated the universe, and was someone much stronger than the Ganwu universe country leader. Otherwise, how could he support an entire race? Shi Luo Duo left a sacred tablet back, then Elder Si Fan Chi said proudly. This sacred tablet is akin to your humanity's primal chaos tablet. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Primal Chaos City had a total of 52 primal chaos tablets. They were used to nurture the many generations of humanity's absolute warriors. He didn't expect the Gold Horn race to actually have a sacred tablet similar to the primal chaos tablets, and it was left behind by Shi Luo Duo. In our race, only the most exceptional geniuses have the right to go study it. Elder Si Fan Chi exclaimed. Over trillions of years, many of our undyings relied on it to break through to undying. Even after Shi Luo Duo's disappearance, he is still our race's greatest being. Luo Feng nodded. Without the sacred tablet Shi Luo Duo left behind, the speed of which the Gold Horn race nurtured their warriors would probably be much slower. Your Majesty, the Nanshan armament is a god weapon, Shi Luo Duo created back then, and it is very suitable for sector lords. Elder Si Fan Chi said, and the inheritance of Shi Luo Duo deepens the Nanshan armament over 1 trillion years. Countless of our elites have studied the sacred tablet, yet most of them only understand a bit of it. If your Majesty heads over to our Gold Horn race, I will personally send a request to the Doyens. If I get their approval, your Majesty will be able to go study the sacred tablet. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled at Luo Feng. Since your Majesty uses the Nanshan armament, you should be walking the path of space and gold laws. I believe that studying the tablet will greatly benefit you. Of course this requires the Doyen's approval, and this is our race's most sacred ground. I cannot say I have 100% guarantee. Luo Feng was burning with excitement. The 52 primal chaos tablets of Primal Chaos City had 2 laws mixed within them, and also those specialized in time, specialized in space, or even in both. However, there was no tablet specializing in space and gold. He didn't expect the great being of another race to actually leave behind a sacred tablet that had that. Will your Majesty be willing to head to where our Gold Horn race lives? Elder Si Fan Chi smiled at Luo Feng. Haha, since there's such a chance, I definitely have to go take a look. Luo Feng laughed carefree. And I've been using the Nanshan armament for so long. I never really known just who created it. I'm very respectful of Doyen Shi Luo Duo. Elder Si Fan Chi along with the 7 official level undyings and Kashna all smiled happily when they heard that Shi Luo Duo was the most respected being in the Gold Horn race. Once the celebrations ended, Elder Si Fan Chi, please arrange for me, and we'll leave together later. Luo Feng got up and said, Haha, we are in no rush. Your Majesty can go finish his business first. The elder smiled. Luo Feng nodded and turned, bringing with him the human faction group and leaving. Walking in the pathway, 9th Army leader Luo Feng walked and talked. This mission is almost complete. The only thing that is pending is to kill the 12 that had escaped. Hence, I would like to ask for you to arrange for a group of universe soldiers, work with the information system department and continue to chase And kill the 12. I hope we can kill them successfully within 1 year. Definitely, the tall and skinny 9th Army leader nodded. If there are no other matters, I'll be returning to the army. Okay. Luo Feng smiled. I'm really grateful for your leadership and assistance this time. No problem, the only thing was I suffered heavy losses from my 30 groups. He shook his head. Luckily, I only lost 2 undyings, hence, the foundation is still there, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. The most important members of the army were the very few undyings. The loss of the large number of universe level soldiers on the other hand weren't considered heavy. On the battlefield, universe level were considered cannon fodders. This was hard to blame, because even if they don't die on the battlefield, these universe-level soldiers only had about 100,000 years in their lifespan. An eternal undying, however, he could progress through the ages, helping the race get stronger and stronger. The only thing was the path to undying was too harsh and difficult. Becoming an undying was too difficult. They only lost 2 undyings this time. If they had lost over 10 of them, the 9th army leader would definitely be fired. Watching the army leader leave, Luo Feng turned to Dylan. Dylan, I'll be troubling you to follow me to the Gold Horn race home. Haha, Your Majesty, I've never gone to such a place before. Dylan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Another race? This is a race completely different from humanity, to be able to survive and pass down for countless years in the universe. Such a race would definitely have its own unique culture and traditions. It's definitely worth seeing. And the name Shi Luo Duo, I've heard of him before. He was a truly powerful being in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. What a joke. There were trillions of races in the universe, and among them were countless that created spirit reader weapons, but finally humanity picked a few and named them the 9 godly weapons. Obviously every one of them had incredibly deep construction. Unlike the spirit weapons normal people could create, the 9 godly weapons were first extremely powerful and also suitable for many people to use. Of course, the most suitable spirit weapon would undoubtedly be the one that one had been created for himself. Only when one does that would that truly be suitable. Once Luo Feng settled his business, he placed the Masha clansmen back in the internal world, leaving the core within the human body, after which, he brought Dylan, the 5-sector Lord Guards, and the Gold Horn Pagoda Squadron into the Yunmo planet ship, while heading towards their home within the Dark Universe. The Yunmo planet ship was progressing at 50 times light speed. I didn't expect your home to actually be within the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng was very shocked, sitting opposite to Elder Si Fan Chi and drinking some specialty drinks. The elder said, in the universe, humanity is one of the pinnacle races. There are many other races that support humanity and thus survive, since they are subservient to humanity. For safety, naturally they live within their territory. They will use one of humanity's secret regions and create their own vast continents, becoming their place of living. Luo Feng nodded. According to what the elder had said earlier, the place where they lived was at the side regions of the Ganwu universe country, in a secret region that was rather dangerous. Living within the universe secret region, Luo Feng muttered, I wonder just how many supporting races there are. That's a secret, the elder smiled. There are definitely many other races supporting humanity, at least in numbers. Only the upper echelon of humanity would know the exact figures, and during war, these races are also beneficial. Weapons. Luo Feng nodded. weapons. Humanity could really be using many of these races as cannon fodder, leaving many tedious tasks to them. For example, killing Yao Hai and Jeffrey. The two of them were secretly working for another pinnacle race, the Bug Clan, helping humanity this way may attract the invasion of the Bug Clan. Hence, for cautiousness, they let the Goldhorn clan do it instead. They risk their lives in such dangerous tasks. Aren't I the same? Luo Feng thought no matter how much of a genius he was, he would still need to accept and do dangerous missions. This was the tradition of the virtual universe company over countless years, and it wouldn't change just for one. The distance from Red Dawn planet towards the side regions of the Gonwu universe country's Goldhorn race home was pretty far, about 200 million light-years. Even in the UNMO planet ship, with 50 times light speed, it still took close to 3 months. 1 month later, within the main resting quarters of the UNMO planet ship, Luo Feng sat crossed-legged. He sent his consciousness into the virtual universe network, entering his villa within the primal region. Envoy, we've already killed 7 of the 12 targets, there's another 5 on the run. On the screen, the 9th Army leader reported. Another 5. Luo Feng's expression changed. It's been a month, it's been over a month since the mission started. These 12 all fled from the same planet back then. Killing them was the easiest back then, but the moment they flee for over a month, it would be troublesome to find them later on. I understand that as well, the 9th Army leader reported. However, Envoy, the information system is a very powerful department of the virtual universe company. They have many other missions to attend to. They can at most send a few investigators into several life planets and help look out for the 12 targets. Doing so is already not bad. They cannot possibly chase every tail or lead, going to some desolate mineral planet, etc. Luo Feng nodded. I can only do my best, the 9th Army leader said. There's still a long time from the limit of the mission. We can only hope that the remaining 5 cannot take the loneliness and return to a human life planet. When that happens, the information system will swiftly discover them. We can only hope. Luo Feng sighed. This mission, everything else was done exceptionally. Only the complete killing of the 200 million had a problem with that. The mission would only be 85 completed. It'll depend on luck. Luo Feng didn't think about it anymore, returning to reality and beginning his training. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, the ship had been flying for over 3 months. Luo Feng, we've arrived at the destination. Within a minute we'll begin universe travel. Babada's clear and childish voice resounded within the quarters. Luo Feng, who sat crossed-legged, opened his eyes. Still not completed. Luo Feng cursed. Long before the receiving the mission, his internal world had already reached the pinnacle of the domain lord level 9A point where it could break through. At any point, however, this breakthrough had some leeway. The faster ones would break through soon after reaching that point. The slower ones, on the other hand, would have to wait for decades. Sector Lord level. The moment I step into Sector Lord level, I can train the 10,000 soul control technique, and after that I can truly control the Bug Clan mother nest. The moment I enter Sector Lord level, my consciousness can access the universe energies, and my law comprehension speed will rise dramatically. The moment I enter Sector Lord level, I'll have the opportunity to create a third clone. The moment I enter Sector Lord level, my internal world will change at its foundation, and special energies will be produced. Luo Feng was anxious. He could not help but worry as the pinnacle matured form of the golden horned beast. Once he reached the sector lord level, his golden horned beast would truly be matured. However, right now, standing at the entrance of it, it seemed like he could break through at any time, yet it hasn't happened. He felt very helpless. Being anxious and impatient won't help. Luo Feng suddenly got up. Me. Stepping into the sector lord level is akin to a carp turning into a dragon. There'll be evolution in many areas, whether it's controlling the mother nest or the third clone. They will all have an extremely important effect on my growth. Bug Clan, they were also a pinnacle race to be able to control a mother nest. It definitely wouldn't be weaker than having a powerful army. And the final clone, this to Luo Feng was the most important. Having tasted the power of having more bodies, Luo Feng was very clear that this third chance of creating a clone, if he didn't use it well, it would be a waste. However, if used well, it could completely become a heavenly thing. Hua! The gold door opened. Luo Feng headed out and the doors automatically opened. Very quickly, he reached the control room. There was already a group gathered there. Your Majesty, the ship has just entered universe travel. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled and pointed at the world outside. Look, that is our gold horn race home. Luo Feng looked up. In the endless space outside, there was a vast continent floating there. This continent was enormous. Luo Feng, who was standing in the Yunmo planet ship, couldn't see the end of it. Countless years ago, our entire gold horn race moved here. Back then, countless sector lords used their constructing world energy to create large pieces of worlds. 10,000 tribes worth of countless sector lords working together, and in an instant they created a continent of over 100 million km. Large amounts of undying created large amounts of continents within their god counties and moved it into the universe. Hence they are all gathered together, and the Doyens destroyed the space debris all around us, allowing free space about without any obstruction. Elder Si Fan Chi's eyes were filled with a peculiar glow. Hence, we've had our own vast world for our race to survive for trillions of years. Lao's world. Luo Feng went silent. Looking at the endless vast world and the space outside, he felt shock within. All he could imagine was the universe night Doyens of the gold horn race destroying all the debris, creating a vast enough space, countless undyings, constructing continents within their own god countries, and an even larger amount of sector lords all building the world, all working together, resulting in this vast continent. What level of spirit was this? Elder Si Fan Chi, how big is Lao's world? Luo Feng asked. The ground is 300 billion kilometers thick. The diameter of the world is 21 light years, the elder said with pride. Why doesn't the world separate? Luo Feng asked. It wasn't such that with enough continents put together, they could form this enormous continent. It was just like how an incredibly huge planet could crumble and form a black hole. Even though the universe laws weren't exactly as solidified in the secret regions, it still wasn't as simple as just building something. Lao's world, it's also a weapon. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled. Actually, you should have seen such large continents in the universe, like your virtual universe company's headquarters. Luo Feng nodded. These supercontinents, especially those normally found in large pieces of space, they are all constructed. They aren't naturally formed, the elder said. As for the secret regions, there's all sorts of wonders in there. You'd occasionally see huge continents. However, to actually build a supercontinent, it's very troublesome. Hence, a very normal way in the universe is to build a continent like building a weapon. This results in the continent being extremely stable and lasting for eternity. The elder laughed. In theory, the countless sector lords working together back then from the 10,000 tribes could have built an enormous continent themselves. Why did the Undyings have to show up? It's because the weapon required it. Luo Feng was stunned. The technique to create weapons, that was what made the construct of the continent stable. The Yun-Mo planet ship continued towards Lao's world. D. Confirm authorization. A signal was sent straight to the Yun-Mo planet ship. Luo Feng looked at the details of the signal above the control board, turning to look at Elder Si Fan Chi. He smiled and said, "No problem, let me." Shua. Elder Si Fan Chi vanished from within the Yun-Mo planet ship and appeared outside, releasing undying energy that permeated into the continent of Laos. World. Teleportation is truly powerful. No ships or anything can stop him. Luo Feng exclaimed. Even with a ship with its powerful defense against teleportation, it's nothing. Unless that ship can block space ripples, Dylan said softly. Shua. Elder Si Fan Chi appeared back within the control room. We can now enter Lao's world without getting attacked. Elder Si Fan Chi smiled. If we were taking our ship from before, that's within the security system, it wouldn't be that troublesome. However, that ship's speed is far from your majesties. When the mission was first given to us, we traveled in the dark universe for close to a year. Luo Feng smiled. Even Hu Yan Bo's Yun-Mo planet ship back then wasn't as fast as the current ship. This version was upgraded by the Virtual Universe Company, hence, it could reach such speeds. This technology and skill was secret within humanity itself, much less the subservient races. The Yun-Mo planet ship entered Lao's world and continued to fly about. Looking through the ship, Luo Feng could see the large fields of grass, forests, mountain ranges, rivers, and oceans. What was even more incredible, however, was the ice and snow worlds. Most regions had very low temperatures. Even the surface was mostly covered in thick layers of snow. As our Goldhorn race people prefer lower temperatures than humanity, the world we built had this in consideration. Elder Si Fan Chi stood by the control board and looked down through the external simulator. It was almost like they were standing in mid-air looking down. That's the Changyan tribe, a middle-level tribe with about 10 undyings. The elder pointed at a community of buildings and castles below. Middle-level tribe, Luo Feng asked, curiously. Then the pagoda. Upper-level tribe, Kashna said proudly behind Luo Feng. Your Majesty, our pagoda tribe is a powerful upper-level tribe, much stronger than the Changyan tribe. Our tribe has 2 emperor-level undyings, and they probably don't even have 1 emperor level. Luo Feng inhaled a cold breath when he heard that. He had heard of the 10,000 tribes earlier. Just 1 tribe alone could be that strong. As for 10,000 tribes, how powerful was that? The overall distribution of the tribes, how is it? Luo Feng asked. When we moved over 1 trillion years ago, we had 10,000 tribes. The elder smiled. As for now, we are not really sure. However, some tribes have dispersed, while new ones have formed, and Lao's world is simply too huge. We are not sure. As for the level distribution, the tribes have lower level, mid, upper level, and the highest Doyan tribe. Doyan tribe. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. There's a tribe for Doyans? No. The elder said, the top 10 tribes in Lao's world have the right to gain this title, and as only the top 10 have this right, over 1 trillion years, it's always been 10. All of these 10 all have a doyen stationed there from the institution. This is also the special privilege of being a doyen tribe. Luo Feng was shocked. Dylan was shocked too. This meant there were at least 10 doyens. I never expected such a powerful force to be present, not from the Ganwu universe countryside, but rather a race hidden within a secret region. Luo Feng was shocked. Haha, shocked? The elder shook his head. There's nothing to be shocked about. The true strength of humanity is the virtual universe company, the huge Axe Dojo, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the 5 Leviathans. As for the 1008 universe countries, they are only tools for governing the normal people. Humans, the reason they are a pinnacle race is because they have absolute powerful force. Luo Feng nodded. There was no doubt about this. To occupy a primal universe, what joke was that? To have so many subservient races, naturally they could dominate over them. The Yunmo planet ship flew high in the skies over large mountains, over ice oceans, and after about 10 days, it finally landed. It had reached the Pagoda tribe. That night, the Pagoda tribe organized a ceremony for Luo Feng and specially prepared the food humans liked. Your Majesty, Luo Feng of humanity, let me toast you. Thanks. Luo Feng lifted his glass and drank, with the large amounts of undyings around. Looking at the members around, he was shocked within. From their chats, he had found out that the Pagoda tribe had 2 emperor-level undyings, the tribe leader and Si Fan Chi, 12 official-level undyings. Hundreds of normal undyings, tens of thousands of sector lords, 1 million domain lords, and over 10 million universe levels. The entire tribe population, however, was only about 1 billion, not even that of the Chinese. One tribe, with 1 billion people, yet over 10 millions of them were at universe level. This race sure has a huge difference from humanity. Luo Feng was shocked within. Surprised that we have so many strong warriors. Elder Si Fan Chi sat before Luo Feng and smiled. Every human friend we bring over is surprised by this. However, you can imagine the population of humanity and their reproduction ability, just how shocking it is, and our race's population is just that few. The upper-level tribe only has 1 billion. As for the 10,000 tribes, how many would that make? Any galaxy of humanity would far exceed them. Just one universe country alone had over 100 million galaxies. The universe is fair, the elder said. Those high in population, their strong proportion is small. Those small in population have a high proportion of strong. Just like the upper-level space beasts, they are all sector lords at maturity, and some even have heavenly natural abilities like the Bug clan. Mother Nest, they are pitiful in numbers, yet all of them are incredibly strong, and your humanity has huge territories, hence the number of geniuses and strong warriors far exceed our race. Territories. Luo Feng was curious. Luo Feng, a powerful voice resounded, a man covered in green, almost like steel. Tribe leader Luo Feng quickly stood up. I've already written a personal letter. In just a moment, Elder Si Fan Chi will take it with you and head towards the sacred city. The leader's voice was like lightning, booming and powerful. Without tribe's request and Elder Si Fan Chi personally going there, the doyens stationed at the sacred city would not let you in and let you study the sacred tablet. Thank you so much, Luo Feng smiled. Haha, you are a friend of our Pagoda tribe. There's no need for thanks, the leader laughed. Luo Feng smiled and toasted. The entire pagoda tribe was incredibly passionate and respectful of the humans that come to their tribe, as normal humans didn't have the right to come here. Those that were invited, if they weren't absolute geniuses, they would have powerful backgrounds or are true upper echelon figures. After staying in the pagoda tribe for 2 days, Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lords, and elder Si Fan Chi, along with the disciple of the tribe leader who joined for fun along with Kashna, all sat in the Yunmo planet ship and headed towards the sacred city. The sacred city is the core and sacred land of our Gold Horn race, the elder explained there. The most exceptional geniuses of our Gold Horn race are all gathered. The competition between the strong and geniuses there is intense. There are so many strong warriors opening sects and accepting disciples there. And the sacred tablet is within the most core area of the city, the elder said. The sects within the sacred city all belong to the family of the great Shiluo duos. So the Yunmo planet ship flashed through the sky and swiftly headed towards the core of the sacred city. After leaving Pagoda Tribe, they had been flying at light speed with the Yunmo planet ship's advanced technology. It was still easy for them to see and record everything that happened outside. Luo Feng, Dylan, and the rest of them gained profound understanding of the culture of the race. On the 18th day of flight, they were just about to reach the sacred city. On our way here, we frequently saw battles and killings below. What's going on? Luo Feng came out of his resting quarters while looking through some footage. He asked Elder Si Fan Chi curiously. Our race's rules are such that, as long as one reaches universe level, he'd have to leave the tribe and wander about, either training outside for 1,000 years, or reaching domain lord level, before they can return to the tribe. Elder CFHE said, and wandering outside, battles and killings are very normal. They aren't forbidden? Luo Feng asked. The race originally had a smaller population to begin with. Why forbid it? The strong have to be trained through battles, Elder Si Fan Chi said indifferently. What's more, only after becoming an undying will one be able to stand at the pinnacle of the race. Otherwise, those with short life spans, the normal race people that cannot become absolute warriors, they are useless to the survival of the race. Your Majesty, look, ahead it is the sacred city, Elder Si Fan Chi said. The Yunmo planet ship slowed down. Luo Feng looked down. There was an incredibly majestic old city that stood amidst the wilderness. This city had a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, and its most dazzling feature was a pure golden statue that reached up to 10,000 kilometers in height. Even from the ship, Luo Feng could see it clearly. The ship descended. As the cabin door opened, Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lords, Kashna, and Elder Si Fan Chi all got off, after which Luo Feng kept his ship. Do you see that statue? The elder pointed at the most dazzling pure golden statue in the city. That's Shiluo Duo, the great Shiluo Duo. At any point in time, there will always be countless warriors rushing over to pay their respects to this place. The entire statue is 12,319 kilometers tall. The legs alone are 1,622 kilometers. Luo Feng nodded, feeling excitement within being able to make an entire race worship for countless years. Let's enter the city, the elder smiled. Your Majesty must remember one point, as the sacred city is a special place and countless geniuses of our Gold Horn race are gathered here. These are the future of our race. Hence killing is forbidden in the city, one has to go outside to the huge arena if they want to kill. Luo Feng and a group entered the ancient sacred city. There were many residents within. Shi Luo Duo Luo Feng stood in the plaza, looking up at the huge golden statue. Its eyes seemed to encompass the endless universe itself, but without a sense of strictness or force. Rather, there was a calm tranquility. No matter how impatient one was, as long as he looked at the statue, his troubles would disappear. Even though I'm not looking at the real person, just from this statue, it's no wonder he could lead an entire race within the vast universe. Just as Luo Feng was recalling the achievements of this great being of the Gold Horn race, many of the clansmen in the plaza all looked over curiously and shocked at Luo Feng's group. Look, humans. Humans. I smelt the blood and flesh from the blood and flesh life forms, however they don't have any life imprint on them. The disturbance go bigger and bigger. More and more of the Gold Horn clansmen discovered the humans. It was rare to see humans in Lao's world, however one would occasionally see some invited humans here at the sacred city. Those that do come over were exceptional. Luo Feng noticed he was being watched. Let's go, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, the group complied. Suddenly. Human, you are only Domain Lord level 9 and you actually dare come to our Gold Horn race sacred city. You must be one of the absolute geniuses of humanity. I canoe and challenge you. A gold statue like youth with completely dark red skin and a dark golden long rod on his back roared at Luo Feng. Challenge. Luo Feng looked at this youth. This youth was also Domain Lord level 9. Your Majesty needn't bother, Elder Si Fanqi said as he stood beside Luo Feng, as there are indeed many humans that come to the sacred city, of which many are absolute geniuses. There've been competitions between the geniuses of humanity versus our race's geniuses, and there have been many stories, hence many of the younger generations like to challenge the human geniuses when they see them. However, Your Majesty needn't bother about them and they won't dare chase you. After the elder finished speaking, he sent out ripples of formless undying energy. It caused the group of Gold Horn clansmen to jump away in shock. Humph. Elder Si Fanqi snorted coldly. No one dared stop them anymore. He smiled and said, let's go visit the doyen in the palace. Immediately, Luo Feng and the group left the plaza amidst the countless gazes. Humans. There are humans in the sacred city. The leader is a Domain Lord level 9. Must be a genius of humanity. An absolute genius of humanity has come to the sacred city. The news spread swiftly like a whirlwind throughout the entire sacred city. There gathered all of the geniuses from the 10,000 tribes of the Gold Horn race. These geniuses all had a competitive spirit once they knew an absolute genius of humanity had come to the city. A sort of pride in their race made them all get excited and riled up, all wanting to look for the human to challenge him. Luo Feng and the group, however, had already arrived at the Doyen Palace. This. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed in the distance. This, how can this be? It's impossible. Arriving at the Gold Horn race Hong Lao's world, this was the first time Luo Feng was this shocked. Your Majesty, the elder, Kashna were both shocked at how Luo Feng, who had always been calm and collected, had lost his composure. In the distance, there was a majestic palace amidst the continuous mountain range. The palace was completely dark gold, over 1,000 kilometers tall. The area it took up was close to 10,000 kilometers. This palace, with Luo Feng's vision, was nothing compared to the extravagant palaces he had seen before, hence he wasn't shocked by it. However, at the entrance of this palace, there was a close to 1 kilometer thick black star chain. This black star chain was 1 kilometer thick, its length stretched close to 10,000 kilometers. Its links pierced right through a completely green 620 kilometers tall, gorilla-like, peculiar beast's bones and muscles. The beast squatted there, like a majestic mountain, not much shorter than the palace beside it. Space, Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, shuddering within. Space beast. First time since he had possessed the golden-horned beast, even though he had seen much of the universe and experienced much, he had never seen a second space beast, not even a corpse, much less a living space beast. This was the first time he saw another space beast. However, this space beast was completely subdued with the black star chain piercing through its body. Haha, Elder Si Fanqi laughed, Your Majesty is shocked at the space beast. Haha, this space beast is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beast, the Huisua beast, Sector Lord Pinnacle. Even though it's only at the Sector Lord Pinnacle level, its true strength makes it so that many normal undyings aren't even a match for it. It's terrifying. Luo Feng stared at the beast that was bound like a pet, feeling the anguish and pain it emanated. How long has it been? Luo Feng asked. How long? What? The elder was stunned. How long has the space beast been captured? Luo Feng asked solemnly. About 20 million years, the elder exclaimed. The space beast's lifespan is long. Our gold horn race's sector lord lifespace is only about 1,000 eras. This space beast, however, is 10 times that. Why is it bound? Luo Feng asked. The elder felt like Luo Feng's tone wasn't quite right. This space beast was captured by a Doyen back then, however, it refused to submit. What level of position is a Doyen? A Sector Lord Pinnacle space beast is useless to it. However, it's extremely rare, hence he captured it. Right, Doyens are universe knights, naturally they won't care about a space beast, Luo Feng said. However, this space beast is very obstinate. It refused to submit. Back then, it even madly howled, and we could hear it frequently. It struggled so hard till its body was injured and its veins, fur, etc. were damaged. Elder Si Fan Qi exclaimed, It's bound by its life core and body, hence no matter how it struggles, it's useless. Over time it naturally gave up. However, it still refuses to submit. The Doyen had said whenever it submits will be the time to undo the chains. Luo Feng shuddered when he heard. The space beasts were very proud. Just like back when he possessed the golden-horned beast, it was incredibly proud, high above, killing humans like hunting sport. Maybe it was ferocious, vicious, however this was its innate disposition. It was born like that too. Make one submit was too hard. Is this the first time Your Majesty is seeing a space beast? Elder Si Fanqi asked. This Huisuaz is incredibly powerful, Sector Lord Pinnacle, and able to defeat normal undyings. Shall I introduce to you its origins? Luo Feng didn't say a word. He knew much more than Si Fanqi. Huisua space beast, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beast, it stood beside the golden-horned beast. However, it wasn't a swallowing type beast. It was a thunder and time-space beast. It was naturally sly and vicious. It only had one natural ability, time stop. Even though it was just one ability, its power was unimaginable. Combined with its innate slyness and vicious character, the time-stop ability made the battle strength and fleeing ability of the beast shocking. It could completely stand beside the golden horned beast and the flaming star beast. Luo Feng looked at the distant Hui Sua beast squatting there in his mind, the scene of the 10 billion humans and 300,000 universe soldiers instantly being reduced to ashes appeared. Fate, this is fate. The weak are fated to become slaves, no matter how unyielding. The strong. As long as I become strong, I will be able to control my fate. Luo Feng stared hard at that beast, wanting to carve that image into his memory. If one day he had to use his golden horned beast body and some absolute being were to capture him, he would probably be used as a pet too. I cannot allow that, Luo Feng thought. Your Majesty, please stay here. I will take the letter from the tribe leader to see the doyen and report to him the details. If he agrees, Your Majesty would be able to enter the sacred land to study the sacred tablet. Elder C. Fan Qi smiled. Luo Feng took a deep breath and smiled. Elder C. Fan Qi, thanks. Haha. The elder turned and smiled at Kashna. Kashna, stay beside His Majesty, and don't go running around. Yes, teacher. Even though Kashna said so, his eyes were lingering on that huge Huisua beast. The elder shook his head and became a beam of golden light that swiftly flew towards the Doyen Palace. He then stood outside for a while before entering. Luo Feng and the group stood at the foot of the mountain. Are you interested in the Huisua beast? Luo Feng looked at Kashna. Kashna nodded, laughing. The Huisua beast is able to defeat normal undyings with its sector lord pinnacle strength. It's very powerful. It's also the only space beast in the entire Laos world if I don't observe it well now. Once it dies, I won't have the chance anymore. Then go closer and take a look, Luo Feng said. Kashna was stunned. Luo Feng, however, brought Dylan and the group, heading towards the beast. After a while, they stood in an empty plot of land. Ahead were several guards that surrounded the Huisua beast and stood guard. Human, please do not proceed any further, otherwise, you will be attacked by the locking technique that binds this area. A man in gold armor with the emblem on it said. Since he was speaking to a human, his attitude was extremely friendly. Locking technique. Luo Feng looked over. About 1,000 kilometers around the Huisua beast, there were peculiar engravings. Complex engravings that were carved deep into the side regions, almost like a drawn prison. What complex space engravings? Luo Feng frowned. The Huisua beast was 620 kilometers tall. Even when squatting, the huge beast, however, was trapped within a 1,000 kilometers area prison. This was akin to a human trapped in a prison with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, which was extremely uncomfortable. However, because of the black star chains and the locking techniques, it couldn't get out. Fresh blood and fur. Luo Feng looked at the dried black blood stains in the vicinity, along with the torn-up fur beside them. These were obvious signs of the Huisua beast's struggle from before. Fur and blood stains, Luo Feng thought. This beast is at the sector lord pinnacle level. Then, if I were to acquire its fur, when I reach sector lord level, won't I be able to produce a Huisua beast clone? Many thoughts immediately appeared within Luo Feng's mind. He was calculating if this move was worth it. As he only had one internal world, this natural ability was using the internal world to clone. And he was set to only have at most 3 clones. Even if he made another golden horned beast, as there wasn't another internal world, hence he couldn't produce another 3 clones. Thinking about it simply, one would immediately understand if another golden horned beast clone meant having 3 more clones, then that way, the number of clones he would have would be ridiculous, hence this wasn't realistic at all. The Huisua beast only had one technique. Natural ability time stop. This technique was somewhat similar to the golden horned beast strengthen. Both techniques that were naturally triggered from the engravings on their surface, as it had nothing to do with their internal worlds. The moment Luo Feng had a Huisua beast clone, he would be able to unleash this heavenly technique. This even goes against the natural order of things. Time stop, it's definitely a very terrifying ability, whether it's attack or fleeing. It's extremely useful. The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more he was anxious. If he were to suddenly unleash this move in battle, he could use the chance to kill his opponent. What level of strength was this technique? Of course these natural abilities weren't invincible, like if a universe level Huisua beast were to use its time stop, it couldn't stop the time flow of a Sector Lord Warrior. This move wasn't invincible, it was just incredibly strong, stronger than Luo Feng's strengthen. My current strength isn't enough, and my experiences aren't enough either. I may have a better choice in the future. Luo Feng looked at the mountain-like beast locked there. However, if I can acquire its fur and keep it just in case after I experience more in the future, I can pick the most suitable one. After, however, I have no way in. Luo Feng frowned. He was only Domain Lord level 9 now. He definitely wouldn't make his decision immediately if he picked the Huisua beast immediately and encounter some miraculous encounter in the future that would be even more suitable, wouldn't he regret it? Back then in Blood River World, he had seen that beast god. From then, he was very clear. There were many special life forms in the universe, and there were even some in his inherited memories. These life forms were extremely rare and few. Some were destined to be the only one in the universe when born, not enough to even be a race. However, some powerful life forms, like the beast god, their strength far exceeded the Sector Lord level, and the clones that Luo Feng could produce could never exceed his main body. It could at most reach Sector Lord Pinnacle. He could do clones, yet only a few of them. Now he was only left with the final slot. The moment he wasted it, he would never get another chance. I'll just wait. I'll wait till I reach Sector Lord Pinnacle, or discover a surprise that would definitely not make me regret, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng suddenly felt noise from behind him. He couldn't help but turn and look through the mountain path. A bustling crowd of hundreds of gold horn race youths walked over. This group of youths, with Luo Feng's sense, he could feel that they were all mostly Domain Lord level 9. The human genius is there. Standing there. Domain Lord level 9 genius. 90 million years ago, Sitong once defeated a visiting human genius. The group of gold horn youths were all completely surrounded by a sense of pride, and all of them were anxious and hoping to defeat a human genius in history. Any human that visited were all very intrepid. Almost all of the battles were won by the humans. However, there were still few instances in which the gold horn race won. The moment they did, their fame would skyrocket and their story would be passed on for a very long time. As the gold horn race was subservient to humanity, being subservient for countless years against the humans, they naturally always felt inferior. Within this internal tag within made them feel extremely proud whenever one of their geniuses was able to win over a human genius. Race glory. In face of this glory, they weren't afraid of death. As long as they succeeded, then their name would be very well known, even more so than an undying human genius. I challenge you, if you have the guts, you will accept my challenge. Human genius, I, Bukong Duo challenge you. The group of gold horn race youths all issued their challenges, even the youths that weren't getting along with each other. All of them were from different tribes, with green, red, white, purple skins. However, they all had a gold imprint on their foreheads. Fighting spirit and hope. The hundreds of youth looked at Luo Feng. Their eyes were all filled with hope for a battle with Luo Feng. To be able to battle with a human genius was an extremely rare occurrence. Firstly, the human geniuses that came were rare, and it was mostly sector lord geniuses. Hence, it was very rare to meet a domain lord level 9 genius even. If one really came, some human geniuses that felt weaker wouldn't even accept the challenges. To challenge, to get incredible glory, the battle had to be very fair. The inferior tag within made the gold horn race people even more harsh on their quest for fairness. If the human genius was domain lord level 9, then the challenger must be a domain lord level 9. Even if one was domain lord level 7 or 8, they definitely wouldn't even show up, not even a sector lord level 1. This was a disgrace to them. Your Majesty. Dylan smiled at Luo Feng. So many have come to challenge. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. This was definitely a surprise. Please accept my challenge. Human genius, please accept my challenge. The group all spoke precise human universe language. After all, with their consciousness at this level, they would only take a while to learn the language. Luo Feng and his group were surrounded by the group of youths, and as time passed, more and more youth geniuses rushed over, some to challenge, some simply to spectate. This way, very quickly, thousands had arrived there. What are all of you doing? Why are you gathering before my leader Doyan's palace? A thick, raging voice boomed. Luo Feng turned. The thousands of gold horn youths turned too. In the distance, in the spacious pathway of the dark gold palace, a 3 m tall, black-skinned youth, with green armor, carrying a dark golden long rod, leading a large group of palace guards, rushed over angrily, simultaneously roaring. This is an important place of the palace. How dare you make a ruckus here? Get them out of here. Yes, a group of Sector Lord Pinnacle Palace guards complied. Commander, over there are some humans. Suddenly one of the guards said softly to the black-skinned intrepid youth. Humans. The black-skinned youth's gaze landed on Luo Feng, quickly confirming they were humans. You are the leader. The black-skinned youth was shocked as he saw Luo Feng. From the way they stood, he could see that Luo Feng was standing right in front, the undying Dylan stood at the side, and the 5 sector lords and Kashna stood behind. How do you do? Luo Feng smiled at him. Haha, that threatening intrepid youth revealed a smile, and his gaze landed on the youths around. I understand now. No wonder you are all gathered here. Ah, Jia Ai, you are here too. Haha, looks like everyone wants to challenge the human genius. This black-skinned youth, that looked like steel, stared at Luo Feng. Human, I, Bei Chuang of the Doyan Palace, officially challenge you. This Bei Chuang sure is disgusting. Bei Chuang receives guidance from the Doyan Palace. He's very strong. The thousands of gold horn race youths were discussing. Bei Chuang. Luo Feng looked at the youth. From one look, he could tell this Youth was indeed Domain Lord level 9. Please accept my challenge, the black-skinned youth's eyes were like lightning, almost like they wanted to eat Luo Feng up, staring straight at him. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. He was about to reject him when he saw the distant thousands of gold horn race youths, thinking suddenly, Doyan Palace. Looks like my human status has indeed riled up many geniuses to challenge me this never-ending challenges. I should simply accept one and display my strength. At least the weaker ones won't disturb me. Please accept my challenge, the intrepid youth roared again. I'll accept it, but you have to agree to one condition. Luo Feng looked at him. The youth Bei Chuang was stunned, after which he revealed a look of glee. Staring at Luo Feng, speak, what's your condition? I heard the other guards, before submit to your order, you should have a pretty high position in the Doyan Palace, right? Luo Feng pointed to the Hui Sua beast that was not much shorter than the huge Doyan Palace. I've never seen a space beast before, hence I want to get closer to take a look. Is that okay? Close distance, Bei Chuang frowned. Going in is a small matter, but that Hui Sua beast has the strength to kill even normal undyings if you go in. Safety. Human genius, if he were to die within the Gold Horn race world, the consequence would be disastrous. Relax. Luo Feng looked at Dylan beside him. Dylan nodded. Dylan was after all an undying close to official level. He was very strong. Since you can guarantee your safety, viewing the beast from up close is a small matter. I can make the decision. The youth Bei Chuang looked at the guard within the locking technique. Let these humans go in and see. Let them go in through the safe way. Yes, Commander. The group of guards complied. Seeing the Hui Sua beast up close, this was indeed a small matter from just looking what could possibly happen. Several powerful people with backgrounds in the Gold Horn race would frequently go up close to look at the beast. This was after all, the only space beast in the entire Laos world. Ka. The metal door opened. This is the only path in without triggering the locking technique. Bei Chuang said. Luo Feng smiled and brought his group through the path into the 1,000 kilometers area. That area was where the beast was locked up. Walking within the wilderness, one could smell the strong scent of the Hui Sua beast throughout. On the ground, one could see the black blood stains along with some scattered fur. Luo Feng, those blood stains that have been there too long can't be used to produce another body. The fur that hasn't completely decayed, however, definitely can. Babada's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng knelt down and gently touched a strand of fur. A strand, in truth, was even thicker than a huge tree trunk. One strand alone was a few meters thick. Its length reached a shocking few kilometers hence. From far it looked thin and soft, like a gorilla's hair. However, compared to that huge over 1,000 kilometers tall beast, it was normal. With one glance, one could see scattered fur all over. Any spot around it had a few hundred strands. The entire wilderness region had fur all over. Bei Chuang, can I take one strand as a souvenir? Luo Feng turned and asked. Bei Chuang, who stood outside the locking technique, was curious. A strand of hair as a souvenir? Those things were rubbish. Only very few of their race people that went up close to the beast took the strands as souvenirs. In truth, they were useless. Human, of course you can take a strand of the fur, Bei Chuang shouted. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded, after which he kept the strand of fur into his space ring. All done. With this fur I can use the golden horned beast's natural ability. and produce a Hui Sua beast, Luo Feng thought, after which he headed to where the beast was. He looked up and got closer. Looking at the bound beast squatting there, the space beast that was supposed to roam free and dominate the universe, was like a bound cat or dog. It was a tragedy, and with Luo Feng's special status looking at its plight, he felt sorry for it. A low howl resounded within the mountains. The beast that squatted there opened its huge eyes, the greenish-gold eyes gazed at Luo Feng below. Luo Feng looked up at it. Dylan stood beside ready. Human. The Hui Sua beast let out a low sound. How do you do? Luo Feng nodded. One human and one space beast, one looking up while the other looked down. In their eyes, they could feel their similarity. The same ice-cold disposition. Same raging killing intent that was hidden. Luo Feng had hidden his killing intent because he was in his human body. The Hui Sua beast had done the same because it was bound up and controlled. Human. The beast's voice went straight to Luo Feng's mind. The feeling you give me is very intimate. You and I are very alike. Alike. Luo Feng was shocked within. Right. Alike, because from an absolute level, he was a space beast too. If he had the ability, he would definitely save this Hui Sua beast. However, he was only using his human genius identity, and with the doyens at the universe night level nearby, even if they were subservient to humanity, the universe knights wouldn't be easy to deal with. Is there anything I can do to help you? Luo Feng asked mentally. No need. The Hui Sua beast's greenish-gold eyes gazed down at Luo Feng. It communicated, you cannot help me, and with the doyen from the palace beside had given me a promise after he had bound me for 3 million years, as long as I can break through to undying, he would release me. What? Luo Feng was shocked. There was actually such a deal. A deal after binding the beast for 3 million years. That doyen must have respected the space beast's obstinate character and strength. However, from within his bones, that powerful doyen definitely wouldn't give up the beast that easily. Hence, he gave the beast the condition of reaching undying. Reaching undying, is it very hard? Luo Feng asked. Thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than you humans. The beast said, I can already easily defeat normal undyings, yet I'm still unable to break through the final door I've already survived for 20 million years. Breaking through to undying I definitely can, definitely. Human. It was rare for me to meet a life form I feel close to. I've said enough. You should go on. The Hui Sua beast closed its eyes gradually. Luo Feng sighed. Right. He couldn't help it, even going to study the sacred tablet, he had to make a request and see if the doyen agreed. He had no right to request anything. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, why are you in there? Luo Feng turned to look. Outside stood the gold-armored elder, Si Fan Chi. Luo Feng brought Dylan and his group along the pathway out. I went close to see the Hui Sua beast. Luo Feng looked at the elder. How's it going, elder? Elder Si Fan Chi laughed. After chatting with the doyen for a while, he nodded and agreed to let you go study the tablet also. You'll be specially studying it in isolation alone for a month, and when you are done studying the tablet, Your Majesty can choose one copy of any of the techniques stored in the sacred land. Study it alone for a month, and a copy of a technique. Luo Feng was shocked. The tablet is after all just there for study without any system or method. And the techniques within the sacred land are the systematic techniques left By the great beings of our race from the past, they are all space and gold. Combination techniques, they suit you well, the elder smiled and said, Your Majesty can pick any one of them, of course, just one. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, immediately nodding. So you are called Luo Feng, you've seen the Hui Sua beast up close already. You are not planning to postpone our match till after your study of the sacred tablet, are you? The greenish-gold armored, black-skinned youth standing not too far away spoke, his voice fierce. Let's go challenge now, and battle. Luo Feng looked at him. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you are battling him. Elder Si Fan Chi was shocked. Communicating mentally, Your Majesty, don't agree, you just reached the Domain Lord level 9 not long ago. This Bei Chuang, however, is part of the Bei Ji genius brothers nurtured by the Doyen in the palace beside us in terms of law comprehension. In accordance with how you humans grade it, he should have the ability to pass the heavenly bridges 9th level. Luo Feng was stunned. His law comprehension had reached the level of passing the 9th level of the heavenly bridge. Damn. The most pinnacle geniuses of the Gold Horn race were terrifying. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Elder Si Fan Chi communicated urgently, the absolute geniuses of our Gold Horn race aren't weaker than the geniuses of humanity. However, as there are 10,000 tribes in the entire race, the number of domain lords far exceeds that of a universe country, and the most elite of geniuses get guidance by the doyens. Their standards are naturally not low. Luo Feng nodded. Right. As they constantly feel threatened, the geniuses of the Gold Horn race are probably nurtured even more than that of humans, even the universe knights. Doyen gave guidance to the geniuses. The top 10 of this generation have the Bei Ji brothers. Si Fan Chi communicated among the top 10, the other 9 all have the origin law comprehension of the heavenly bridge 9th level, and the strongest, the elder of the Bei Ji brothers Bei Chiu, is the only one with the power to pass the 10th level. Look, the thousands of youths that wanted to challenge you before, they are all pretty strong, like Jia Ai, he's one of the top 10 amongst the Domain Lord level genius. Luo Feng blinked his eyes, looking at the group of Gold Horn race youths gathered. He felt a little ashamed. He hadn't thought too much of them initially. He had forgotten that these were the geniuses of an entire race. Even if they were weaker than humanity, they wouldn't be too weak. The top 10 geniuses of humanity were also the Primal Region members. 9 of them had passed the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge, one passing the 11th. The 10th level and the 9th had a huge fundamental difference. Every 3 levels is a jump, 1 2, for 6, 7 9, the absolute beginning regions. Large amount of geniuses were all stuck at the 9th level. Passing the 10th was simply too hard. Luo Feng was shocked. I didn't expect there'd actually be one Domain Lord level in the Gold Horn race who can pass the 10th. Looks like he's close to the power level of the members of the Primal Region. The one called Bei Chiu. He was the only one capable of competing with humanity's Domain Lord level Primal Region members. Luckily, I'm not fighting Bei Chiu, but the other Bei Chuang. Luo Feng thought, with my current strength, against Bei Chiu, I have no chance of winning. Even against Bei Chuang, it's still very dangerous. After hearing Bei Chuang had the strength to pass the 9th level, Luo Feng understood he was in trouble. Human genius Luo Feng, are you afraid? The black-skinned intrepid youth Bei Chuang roared. His eyes were like spotlights, staring at Luo Feng. Haha, since I've agreed, I will naturally battle you. Why don't you pick the time and place? Luo Feng replied. All right. Beichuan was extremely happy, saying loudly, then we'll head out. Immediately, the time is today, and the location will be the arena outside the city. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. From such a simple exchange, a match between the geniuses of humanity and the Gold Horn race was set. The simple exchange had riled up the thousands of those gathered beside. Even the guards of the palace all cheered excitedly as their voices echoed through the wilderness. Beichuan! 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 In an instant, the geniuses of the Gold Horn race were all extremely excited, all shouting Beichuan's name. Right. As one of the top 10 domain lord-level geniuses, he was indeed worthy of representing them in fighting the human genius. Everybody relax. The youth Beichuan looked at the thousands of clansmen, immediately shouting loudly, Beichuan will definitely win for our Gold Horn race, definitely. Victory! 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 Thousands of youths roared excitedly. Luo Feng looked on silently at the scene, thinking, victory, right, this battle. I already have no way out, I have to win. This battle represented not simply himself, but the glory of humanity. The moment he lost, then Beichuan's name would be passed down for generations. For countless years amongst the race, they would always remember the day Beichuan defeated the human genius Luo Feng. The more they emphasized the importance of this, the more humiliated Luo Feng would feel. If he lost, the only way out was to defeat Beichuan and win. Human Luo Feng, the youth Beichuan's fighting spirit was soaring. He was excited like he never was before. To the arena outside the city. Let's go. Let's go. Luo Feng nodded. So. Luo Feng's group and the Beichuan along with the other geniuses all headed towards the arena. Along the way, many of the geniuses immediately connected to the virtual universe and sent the news to all their friends, telling them that the human genius was about to battle their race's Beichuan in the arena. The Gold Horn race was subservient to humanity, hence, they too had rights to use the virtual universe. However, they were limited within a fixed space and could mostly only interact with their own race. A lot of their privileges were also restricted, like not being able to use the slaughterhouse, etc. However, the most basic communication was still viable. News spread like lightning, swiftly throughout the entire sacred city. The human genius Luo Feng is about to battle our race genius Beichuan in the arena outside the city. It's about to begin. Right, the human genius, you heard right, human. The news spread madly. The residents of the sacred city that were busy with their own affairs all dropped everything and swiftly flew over to the area outside. If one looked from high above, he would discover that traffic which had formed from the sheer number of those rushing over from the city was almost like a river flowing outwards. In the arena outside the city, the strong pride of the race, the dissatisfaction of being subservient to humanity for countless years, naturally they felt some inferiority towards humanity. The people living within the sacred city were normally proud people at this time. Those that lived in the core of Lao's word were all extremely passionate. They longed for victory, wishing for a genius from their race to defeat the genius of humanity. The arena outside the city was extremely vast. It was a special spot within the sacred city. Actually, before the Gold Horn race had moved over back then, it didn't have The tradition of arenas, however, after Shi Luo Duo's disappearance, it made them feel extremely threatened, hence all sorts of things popped up. For example, forbidding geniuses from killing each other, yet fearing they would lack the sense of true battle, hence the arena was created. Battles were forbidden within the sacred city. Only within the arena could one have a battle, and the arena was built similar to that of the humans' huge Axe Dojo arena. Master, our area only has 100 million spectator seats. Usually, this number of seats are enough for the battles. However, today, Master, our seats aren't enough. A gray-skinned youth pointed into the distance. Another tall, gold-skinned man looked up. In the distant skies, it was a black blur, as hundreds of millions of gold horn race clansmen were flying over the sacred city. As the core of the entire gold horn race, there were over 2 billion residents here. Those able to live here were all mostly warriors in training. Very few battles actually enticed them. However, today over half of them all rushed over. Half. That alone was over 1 billion. The seats aren't enough, the gold-skinned man roared. Give the order. Immediately get rid of all the seats, and act according to our celebration procedures. Yes, the gray-skinned youth replied. The huge arena was undergoing lightning-fast changes. The original settings of the comfortable seatings, etc., were all removed. Even the comfortable booths, luxurious loft viewing areas were all completely taken away. The entire arena was reset to fit more people. So many people. Luo Feng sat in the resting quarters and looked out at the sky through the window, seeing the dark cloud of people. As this went on for over 10 minutes. They should all be here to watch. Dylan looked up too. This sure is shocking. There's no way to make such a huge area in the human world for so many people to come spectate. The large-scale fights are normally all held within the virtual universe. That way it's easier without the chaos. The virtual universe and reality sure are different. Luo Feng shook his head. Your Majesty. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned. Any guarantee? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Not much guarantee. However, this fight, I have no other choice but to win. Luo Feng's eyes focused. Over 3 hours passed. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, you can enter the arena now. Elder Si Fanqi walked in. Luo Feng got up. Be careful, Elder Si Fanqi said. Battles in the arena, the moment you are careless you will die. Luo Feng nodded. He definitely understood this. This was a fight in reality, not one in the virtual universe. This kind of life or death battle, especially involving the glory of 2 races, had no space for showing mercy. Everybody used all their strengths, and the matches were quick as lightning. The moment one was hit, it could result in death. Luo Feng walked out of the room and followed the pathway, with the arena's staff leading him and Dylan, finally reaching the vast arena stage. Rumble. The cheers raised terrifying shockwaves, almost demolishing the entire stage. Luo Feng looked around, seeing the blur of silhouettes all around him also. From the second level of the arena to the highest level, all of them were completely filled, with even more floating far in the distance in mid-air. Beichuang. Beichuang will win. If you lose, commit suicide. You have to win. Definitely. Victory. Victory. All sorts of noises filled the entire space around them. Over 1 billion gold horn race people roared, causing Luo Feng to helplessly hold his breath. Luo Feng looked ahead. There stood a green-armored, black-skinned intrepid Youth Bei Chuang at this time, the gold imprint on his forehead was gleaming. With red, he had already reached a state of madness, due to the strong pride. For his race, generations of battles against humanity, and over 1 billion of his clansmen roaring, it had driven him to this point. He had to win. Even if he died, he had to win.